Hollywood stories. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226. Say goodbye. In fact, Roland and Sofia Coppola had only met a few times, and the two sides were not close friends. It was not that he did not want to deal with this beauty who was 9 years older than him, but that he felt that he and the other party were not the same kind of people at all. Having a father like Francis Coppola, this is a start that many people envy. Born on the Roman street in Hollywood, she was still not satisfied and had to find her own value. Isn't this a disease? Because she won the Golden Raspberry Award for Worst Newcomer and Worst Supporting Actress, she lost interest in Hollywood and acting, and went to Paris instead, and found a job as an assistant to Karl Lagerfeld of Chanel. Why don't you say that without Francis Coppola as a father? 100% of the girls who applied for the job started as handymen in the assistant office, helping Karl Lagerfeld answer the phone at the beginning. Are you worthy of rubbing your head against someone else's halo to accumulate connections? Of course, this is not the point. The point is that not long after, she felt bored answering the phone, so she followed her mother's advice and went to the California Institute of the Arts to study painting, hoping to achieve something in computer animation. What is the California Institute of the Arts? One of the 4 major art academies in the world. The admission rate is extremely low. Not only that, it is also Disney's territory. The guys who graduated from here basically entered Disney. Who among the teachers doesn't know that you are Francis Coppola's daughter? As soon as you go to school, the teacher will lick you. So, Sofia Coppola, who felt that her own value could not be realized, quit again and chose to drop out of school. Then, she liked to play with the camera and began to learn photography and started her own clothing company. Then, she found that the pursuit she received was just the guys in the New York fashion circle who wanted to get in touch with her father by pleasing her. After repeated setbacks, Sofia Coppola decided to take up the director's baton and inherit her father's business. Of course, her original purpose was not to make a movie for herself, but to defeat the other party in the field that her father was most proud of. This series of ideas is as weird as Nicolas Cage, who didn't want to rely on his uncle and just wanted to work hard on his own. This series of ideas is comparable to Bryce Howard, who didn't want to rely on his father and uncle and just wanted to work hard on his own. Are you being pretentious? Most of the time, the halo of your parents can help you avoid many detours, so that you don't have to go to school hard, apply for student loans, work hard after graduation, and pay off student loans, mortgages and other consumer loans, until you are in your 40s or 50s. Then, you watch your children continue to fall into the same capitalist scam. If you are not careful, your offspring will fall into the trap of happy learning, which is another bloody routine of endless suffering and reincarnation. Since you are born with more than 90% of people, in this case, you don't work hard to sprint to the last 1% on the platform built by your parents, but have to cross industries to realize your own value. This is really too young and too idealistic. Because of this, even if there is a chance, Roland rarely plays with them. He likes people like George Lucas who are self-aware, know that their talent is limited to this, and decisively choose to enjoy life when they can no longer climb to the top. He likes people like Steven Spielberg who are not willing to be chess pieces and want to be chess players and are willing to put it into practice. He likes people like Ronald Perelman, who, even though he is born in the 2nd generation, never feels that it is a shame to use the resources of his parents, but plays financial games more recklessly on the platform provided by his parents. He likes people like Bill Gates, who says that I founded a company not because it can change the world, but because it can monopolize an industry, and all development is considered for the purpose of monopoly, because they all have ambitions, realistic ambitions. In this way, when Sofia Coppola came to chat with him and said that she wanted to be a director, Roland's first reaction was to hide as far away as possible. However, thinking that Francis Coppola was George Lucas's elder brother after all, and that this elder brother really helped George Lucas a lot during those years when George Lucas was in a daze, Roland still held back. He instinctively touched his pocket, and the empty touch made him even more helpless. Okay. All the cigarettes and fire that relieved his worries were confiscated by Kate, and now he could only chat with the other party. Being a director? Not a bad idea. Since you came to George, it means you already have a goal. Can you tell me? While asking, Roland also began to rack his brains to recall what Sofia Coppola's first movie was. But after thinking for a long time, he only remembered Lost in Translation. There was no way. There was no Wikipedia in his mind. How could he remember so many things? As for why he remembered Lost in Translation, that doesn't need to be explained. Just as he was helpless, Sofia Coppola did not mean to hide it and said directly, "Of course. Do you know The Virgin Suicides?" Jeffrey Eugenides novel published in 1993. The Virgin Suicides? Oh. It turned out to be this. A bunch of beautiful girls appeared in Roland's mind. Roland had seen the movie The Virgin Suicides because it had the heroine Kristen Dunst of the old version of Spider-Man, Adge Cook who played the heroine JJ in Criminal Minds, and Hannah Hall, the little girl in Forrest Gump. Okay, Roland was exposed. Roland would not pretend anymore. Just like watching The Beguiled directed by Sofia Coppola, he went there for the beautiful girls. Otherwise, how could a guy like him who had been in the industry for more than 10 years and still retained what artists considered to be low tastes appreciate those boring dramas? If it weren't for the actress's good looks, he wouldn't even have the motivation to find resources. As for the plot of The Virgin Suicides, it seems to be about the ignorance and helplessness of girls in their prime years, right? In a family of 7, a couple raised 5 beautiful blonde girls. One day, the youngest daughter in the family attempted suicide. After treatment, the doctor felt that the girl's suicidal thoughts were related to the long-term lack of effective communication with the outside world, and it was the conservative education of her mother, a devout religious believer. So, the parents who realized their mistakes wanted to help the little girl out of the predicament. They took the initiative to help the little daughter match with other boys, but in the end, the little girl still chose to end her life. At the same time, the eldest daughter in the family was also dating a boy frequently. She met a playboy named Trip, and after having a relationship with him, she was abandoned by him the next day. The eldest daughter's night out frightened the parents who lost their youngest daughter. The couple in the movie was afraid that their daughter would go astray and choose to commit suicide like the youngest daughter, so they chose a previous education method and locked them up at home. Not only that, their methods even became more severe. They not only forbade them to go out, but also forbade them to go to school. They not only controlled the children's behavior, but also imprisoned their thoughts, and they even called it love and care. After that, the collision between the repressive family education and the sensitive psychology of adolescent girls made the remaining 4 little girls all choose to commit suicide. The whole movie was depressing from beginning to end. To put it bluntly, the atmosphere created by Sofia Coppola is more depressing than the award-winning You Are the One. However, compared with her own experience, it is a good reflection, because she has never wanted to live under the halo of her father. Only by experiencing it personally can you empathize. I know. Roland's eyes were empty, and he nodded with emotion. Although he didn't like the Coppola family's self-struggle train of thought, he actually admired their daring and fighting ideas. You want to make this movie to tell your dad that you have grown up. I think he will be very pleased to accept this fact. Hey, I'm older than you, okay? Sofia Coppola didn't fall into sadness like Roland. Instead, she glared at the little brat in annoyance. You look exactly the same as the tone George used when talking to me. Seriously, you can't stay with Steven and the others for a long time. Those guys are boring. Well, I haven't disliked your pretentiousness yet, but you are dissatisfied with my old-fashionedness first. Roland rolled his eyes helplessly, but he didn't hold back. Oh, so you're older than me. I overlooked that. Kate never lets me mention age in front of her. If I mention it, she'll think I'm saying she's old, and then I'll have to wrap myself in a blanket and curl up on the sofa at night. Hey, how good would it be if she didn't care about age like you? No, if she was like you, she wouldn't be attracted to me, but to Keanu Reeves. Before he finished speaking, a murderosaurus suddenly rose. Sofia Coppola turned her head hard, glaring at him, and was so angry that she wanted to hit him. I will literally pay you cash to stop talking, okay? She was born in 1971 and is now 26 years old. Because she has been struggling in the past few years and has achieved nothing, her family has urged her to get married. In her mother's words, she should have a baby while she's still young. If her mother, who has always supported her, had not hoped that she would calm down, how could she choose The Virgin Suicides, a novel about a girl's rebellion, as her directorial debut? And now, Roland said in front of her that Kate cares a lot about her age. Isn't that a different way of telling her, sister, it doesn't matter if I'm boring? Anyway, no one is urging me to get married now, but you are already 26 years old. Your father and your mother can't wait to let you marry Keanu Reeves immediately. Isn't this particularly annoying? What a joke. As for Keanu Reeves, yes, Sofia Coppola is indeed dating Keanu Reeves now. The one who helped them to get together was Al Pacino. Of course, when talking about Keanu Reeves, we can't avoid The Matrix. And we can't avoid the Jewish gang. At the beginning of The Matrix, the Wachowski brothers needed a budget of $80 million. Warner said it was no problem, but they wanted Will Smith, a box office guarantee, to star in it. Keanu Reeves was only in the second tier. Then, Lawrence Fishburne from the Jewish gang took the lead in getting the role of Morpheus. It was impossible for two black people to appear in one movie, so Nia belonged to Keanu Reeves. The budget was also cut by $20 million. Unfortunately, not long after, the two broke up. It's really a pity. Okay, I'll shut up. Looking at the angry face, Roland stopped teasing the other party and smiled to express his apology. When filming Hook, facing Gwyneth Paltrow's low-ec words, Roland, who was not very powerful, chose to give in. But now, he won't indulge these guys. If you insult me, I will definitely insult you twice as much. Just like the messy relationships in a university dormitory. I'm your dad. I'm your grandpa. After staring at Roland for a few seconds, Sofia Coppola, who wanted to have a few more polite words with Roland, stopped beating around the bush and went straight to the point, saying, since you know The Virgin Suicides, you should know a lot about this project. Are you willing to invest? Oh, you came to me after all this time just to get investment? Hearing Sofia Coppola's question, Roland was immediately happy. Because if he remembered correctly, these second generations actually climbed up with their own relationships. Although he could no longer remember the behind the scenes information of The Virgin Suicides, he could ask now. You want to make the movie The Virgin Suicides, but you can't find anyone to invest, so you came to George. By the way, can you play a cameo role in Star Wars? Almost. Sofia Coppola didn't want to waste time with Roland and said directly, the filming rights of The Virgin Suicides have actually been bought by someone else. I came to George because I hope George can help me get this project. But George told me that he would call my father to discuss it. So, after learning that you came to the crew, I came to you. Oh. After all this time, you want to enjoy power, but don't want to take responsibility. On the one hand, you keep saying that Francis Coppola has brought too much resistance to your career, and on the other hand, you go to Francis Coppola's younger brother George Lucas for help. You are really an ostrich. Roland was convinced. So what you mean is, let me invest in you? Roland came to his senses and put his hands in his pockets. Give me a reason. Since he came to attract investment, that's his home court. Although Roland didn't remember whether The Virgin Suicides made money, it didn't matter. Just based on the name of Francis Coppola, he would invest in Sofia Coppola. However, before that, he really wanted to know what kind of confidence Sofia Coppola had that made her think she would invest in her. If it was because of the relationship between Francis Coppola and Steven Spielberg, wouldn't she still be riding on her father's halo? If she was so hypocritical, Roland could invest in her, but he would never pay attention to her. It's really boring to be so stubborn that you have to suffer in life. If you use your father's resources, then use them. Anyway, everyone shares resources. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. However, just when Roland was thinking about what words Sofia Coppola would use to convince him, the girl's answer was beyond Roland's expectations. You know that The Virgin Suicides tells the story of girls aged 13 to 17, right? Of course. Is there any problem? Roland blinked and asked in confusion, "You shouldn't tell me that you want to invite the Olsen sisters to act. If that's the case, then I won't vote for you. They won't make award-winning films, not before, not now, and not in the future. Since the purpose of winning awards is to make money, why not make money directly? The Olsen sisters are so popular that they don't need to take a roundabout way to save the country." Well, I didn't think of inviting them to shoot. Seeing that Roland was not interested in the award, Sofia Coppola decisively gave up this argument and instead proposed a guy that Roland had remembered a few minutes ago. "But I want to invite the contracted models under the name of Double Star Group to shoot." What? Roland was a little stunned. Double Star Group? Isn't that the group company that David Olsen created for the Olsen sisters? The contracted models under his name? The Double Star Group doesn't have any contracted models at all. He has always been the one shooting men's clothing. Elizabeth has always been the one shooting children's clothing. And the main trendy clothing has always been shot by Ashley and Mary. At most, there is one more. Oh my god. Okay, Roland remembered it. When Roland first heard Sofia Coppola's words, his eyes flashed with confusion. But when he reacted, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Scarlett Johansson. Yeah. After seeing Roland's raised mouth, Sofia Coppola also showed a happy expression. That luck showed the pride of winning back a city in the negotiation confrontation, and the satisfaction of catching the enemy off guard. "I heard that you seem." Sofia Coppola changed the subject halfway through her words, saying, "As far as I know, Scarlett has just finished filming Home Alone 3, which is the series that made you famous. And after that, she will immediately start filming The Horse Whisperer, directed by Robert Redford. According to my calculations, if you decide to invest, then after she finishes filming The Horse Whisperer, she can join the crew of the Virgin Suicides, and I have arranged for her to play the leading role. You should know better than me. Child stars finding a script is actually very difficult. Not everyone can be like you, who got James Cameron's Terminator 2 right after filming Home Alone. No one can get Steven Spielberg to change the script of Jurassic Park after the success of Home Alone 2. And no one can get James Cameron to write a customized Spider-Man project after Forrest Gump. The project of the Virgin Suicides is very rare. Roland smiled after hearing the tempting words. In fact, as early as after George Lucas's 50th birthday party, Francis Coppola, the Big Mouth, had already told his family about the birthday party. To use the words of the big fat man with all the 5 poisons, Roland was a fellow traveler. Later, Roland's decision at the premiere of 7 Deadly Sins also made Sofia Coppola, who had heard about it, believe her father's words, and she didn't think there was anything wrong. You know, when she was 12 years old, her idol was still Prince Nelson. That's right, the prince who has 16 platinum albums and created the Minneapolis sound. At that time, Francis Coppola was coaxing his daughter to become an actor. After discovering that his daughter liked Prince Nelson, he took his daughter to the filming site of Purple Rain. After seeing the idol perform in front of the camera with his own eyes, Sofia Coppola was coaxed by her father to shoot a lot of movies. If she could like Prince Nelson back then, why couldn't Roland like Scarlett Johansson? Knowing this, after learning that Roland had come to the Star Wars crew, she wanted to use this as a breakthrough to get investment from Roland. Anyway, she just didn't want to use her own father's money. As for what kind of feelings Roland had for Scarlett, and what was going on between him and Kate, Sofia Coppola didn't know, but she believed that she would always find out in the future. But for Roland, Sofia Coppola's proposal really helped him solve a big problem. Okay, just throw the information directly to Warcraft Film and Television, and I'll get the copyright for you. The neat answer made Sofia Coppola, who felt that she had won, extremely excited. Shit. Do you really like her? I used to like her. Roland laughed without hesitation. Wow. Then I must tell her about this. Sofia Coppola widened her eyes after getting a positive answer. However, the next second, Roland emphasized again. I said, I liked her before. What? After confirming that Roland's words were not false, Sofia Coppola also frowned. What do you mean? It means literally, I liked her before. Roland shrugged with his hands in his pockets and said, I think Scarlett is beautiful, so I liked her. But, I don't like her now, it's that simple. I have been worrying about how to get her to leave Double Star, but I haven't found a good way. Now it's good. You have provided me with a good idea. When she officially starts filming and gets on the right track, she won't need the job at Double Star Group. Naturally, she left. Since Sofia Coppola knew the inside story, Roland didn't hide it. But even if you said it clearly, the other party was confused. She couldn't understand the meaning of Roland's words, but Roland, of course, knew what he was doing. In his previous life, he had liked many female stars. It's hard to mention those in the mainland, and as for Hollywood, he even liked Stallone's 3 daughters. But is that love? It's just that he was greedy for their bodies. Although he kept saying that more than 10 or 20 years had passed, and there were many people he liked, his favorites were always those 2. But that was also because Scarlett's face was more attractive than other European and American stars, and Elizabeth was indeed beautiful. Roland never denied his superficiality. And if Roland in his previous life already knew that his so-called bullshit love was just greed for people's bodies, then in this life, he understood even more what body he was greedy for. In his previous life, he also liked Kate, but after Titanic, he would not deliberately chase after her movies. He liked Ruth, who looked up at the revolving escalator in the first-class cabin. In his previous life, he liked Famke Janssen, and in this life, he also went to the cinema to watch Golden Eyes. But he would not catch up on all of Aunt Johnson's movies. What he likes is the girl who can crush her lover to death with her thighs. And then there is another Phoenix girl. To put it bluntly, even if Roland knows which one is a bitch and which one is a slut, and he keeps dissing them, but if they are really in front of him, he still has feelings. Just like Anne Hathaway. No matter if she is a White Lotus or not, if Roland really puts on the Catwoman costume and lies on Batman's motorcycle, he is not a man. If he says he has no thoughts, he can't wait to rush over and ride with her. To put it bluntly, just like those guys who like stars, because of the aura of stars, what can make Roland impressed is actually the flashing charm of those female stars at a certain moment. This has been proved in Kate. When she turned into Rose, Roland, who had no feelings for Kate in his previous life, still liked her. In this case, it is meaningless for him to stare at Scarlett Johansson. Is he in love with Scarlett Johansson? No, he just likes the heroic Black Widow. In this case, the only way is to say goodbye. As for the reason, I have already told Kate. He can't accept that his girlfriend is out filming. Not even a little bit. But without filming, how can there be Black Widow? Scarlett without the aura of a star is not Scarlett. As for Kate, her aura of a star has now merged with Roland. Since the peak has come, Roland will accept it without hesitation. Because of this, knowing clearly in his heart that there is a beauty by his side, Roland very readily agreed to invest in the Virgin Suicides. When he left the Star Wars crew without any trouble and returned to the hotel, Kate, who was packing up to go home, looked at the guy with a rosy face and asked curiously, "You look so happy." It seems that the conversation was very pleasant. Yes, the conversation was pleasant, but what makes me even happier is that I rejected a girl. Roland folded his arms, leaned on the back of the sofa, and smiled at Kate, who was folding clothes. Rejected a girl? Someone is pursuing you? Kate, who was squatting there, lifted her hair with her hand and asked curiously, "Who? Is she pretty?" Curiosity was revealed in her big, bulging eyes. "I wanted to pursue her once," Roland said bluntly, "but I gave up for you." "You wanted to pursue her?" Kate frowned. "Rejected for me?" Her brows relaxed, and her mouth curled slightly. "Then I have to reward you well." Kate put the folded clothes into the suitcase, stood up, walked to Roland, and pecked him on the lips, then asked, "Scarlett? You know?" This time it was Roland's turn to be surprised. "Of course, David told me before that Scarlett was the first and only one you nominated to come to the company." "Well." Roland smiled bitterly and nodded. It seems that he is the only one in the world who thinks that others don't know that he may like Scarlett. But I've given up now. I know. Wait, why are you so calm? Shouldn't you be surprised? Why should I be surprised? Because you gave up others for me? Stop joking, okay? When you told me that you couldn't accept me filming with other people of the opposite sex, didn't you think that, while you were asking me to do something, you shouldn't have dealt with your own problems? Kate raised her hand and patted Roland's chest and asked unhappily, "Do you think that, if I don't say anything, it means I'm tacitly approving it? Don't feel so good about yourself, okay? I just think you will handle things consciously." Now, at this point, Kate, who was supposed to be doing it, pouted her lips and whispered, "Well done." Kate gave a thumbs up and passed by Roland. In this situation, Roland looked helpless. Oh my. This woman is really hard to deal with. She says one thing and means another. She's obviously very happy in her heart, but she won't say it. Just as Roland was secretly complaining, Kate saw the flash of contempt on Roland's face and instantly frowned, raised her hand and patted his shoulder. "Do you have any opinions? If you have any opinions, you should hold them in. Go and sort out your things. If you hadn't gone to the Star Wars crew, I would have been home today." Okay, I'll sort it out. Isn't it okay for me to sort it out?" Roland raised his hands in surrender. Looking at the depressed back, Kate, who took Roland's place, bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, chuckled, and kicked the sofa with her toes. "Don't be angry when doing things. I folded it. If you mess it up, Note, Francis Coppola is a daughter slave, and Sophia was actually tricked by him. Sophia herself said that when she was 5 years old, her father wrote a script for Cinderella and asked her family to accompany her to act to cultivate a sense of the camera. When she was 12 years old, she didn't want to act, and then Francis, who knew that his daughter liked Prince, took his daughter to the filming site of the other party's movie. So much so that, after getting the Golden Raspberry Award, she quit because she didn't like it. It's true that she didn't want to compete with her father, but the reason she didn't want to compete with her father was because her father loved to toss her too much. No matter what she did, her father made her feel "Dad loves you." In the end, she had no choice but to use the Virgin Suicides to tell her father, "You are too annoying." Unfortunately, the copyright of the Virgin Suicides was obtained by Lucas for her, but the company that Lucas used to obtain the copyright was the company he and Francis co-founded. So before the filming of the movie, Sophia found out that the producer of the film was not Lucas, but her father, and then she accepted her fate. Will Smith was indeed the first choice for The Matrix. Warner was willing to pay $20 million, but with Murphy's finalization, Will Smith decisively took Public Enemies. Everyone knows that it is impossible for two important black characters to appear in a movie. Sophia was indeed dating Keanu Reeves at the time. Chapter 227, The Fleeting 3 Months. Roland felt that he had always been a clear-headed person. He knew who he was and what his core goal was. If he couldn't make it past the top 6, he would climb up by making concessions. If he couldn't beat the capitalists, he would calmly accept their arrangements and let them comfortably treat him as a white glove. If he hoped that the media giants would take care of him a little, he would be very tactful to let them get enough profits. Only children make choices, but adults want it. Who do you think your father is? It is true that Roland does like Scarlett, but he likes Marvel more. Marvel is a part of his envisioned career map. In this case, he would not break the proven successful balance, spend hundreds of millions, billions on the Marvel project, and then replace an actor who is obviously popular with the public to challenge the unknown. I spent real money, and then made it more difficult for myself. I'm not crazy. No matter how much he envied Harvey, the fat guy, he would not change his career path because of a woman. Yes, this does sound very aggrieved. Bill Gates can put me in the top 100 in the world in terms of wealth, but I still think so much about the issue of lusting after women. But most of the time, people lusting after the bodies of female stars is just to enjoy the power that the public cannot get, but I already have. What makes you happy is not the person physically, but the freedom that allows you to do whatever you want, and the capital that supports you to trample on everything, and the sense of superiority above all others. Knowing this, Roland will not destroy his foundation when he cannot accept that the guy he once liked needs to go out to act, but letting him participate in the movie will promote his career. Roland will decisively say no, because he knows clearly what he wants. He understands the reason for his desire. Of course, Roland's choice is good news for Kate. People are selfish. Not saying it doesn't mean they don't mind. Roland has lived in Roland's house for a long time, but no other girl has taken the initiative to say no to Roland. He told her generously, which made her happier. Or, when two people are together, it's okay to ask for anything. The problem is that this process is mutual. One-sided demands will eventually fail. When she is happy, Roland's life will be much warmer. When he accompanies him back to his hometown in Reading, no one of his brothers and sisters, parents, uncles and aunts, grandparents and grandparents will make things difficult for him. Not only because he is famous enough, but also because Kate protects him. As soon as they met, she told him that Roland bought the copyright of House of Cards, and then distributed the gifts she personally selected, and then pushed all her feelings to Roland, who doesn't know that the things in his hands can only be chosen by Kate, who knows her family well. Since Kate has made up her mind, the elders will not bother her anymore, and as for the peers, if anyone dares to make trouble, Kate will deliberately raise her voice, raise her eyebrows and glare, and scare people away with her expression. While Kate defended her, Roland did not embarrass her, or perhaps Roland's greatest advantage is that he is shameless. When Kate went home on Christmas Eve last year, Roland tricked her into calling the Olsens mom and dad. This time, before she even entered the house, Roland had already changed his words, and when they went to Kate's grandmother's manor, Roland was even more familiar with the old lady, and called her grandma all the time, and expressed his gratitude. If she hadn't supported Kate to go to drama school, he might not have met Kate now, and the fate of the two was all because of the old lady. Don't say that cultural differences don't accept this. If you already have a relationship, you can get along well with everyone if you are sweet-mouthed. Kate, who had been taking Roland to meet his family, looked disgusted and acted in front of her family as if she didn't know such a jerk at all, and that he was not her boyfriend at all, but that was just to save all the feedback for the evening. Use practical actions to show your inner happiness and express your gratitude with private words. Although Roland stayed with Kate in Reading for half a month, in fact, he met the other party's parents very few times. They arrived in Reading on June 30th, and Kate's family returned to London to perform on stage on July 2nd. In the following days, Kate stayed with her grandparents and still lived a life like a left-behind child when she was a child. The only difference is that when she played before, she had her brothers and sisters to accompany her. Even if she was lonely, at least there was someone to talk to. Now, her brothers and sisters have all gone out to work, but she is still playing. Although the things she plays with are still so childish, and the people she played with in childhood are not around, but she does not feel lonely as when she was a child. Just as Roland was enjoying his vacation, on July 2nd, the Thai baht, which was pegged to the US dollar, finally couldn't hold on. At 4:30 in the morning, the Bank of Thailand issued an important statement. The Thai baht, which had been pegged to the US dollar for more than 10 years, began to float freely. On the same day, the Thai baht depreciated by 17% against the US dollar. Quantum Fund and Tiger Fund appeared one after another and launched a large-scale attack on the Thai baht, but at the same time, Citigroup and Goldman Sachs actually all went out to conduct arbitrage foreign exchange transactions. This situation shocked the American leader, the Zapatan supported by Ronald Perelman. After receiving letters of help from Southeast Asian countries and other countries, he publicly stated that America would stand firmly with its ally, Thailand, but Congress was not strong enough. So you can't blame us, right? We have some conflicts within us for the time being. Many times, the guys who are pushed to the front are actually attracting firepower. People only see the Quantum Fund smashing the Thai baht, but ignore that the Philippine peso, Indonesian rupiah, and Malaysian ringgit are also being madly bled by those financial capitalists. Compared with them, George Soros and his Quantum Fund really only made a little money. The reason why George Soros is remembered is only because the media controlled by capital wants the public to remember him. Capital that cannot package itself is not good capital. Because this is an era that cannot be maintained without exploitation and slavery. What? Want to refute? The gathering place for young people has kicked more than 90% of young people out of the group of young people with a movie howling. All crows in the world are black, and people's perceptions are good or bad, but the difference in packaging methods. This is also why Roland has always emphasized using the power of the media to maintain his image. It doesn't matter whether you do well or not, as long as the public can see you're good, that's enough. In mid-July, when the outside world's eyes were all on Asia, focusing on the terrifying financial crisis, Roland, who had just finished his vacation, also returned to the crew to shoot the scenes that belonged to Ryan. As Spielberg said before, his performance in the movie is just a replay of the death of his uncle in Spider-Man. He and Hanks simply rehearsed and found the feeling they had created back then. To be honest, maybe because he has been dating Kate for a long time, Roland in front of the camera is much more emotional than when he was filming Spider-Man. Although Hanks and Spielberg only gave him an 85-point score at most, compared with the sad crying scene that just passed, this is a leap forward. At least, it won't give people the illusion that Roland's performance is not good. It's all because David Olsen didn't die. Hanks was also curious, what were you thinking when you were crying just now? The tears flowed very naturally, and you could tell at a glance that they were not squeezed out by any technique. Isn't it the emotional substitution you taught me? Roland, with red eyes and blowing his nose, pursed his lips and said, I thought of you as Kate, and then replaced it a little bit. When we were filming Titanic, she contracted pneumonia and didn't want to see a doctor, so she made trouble with me. Although I dragged her to the hospital by force later, and she recovered quickly, but in the first 2 days of hospitalization, she slept with her arms hugged by my arms. You know that the hospital beds are so big, and I couldn't fall asleep, even if I lay there. Then I heard her mumbling something there. She was uncomfortable, and I was uncomfortable too. It's not that my hands are numb, but I don't know how to deal with it. Hanks, who was squatting next to the ruins of the battlefield with Roland, added, yes, I don't know how to deal with it. Roland nodded, agreeing with Hank's description, and then said, as for Ryan in the movie, when he saw Captain Miller's death, I personally think he was also uncomfortable, and his discomfort was because he didn't know how to face this matter. Captain Miller and he had only known each other for a short while. To put it cruelly, there was actually no comradeship between the two of them, but Captain Miller's death was caused by Ryan's decision to stay and fight the Germans. So, when Ryan faced Captain Miller's death, his crying should be complicated. First, he regretted and felt that he had killed Captain Miller. Second, he felt helpless and confused, and he felt that the act of saving himself should not have existed. Third, he was angry and hateful because Captain Miller died at the hands of the German soldier who the translator insisted on letting go. From self-blame to questioning to blaming others, although Ryan regretted it, he showed the psychological activities of a normal person. And this kind of psychological activity is very similar to the helplessness I felt when I faced Kate's illness and the emotion of wanting to find the responsible party. So, according to the method you taught me, I slightly replaced it. Very good, very good. Hanks was very satisfied with Roland's answer. He raised his hand and patted Roland's shoulder a few times, and then smiled and looked at the rest area beside him. When Roland was filming, Kate, who was with the group, stayed in the tent and didn't disturb him. There is no need to learn acting desperately. You will naturally be able to act after you have experienced more. You are still young. Since you just like movies like Steven, don't fall into the pit of acting. Tom Hanks saw from the beginning that Roland's ambition was not to act, so when he was teaching him, he always emphasized to follow his heart. You should act what you have experienced. If you have not experienced it, and the emotions cannot be replaced, then let the director change it. Anyway, being an actor is just a job. It is not worth it to toss yourself into it. After spending 2.5 weeks shooting the final decisive battle, Roland officially finished work. Seeing that it was still early, they were free from work pressure, life pressure, and money pressure, so they thought about continuing the unfinished journey of last year and completing the trip they could take whenever they wanted. But before they could play for a few days, David, who knew that Roland, the little bastard, had finished his work, told Elizabeth that your brother and sister are going on vacation again. Because her sister was filming The Perfect Match and her brother James was training in the summer camp organized by the school, there was no one to play with her. After hearing this news, Elizabeth's eyes were as big as copper bells, emitting lightning-like shrewdness, and her ears were erected like antennas, listening to all suspicious sounds. And then, the little girl sweetly called Kate. Then, David successfully got rid of the burden of having to take care of his daughter himself for the next 6 months. The most important thing is that this guy is very shameless. After learning that Roland was in Germany, he chartered a plane and asked the airline to send Elizabeth over alone, so that Roland had to pick her up. Looking at the figures of a big and a small person holding hands and wandering around the street, Roland was very helpless. David, how can you be so shameless? Don't you want to take care of a child by yourself? Your wife is not at home, and you sent your daughter away. Where do you want to go? If it was just to help take care of the child, Roland didn't care. He has been doing this for so many years, and he is used to it. But the point is, when taking care of children before, you have to go home at night, but now you are out. This girl nestled in Kate's arms and listened to the bedtime story, and then she refused to leave and insisted on sleeping with Kate. After saying it once or twice, she didn't listen. After saying it 3 times, she just cried, made a fuss, and went to her. The cute face with big eyes, the big tears like free raindrops, fell down the cheeks crazily, so that Kate was attracted by this pitiful little guy. And then, under Kate's apologetic gaze, Roland took the pillow and rolled onto the sofa. Okay, little sister. If I can't afford to offend you, can I avoid you? Of course, except that she had to be attached to Kate at night, just like when she was at home. She liked to sleep with a stuffed toy. Elizabeth was quite normal at other times, eating, drinking, playing, without the nagging of her mother and the discipline of her father. It was simply a fairy-like life. It's a pity that no matter how good the life is, it will end one day. When the 3 returned to Los Angeles in early September, Elizabeth faced the pressure of the upcoming school, and Roland, well, he had no pressure. However, as the smoke of the summer season gradually dissipated, Men in Black won the North American box office with $250 million North American box office, followed by Jurassic Park 2 with $220 million and ranked second. Air Force One with $172 million ranked third in the summer season and fourth in North America. The promotion of Titanic was also put on the agenda by Fox. The first to bear the brunt was a group of photos and articles disclosed by the tabloids. Oh my god. This is true. Photos that shocked the world. Roland Allen and his illegitimate daughter. Note, a few days ago, I couldn't figure out why the chapter 1 wrote about MJ was censored. Later, I found out that it was just the word Luan, Tong, and then it involved pornography and vulgarity, and my chapter was just elaborating on what happened. Since it's like this, forget about Scarlett, who won't be an adult until 2002. Even if she was in the Black Widow period, this wouldn't stand up to the review. In 10 Years of Reincarnation written by Shen Lian Teo, the current chief advisor of the China Banking Regulatory Commission and the chairman of the Hong Kong Securities Regulatory Commission for 3 consecutive terms from October 1998 to September 2005, and Liu Jingguo, it was mentioned that the Asian financial crisis was rooted in it was not done by Quantum Fund and Tiger Fund alone. All the American banks were out. Those book friends who told me that they could do it alone can go and see what their industry insiders said. As early as May, the Bank of Thailand, the Monetary Authority of Singapore, and the Hong Kong Monetary Authority had already jointly intervened in the market, not only sweeping away retail investors, but also eating up more than 300 million of the hedge funds. The point is that they smashed not only the Thai baht, but before smashing the market, they also forced the Bank of Japan to withdraw loans from Southeast Asia. This is the first hand, and what saved the money of these capitalists was the pressure on Congress to make the president refuse to provide any help to the allies in Southeast Asia. This is robbing money, but there is no such thing as robbing money by yourself. There was no retail investor like John Paulson that year. It was all institutions that ate meat, and even the soup was divided by them. Chapter 228, Film is an art of deception, and the film industry amplifies deception. On the morning of September 5, 1997, a photo appeared on the front page of major newspapers and media, shocking the American people. Roland Allen, wearing a short-sleeved shirt, stood at the window with a smile on his face, holding a swaddled baby in his arms. The baby, who was about 1 year old, stared with big watery eyes and looked at the green plants outside the window. Roland, who was holding the baby, stretched out his right hand and pulled the branches and leaves that had already reached the window, as if he wanted to use them to tease the child. Behind the two of them was a well-decorated hospital setting, with a person lying on the bed. But because Roland's figure blocked it, only the back half of the bulge, that is, the legs covered by the blanket, could be seen. In addition, doctors and nurses in uniforms stood beside the bed, and the movement of lowering their heads seemed to be instructing the patient. At first glance, there seems to be nothing wrong with this photo. The close-up, the characters, and the distant view are full of layers, showing the joy of the young father receiving the baby. In addition, the problem of the shooting angle can give the audience who appreciate the photo a sense of satisfaction of peeping into other people's private lives. The spontaneous verism may make this photo win an award. But the problem is that the photo is fine, but the subject of the photo is problematic. The person in the photo is Roland Allen. Since 1990, Roland Allen has appeared in front of the public like a god. Since then, this guy who seems to have been kissed by God has been lucky all the time. Not only has the movie sold well, but the most important thing is that with the increase in film pay, the family is still harmonious. You know, the family split due to the surge in wealth is not uncommon in America. Roland Allen was not affected by it. This alone has made the public envious. In addition, his stable and good growth process is also the reason why parents are willing to let their children take him as a role model. In 1992, when he was 12 years old, he rejected the pursuit of the daughter of a New York star real estate developer. This was undoubtedly correct in the eyes of the public. No one wanted their children to be idle at that time because they were too young. In 1993, when he was 13 years old, his image as a brave brother swept the world. This was undoubtedly excellent in the eyes of the public. In a family with at least 3 or 4 children, the older children protecting the younger ones and the family living in harmony are obviously what parents want to see most, not only because this relationship is healthy, but also because the harmonious relationship between family members can make it easier for adults to lead the family. In 1994, when he was 14 years old, his diligent and studious figure made him the child of other people's families in the eyes of parents. At the age of entering high school, the backbone of America who watched Roland grow up little by little learned that Roland could spend more than a year to consult Tom Hanks for acting. This tenacity and self-awareness conveyed by the media made Roland the best material for them to preach to their children. If it stopped here, the fans who belonged to Roland, those children, might feel disgusted. Because no one wants the guy they like to become their role model. Or maybe Roland has been too obedient along the way. Why do child stars often fall suddenly? In fact, it is because the fan base of child stars who can become popular is universal. When you are 10 years old, adults and children love you. But from the age of 15, the watershed appears. Under the age of 14, no matter which family, adults generally take the leading role in communication. What adults like, they will recommend to their children. And children at this stage are also the easiest to accept recommendations from adults. But from the age of 15, when children enter puberty and grow rapidly, children who want to control their own lives will become very rebellious. They may hate what adults like. Adults regard Roland as someone else's child. Even if these children once liked Roland, they will hate, because they feel that Roland is already a role model, not the self they once hoped to see. Both sides have been drifting apart. But in 1995, when he was 15 years old, Spider-Man turned out. The superhero who represents the troubles of adolescent children makes the possibility of love turning into hate disappear without a trace. When the children helplessly listened to their parents preaching, and how excellent Roland was, they also found that the perfect Roland in their parents' mouths also had many troubles. Roger Ebert's film review Peter Parker as Roland Allen made the children who can already accept external information independently very excited. It turns out that Roland is still the Roland we are familiar with. Like us, he also hopes to fly freely. After that, in 1996, the Love movie officially announced at the age of 16 made those children who were restless because of their strong hormones extremely excited, not because of the huge investment of $200 million, but because they understood that Roland has always been with them. He is not the perfect role model in the mouths of his parents. He is also a human being. He also has joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness, and he also has love, hate, and hatred. Because of this, when they saw, oh my god, this is actually true, the photo that shocked the world, Roland Allen and his illegitimate daughter. After reading such a headline, the children who liked Roland were so shocked that they couldn't speak, but they were so excited that they shouted cool after seeing the photo in the newspaper. How, is this true? Absolutely right. This must be Roland Allen. Oh, I can't breathe. Where did this photo come from? Hospital. Hospital. All the displays in the photo are exactly the same as in the hospital. He disappeared for more than a year. Did he become a father? Who is the mother of that child? Oh, shit. If I remember correctly, the media seemed to have reported that his girlfriend was Kate. Did they have a baby? No. They were still filming last year. Not Kate. Who would it be? Reese? But Reese has a new movie released in the past 2 years. Faced with such heavy news, the children who have always been the main contributors to Roland's box office were very excited. When they were still dating the girl, Roland had already had a child? Wow. This is hidden deep enough. No wonder after Jurassic Park, he was like a salted fish, and he had a girlfriend? Of course, while these kids were shocked and excited, offline complaints were far from being one of the feedback channels for Roland fans. Or, with the emergence of explosive news, the Yahoo and IMDb communities that have been accepted by people in recent years have been overwhelmed by the crazy influx of visits. Usually, the hottest section only has hundreds of replies a day, but now, the number of replies under Yahoo News has exceeded 300 in 2 hours. Even though the content of the topic post is very simple, just a reprint of newspaper news, the users who reply are extremely active. Young users have expressed their surprise and their desire to know gossip. Who is the woman who gave birth to Roland's child? OMG. I was born in 1982. I also want to give birth to Roland's child. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is definitely the most explosive news I have heard this year. It is even more explosive than the news that MJ was sued again. He is exactly like what Roger Ebert said, Peter Parker. Peter also had many girlfriends. But I really want to know, what does the woman who gave birth to his child look like? Is she pretty? If young people are receptive and think that Roland's daring behavior is really cool, then the middle-aged people over 30 years old, or the adults who hoped that their children could learn from Roland, are confused. Although in this country, many parents will acquiesce and care for their children to explore relationships with the opposite sex after their children reach high school, or some parents even encourage and support their children to have healthy sex. But, what is the hell with getting a big belly? This is not what they want to see at all. So, when those young people curiously asked who the girl who gave birth to Roland's child was, whether online or offline, those adults were showing their anger and confusion. Oh, Roland Allen is such a person. Oh my god. I thought he was a very good kid before. Is this photo a still from the set? If not, I can't accept it at all. This child is at least 1 year old, right? Roland will be an adult on January 1st next year, which means that the child was born before the filming of Titanic last year. If so, the year before last, after the filming of Spider-Man, a girl got pregnant with his child. How old was he at that time? 15 years old? Just announced to film Spider-Man. A large number of middle-aged people are unable to accept it. Speaking of which, America is a very strange place. It is both open and conservative. That's right, their openness is reflected in the fact that most people believe that, after entering high school, their children can officially date the opposite sex, even if they have sex. After that, before getting married, they can play however they want. Not only that, they also advocate freedom of love. And their conservatism is reflected in the fact that America does not advocate abortion. Well, to describe the environment here as not advocating abortion is really too beautifying. Many people think there is something wrong when they hear this. There is no connection between advocating freedom of love and relationship and not advocating abortion. But the problem is, they are contradictory paradoxes. If love and relationship are free, the chance of causing death will be greatly increased, while if abortion is not advocated, the woman will give birth to the child in most cases, and then there will be a series of discrimination. This discrimination is more obvious in conservative areas, and the most direct manifestation is, many girls will lose the opportunity to go to school. Many boys either run away, or are persuaded to drop out of school. It was not until 1973 that the Supreme Court of America made a ruling on Roe v. Wade, supporting Roe's accusation and directly overturning the anti-abortion laws of 46 states, making abortion legal throughout the United States. From then on, young people who are not threatened by fertility will feel that getting pregnant and having children is a responsible thing. Adolescent girls are made pregnant by boys, and then they give birth to the children with the support of boys. This is a very rebellious and cool thing. But the adults who have experienced the dark times think that this kind of coolness is better off without it, because they have watched so many people fall to the bottom of their lives. Because they know what kind of impact becoming a father or mother too early will have on those people's lives. If before, Roland Allen was a role model for their children to learn from in the eyes of adults, then now, he can roll as far as he can. Parents with good tempers will say, "Dear, listen, you may think Roland Allen's behavior is cool, but, believe me, he is wrong to do so. You can freely associate and have relationships freely, but you must be healthy, understand?" Parents with bad tempers will forbid it. Tear down the posters of Roland Allen on your wall. He is not suitable for you. I agree that you can have a relationship. I encourage you to have a relationship. But we don't want you to ruin yourselves. If before, Roland Allen was first a peer of the same age as himself in the eyes of children, then the neighbor kid in the mouths of parents, and then gradually evolved into the perfect embodiment of boredom, then now, he is the most handsome kid among his peers. He did the coolest thing among his peers. When facing the preaching of parents, no matter whether they have always liked Roland or once liked him, but gradually lost interest because Roland performed too perfectly and only went to the theater to support him because of the Spider-Man hype, or they have never been interested in Roland, they are now very firm in their positions because of the preaching of their parents. I don't. I just like Roland because they are not as hypocritical as you. I will not live hypocritically to please you. You always tell us to learn from Roland, but when we learn from Roland, you say no to us. What did he do wrong? Didn't he just follow what you said? Even if something goes wrong, he is brave enough to take responsibility. Is there anything wrong with that? Why are child stars most likely to burst thunder during the transition period? Isn't it because they don't know which level of fans to please? If they continue to please adults, they will gradually distance themselves from their peers. If they try to please children of the same age, they will have to do things that will make adults uncomfortable. In the process of making choices, all the guys who started out as child stars have died. Because there are pains in transformation, but capital will not accept it. If you can't make money, get out. If the publicity and promotion content only stops here, then in the words of the industry, Fox is screening the audience before the release of Titanic. Since the whole movie is about love, they want to attract Roland's largest and most hopeful fan base to the theater. To put it bluntly, young people yearn for love and are easier to deceive. Before the movie is released, let the fans see the coolest thing Roland has done, and then take the opportunity to promote the content of the movie to achieve the psychological suggestion of my idol is so handsome, I must support him. But at the same time, there are risks in doing so. Before the movie is released, the producer takes the initiative to screen fans, which is actually an extremely brainless behavior. So, when America was all over, oh my god, this is actually true. Photos that have caused a sensation around the world. Roland Allen and his illegitimate daughter. This news shocked many people and even major media outlets took the opportunity to share a piece of the pie. When commenting on the impact of this news on the public, a Fox TV jumped out on the third day of the news fermentation. According to our forensic investigation, this photo is real, but the description is fake. After comparing many places, we found the place where the photo was taken, which is the county hospital in North Hollywood. After our communication, the staff here confirmed that Roland had been here half a year ago. Their video is overwritten every 6 months. When we went there was still nearly a week left before their video coverage. After we looked through the video, we found that Roland Allen had indeed held a child, but that child was not his. It was the child of the police officer who was injured in the North Hollywood robbery on February 28, 1997. According to the hospital's information, we found the police officer. Coincidentally, after discovering that his daughter inexplicably made the headlines of the newspaper, the police officer was also trying to seek help from the media. So, we invited them to the studio. As soon as this program was released, the two groups that were still arguing in opposition seemed to be strangled by fate, and revealed an expression of it turned out to be fake. I'm almost suffocating expression. So the big news that could make them excited for 3 days turned out to be a rumor spread by the media. With the appearance of the parties involved, the ratings of Fox TV also soared wildly. When the public saw with their own eyes that Fox's foreign reporters found the hospital in the photo and the wood where Roland was, and saw the police officer holding his daughter and doing the same action, the adults who had strongly demanded that the children tear off Roland's posters breathed a sigh of relief. And the Hollywood police also came forward to prove that the baby that made the headlines of major media was indeed the biological child of the injured police officer, and also took out various records from the hospital at that time to prove it. A sense of relief crept into the hearts of the adults. Damn. I didn't expect these media to do such a thing as spreading rumors in order to compete for sales. I said, how could Roland Allen's behavior suddenly become so outrageous? Fortunately, it's just a rumor. Roland Allen didn't get the girl pregnant. He is still the same. Of course, there were also emotional people. Shit. What do these media have to do after dinner? They keep making up fake news to attract attention? It's so abominable. These rumor mongering media should go to hell. Why are they throwing dirty water on Roland? Why? Just as the adults were frantically refuting the rumor that Roland had a child, the young people who had regarded Roland Allen as the representative of coolness and the most beautiful kid among their peers in the previous 3 days were confused. What? It's fake. Oh. Does that mean Roland doesn't have a daughter? Oh my god. This is really disappointing. However, while they were regretting, a question was also circulated wildly through online and offline media. Wait. The news is fake. Why would a media suddenly publish fake news? Is it to discredit Roland? OMG. Is someone deliberately discrediting Roland? His new movie is about to be released. Yes, yes, yes. Roland Allen's new movie is a romance movie. Before the romance movie was released, the scandal of an illegitimate child suddenly broke out. This must be to hit his career. $200 million investment. If the results are not good, he may never be able to get up again. I think so too. These guys are targeting Roland. If the situation in the photo is true, it would have been exposed by the media long ago, and there is no need to wait until now, when the movie is about to be released. It's so disgusting. Which media broke the news? Roland is so good. Why do some people want to black him? Black him? Is this blacking him? This is obviously to kill him. The movie will be released in 2 months. As the leading actor of a romance movie, the news of an illegitimate child broke out at this time. Isn't this just to make him out of the circle at once? I was so excited before. I was so regretful after learning the fake news. I didn't expect those people to deliberately let us think so. As long as we are disappointed with Roland, his movie will definitely fail. When this kind of public opinion was formed, the media that received money from News Corporation followed suit and dug up the cause and process of the incident. It turned out that the gossip tabloid that released the news was a small media that wanted to interview Roland when he visited the police after the North Hollywood robbery. After being rejected by Roland, they thought of revenge. As for why they chose to attack Roland with an illegitimate child, in addition to the solid photos of Roland holding the child, Michael Jackson's 2 lawsuits were also the source of their inspiration. They felt that exposing the private life of a celebrity would not only damage the celebrity's career, but if they were lucky, they could also collect a hush money from the celebrity, or in other words, they could trick the celebrity into paying a large sum of money to let them publish a clarification letter. Regardless of whether the celebrity's career was damaged, it was a final settlement, and the matter was left unresolved. For them, both of them made money. After the news spread, the tabloids that had used bad behavior to destroy Roland immediately became a thorn in the eyes of the public. The previous discussions about who is the woman who gave birth to Roland's child, and Roland is such a guy who can easily lead children astray disappeared without a trace and were replaced by who wants to harm Roland. Not only that, after learning that the tabloids were imitating the media's behavior of consuming MJ's fans also got out. On the surface, this matter was a revenge by the tabloids. They retaliated against Roland's behavior of not accepting their interviews, but in fact, Roland was not the first victim, and was far from the last victim. Take MJ, who was mentioned this time, for example. Chandler and his son have been staring at MJ and sucking blood from him. They didn't think it was enough to take 20 million before, and now they want 60 million again. We don't know whether their accusations exist or not. We only know one thing: if these media outlets hadn't fanned the flames, Chandler and his son would never have succeeded in blackmailing so smoothly. Yes, we have always regarded Chandler's behavior as blackmail. Their purpose is money. If he really wants justice and really feels that his child has been wronged, would he repeatedly mention what happened that year after getting the compensation? Would he relentlessly tell the media that my son was violated? Similarly, I believe the media also know that something is fishy, but they can do anything for ratings. Before it was MJ, now it's Roland, and there will definitely be more people in the future. I admit that we like to see the privacy of celebrities, but we hate malicious slander. At this point, when the truth came out, Roland, who had disappeared for a week, finally showed up. He expressed his indignation at the behavior of the gossip tabloids in front of the media, and emphasized that he had joined forces with the Los Angeles police to resolutely use legal weapons to defend his rights. Such behavior made the public applaud. While the public was cheering for Roland's firm rights protection, news stations such as ABC, NBC, and CBS seemed to have discovered a new world, constantly revealing to the outside world Roland's itinerary that was secretly photographed by the paparazzi in the past year and a half. On September 26, ABC took the lead in releasing a video of Roland and Kate in early 1996. Candid photos of them traveling together in Mexico. Such news immediately attracted the attention of the public. On October 3, News Corporation released a candid video of Roland dressing Kate at the 1996 Berlin Film Festival. The sweet performance made the fans who already knew that they were in love very happy. On October 10, in early 1996, the scene of the two holding hands and laughing in Greece was accidentally dug up by NBC. The figure holding a drawing board and concentrating on drawing for Kate made the female fans bleed from the nose. On October 17, seeing that the news had been exposed to almost all, Fox TV reluctantly disclosed some of the shooting of Titanic. But at this time, no one was cheering for Fox anymore, and no one cared about the gossip tabloids that fabricated the star's privacy. Everyone was attracted by the shot of the two holding hands. However, if it was just that, it would be fine. On October 24, CNN, which has always focused on current affairs news, finally showed up. They released a secret photo taken at night. Although it was a little blurry, Roland's fans could still see that the main background of the photo was the home where Roland had lived for almost 18 years. The Christmas tree at the door indicated that it was Christmas, and the two people walking hand in hand. Aren't they Roland and Kate? Wow. Did Kate spend Christmas last year at Roland's house? It was so exciting. Just when the public was shocked by the photos released by the media, CBS, a subsidiary of Paramount's parent company Viacom, also released the last set of photos on October 31. Roland Allen went to Kate's house during the filming of Saving Private Ryan. The two of them lay on the lawn of the manor and looked up at the sky. When a group of paparazzi standard photos appeared, Roland's female fans were all GC. Oh my god. So sweet. So sweet. So sweet. Wow. They are really in love. Really in love. Roland is so handsome. Kate is so beautiful. They are really a perfect match. Have they been together since the beginning of last year? Sure enough, the guess on IMDb is right. Judging from the time, they didn't fall in love because of the drama, but they started dating first and then filmed. This. I've watched the dressing action 100 times. I envy Kate so much. How great it would be if I were Kate. Oh. Roland looks so handsome in a tuxedo and salutes Kate like a gentleman. Kate also smiles so sweetly. Didn't you see the point? The point is that they have already gone to each other's house. Wow. The picture of the two of them lying on the lawn is so beautiful. The last one. Are there no other photos? Can anyone tell me when Titanic will be released? Let me die of sweetness in the theater. Does anyone know the name of the tabloid that broke the news that Roland had an illegitimate child? I swear to God, if Roland's movie fails, I will burn down their building. And those older fans who portray Roland as a role model for their children, or parents over 30 years old, also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Roland is not playing around. I feel relieved when I see Roland and Kate's serious look. They are so low-key, they must be in love, right? If it weren't for this slander, they might not have taken the initiative to make it public. Oh, they are really a cute pair of little guys, just like kittens and puppies, full of hope for the future. Seeing them love each other so much reminds me of the past. By the way, when will Titanic be released? Just think of it as supporting them. As for those male fans of the same age as Roland, sorry, they are not among the subjects that must be controlled by this publicity. In other words, from the moment the publicity arrangement was set, Roland's male fans were already excluded. Roland, your current image is a little too perfect. Earlier, in the Fox office, in the publicity group of Titanic, the publicity team looked at Roland and said helplessly, "We all know that child stars who can become popular are fans of all ages, but the problem is that as child stars grow up, they will face a problem. You can call it transformation, or it can be said that they are choosing between fan groups. You became famous with Home Alone. When you were your age, children of the same age were taken to the theater by their parents. Do you remember Terminator 2? It was an R-rated movie. Even if children of your age liked you, they had to find a way to get their parents to take them to the theater. At that time, you had to perform perfectly because parents didn't want to see a bad kid become the object of their children's love. But as they grow older, those children who couldn't go to the theater on their own have a certain consumption capacity. At this time, their sense of autonomy will also awaken. When they are tired of their parents who often nag at them, you have to make a choice whether to capture the young group or the elderly. And you didn't make any choice in this matter. Spider-Man made you ignore this potential problem temporarily. But now it's different. Titanic doesn't have the halo of Spider-Man. Then we have to make a choice, and our plan is to pull one against one, and kill as many as possible. Pull one refers to attracting fans of the same age as you. Those young groups believe in love more, so this is our basic box office base, and we can't lose it no matter what. Fight one refers to those adults who want to impose their own ideas on the fan group of the same age as you. These guys are more interested in your perfect image. If we want to attract their box office, we have to use some tricks. Then first, use public opinion to attack your image and make those young people think you are cool and worthy of their admiration. And in this process, adult fans will think you are different from what you were before, and they will gradually give up on you. Then, when those young people are excited and adults are regretful, use facts to turn the previous public opinion into rumors. In this way, young people will be disappointed and adults will be surprised. If you just do this, it will have a great impact on your image because you have offended two fan groups, but we can pass the buck. Put the responsibility of the whole thing directly on the media. Not only that, we can also win over superstars who have suffered the same treatment as you and let their fans, those who can empathize with you, speak for you. The person we chose is MJ, who is deeply troubled by public opinion. But don't worry, MJ is just a springboard in this matter because the public opinion that destroyed your image is ours. We can make him publicly admit that he is smearing you, but Chandler and his son will not admit it. So, the only one who will benefit is you, and you don't have to worry that MJ will suddenly reverse the verdict and that kind of influence will disrupt our publicity rhythm. After this, when you are smeared and then whitewashed again, those young people who previously thought you were too perfect and not cool, we can use the public opinion that someone dared to attack you to guide them, and those adults who still think you are perfect will become your base again because of your sudden experience. At this time, we will work with various media to release photos of you in the past year and a half. Let the sweet love attract the attention of the public. Before, those young people who thought you might drift away from them, or those female fans who originally liked your appearance, would defend you crazily, because no matter if they participated in the previous smearing, or the subsequent whitewashing, they would feel guilty in their hearts. At this time, with loyal love, it would be a sure win for them, because the fantasy under guilt can make them burst out with great purchasing power. Those adults who already think your perfect image is not damaged will also encourage their children to learn from your healthy and stable way of communication and avoid 419 behavior, so they will go to the cinema. When these two basic groups choose to buy tickets to enter, your male fan base will be easier to solve. This is a love movie. Your female fans have entered the cinema, so why won't the male fans go in? Even if they are not interested in love movies, even if they think you are not cool, even if they just like Spider-Man, it doesn't matter, because they can also fantasize about being able to trick their female companions into their hands after watching a love movie. So, we need your cooperation. Maintain your perfect image, make your off-field romance real and credible. Let those female fans who yearn for beautiful love feel that you are in the relationship they expect. Let those adult fans think that you are devout believers in love and can continue to be role models for young people, and leave everything else to us. ABC belongs to Disney, CNN belongs to Warner, CBS belongs to Viacom, and Fox belongs to us. We are all insiders, except Warner, and they all have cooperation with you. As for NBC, it may have been a little troublesome before, but now, you only need to authorize NBC and Microsoft's MSNBC service to publish your latest news. I know that Yahoo is your industry, but movies are your foundation, right? I know Bill Gates has met you, so you just need to agree that NBC will give priority to publishing your news on the internet service. They are on the same front as us. We usually help you cover up the news, but when you announce your relationship, we will selectively release photos. We can help you cover up, but when you make money, everyone has to share, right? Everyone has a week's exposure time, which can not only maximize the ratings, but also allow the public to fully digest the news. Besides, you don't have to worry about other problems. When all media groups can make huge profits from you, cooperating with you in hype is a choice that everyone will agree to. After all, no one can get along with money, especially someone like you who can make everyone full. As for the feelings of the fans, you don't have to worry about these things. Movies are originally an art of deception, and the film industry amplifies the effect of deception. What you sell is the fantasy they hope to see. This kind of deception is good for everyone. They are spiritually satisfied, and we are profitable. In most cases, the success of a movie has a certain relationship with the movie itself, but it also has nothing to do with it. The quality of movie only affects the reputation of the movie, and it does not even affect the box office trend. At least in the non-mobile internet era, this is the case. Due to the inherent inequality in information between the public and capital, the public will always be fooled by capital. As Neil Postman wrote in his book Amusing Ourselves to Death, when television domination replaced print domination, convenient information bombardment can gradually transform rationality, order, and logic into being out of context, superficial, and fragmented. When the information explosion occurs, people will have an illusion of obtaining a large amount of information, but the fact is that they have lost the ability to judge what is valid information. Don't think that the information age makes people erudite, because while you think you are erudite, capital is using countless waste information to deprive you of your ability to think, and at this time, education becomes a form of entertainment. Once it reaches the point of entertainment to death, it is not the audience, but capital that determines whether a movie is good or bad. Film critic: if you say it is good, it is good. If the traditional media and the media say it is good, then it is good. Once you think it is not good, then there will be countless people who refute your point of view, because it is not sociable, and it is not good. As for the rebuttal, in many cases, it is not your aesthetics that play a decisive role, but the capital that wants to block it, and it succeeds. Of course, this excludes the movies that are originally very bad and are released just to make money. Because for those movies, there is no need to use so much effort to maintain public opinion. Because of this, after the fans' rebellious psychology caused by the damage to the image, facing with the information explosion, people only care about the sweet love between Roland and Kate outside the play. The damn beauty makes them yearn for it, and then, they look forward to the arrival of pure love movies. In the age of entertainment to death, the fundamental factor that determines the survival of celebrities is not being unique. Being unique may make people love you, but without capital, you are nothing. When capital loves you, you own the world. Steven Spielberg is like this, James Cameron is like this, and Roland Allen, he hopes he can love himself. After Fox went to great lengths to attract all public opinion to Roland and make the public yearn for the love between Roland and Kate, the premiere on December 14th was also being prepared in full swing. Unlike before, Roland could win over all the critics and the media, so there were not many seats left for them. Nearly half of the tickets were selectively distributed by them as fan benefits. As long as the public made an appointment in the Titanic discussion group on him, they would have a chance to be drawn and become the lucky winner. Of course, just like the Weibo lottery, the winning rate for women would be higher. The purpose was also obvious. It was to make these guys cry their eyes out on the spot and then convey their true feelings through the media. In Fox's words, that is, $200 million investment, Roland Allen starring, how can it break all records? Note, there is no room for notes, so put it in a separate chapter later. Chapter 229 Capital pushers want to reap the benefits. Of course, the reason why the hype and promotion of Titanic was so smooth was not only because Roland Allen was already very popular and all major media groups could make huge profits from it, but also because of the needs of Wall Street and Washington. Did those allies who had a close relationship with Roland take action? Bullshit. In this country, where people don't get up early without profit, these guys won't use things with a clear price tag to add icing on the cake. However, they did help, but the reason for their action was also very simple, that is, to pass on the blame. While Titanic was being hyped and promoted, another major event actually happened in America. That was the Dow Jones Index collapsed by 7.18% on October 27th, the first circuit breaker in the history of the US stock market. Speaking of circuit breakers, we have to mention the Plaza Accord in 1987. At that time, America was still in a weak economic state due to the lag of economic phenomena. On October 19th of that year, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell all the way as soon as it opened, and it plummeted 508 points that day. In just one day, the entire Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by a quarter of its total volume. This is more terrifying than diarrhea. Since then, America has begun to reflect on whether some new mechanisms should be introduced to prevent such tragic things from happening again. In October of the following year, the Commodity Futures Commission and the Securities and Exchange Commission formally approved the circuit breaker mechanism established by the New York Stock Exchange and the Chicago Stock Exchange to prevent the collapse of the market from happening again. For many years afterwards, this mechanism was as if it did not exist and was rarely remembered. However, this year, with the outbreak of the Asian financial crisis, America was also dragged into the water. Unlike Thailand, whose economy is mainly based on tourism and Japanese investment, Hong Kong's port logistics and Hong Kong Island's industry are inextricably linked to America. Therefore, when the Hong Kong dollar was shorted, the large fluctuations eventually affected America, causing the Dow Jones Industrial Average to fall by the largest single day since 1915. Faced with such a situation, the president in the White House had to stand up and say, the stock market situation may be disappointing. But after the statement, in addition to the financial channels, all major media outlets praised Roland and Kate's love. The reason is very simple. The Asian financial crisis was originally the people on Wall Street cutting leaks all over the world, and now, they have cut their own leaks. This kind of sinister must not be publicized to the outside world, right? If the public knew that they were ready to deal with it, and that it seemed that the institutions had suffered huge losses, but in fact they had already shorted and hedged, and only the leaks suffered losses, then the public would be panicked. In this way, the public does not need to know these things. And the president also needs other news to cover up the problems in reality. In the re-election campaign, his slogan was to revitalize the American economy. But what about now? The first circuit breaker in the US stock market occurred during his term. This shame will leave a strong mark on his resume of tenure. He needs to whitewash it all, using any means. If it were in the past, they could only wait. But now, didn't Roland send them the news to cover up? Just like the original Teobeo's huge losses, the Black Cat leader was stabbed by his wife, and the time management master lay down and died. Isn't the best way to deal with the Dow Jones plunge and the first circuit breaker in the US stock market to cover it up with the big news? It's better to have entertainment gossip that can attract people's attention. Isn't the biggest entertainment gossip on the market now the Titanic hyped by Capital? In this way, when CBS actually broke the photo of Roland going to Kate's house during the break of Saving Private Ryan, the people who made America eat this couple raw were not only the direct beneficiary News Corporation, but also the indirect beneficiaries of the four media groups, as well as the president who wanted to cover up the economic disadvantages, and Wall Street who diverted the public's attention. When these guys who pursue fame and fortune are crazy about hyping the incident, is the public's feeling important? Is Roland's personal image important? Is the true situation of the incident important? None of these are important. Because when the capital that can influence the success of the movie needs the public to think that this relationship is beautiful, then this relationship is beautiful. Because only when it is beautiful can the major media groups enjoy the increase in ratings in batches. Because only when it is beautiful can the president reduce the pressure brought by questioning public opinion as much as possible. Because only when it is beautiful can Wall Street, which cuts leaks all over the world, whitewash it more easily. Its beauty is in the interests of most people. So, it is right. As for Roland, he could only be a scumbag on the surface, but in his heart he was smiling and taking the blame. When it was discovered that all the media needed this kind of entertainment news to fool the public, the travel photos that should not have been exposed during the promotion were also released by the media. Kate and Roland held Elizabeth on the left and right. The warm appearance of the family of three not only satisfied the fantasies of those young people who pursue excitement, but also soothed the hearts of those middle-aged people who have experienced darkness. When such revelations made the front page headlines of major media, you can't see the current politics and finance, even if you want to see it. Under such fierce bombardment by the media, after IMDb released a column where you can draw tickets for the premiere by replying, the number of replies in the column reached more than 50,000 within one day. The point is that this is the result of limiting one hype to post on the first floor. In addition, Fox's phone was also bombarded by those guys who don't know how to use the internet. They asked for another lottery method because it was not fair to them who couldn't use the internet. But no matter what, these things are not important to Roland. Because while fans were praying for God's blessing and good luck, Roland, in accordance with Fox's arrangement, and the Los Angeles Police Department, sued the gossip tabloid company that dared to slander him. Since this gossip tabloid company was originally Murdoch's Industry, but it was not acquired by News Corporation, and the judge who heard the case was directly from Arnold Schwarzenegger's wife's family, so, just push the process straight. The case was clear and the defendant had a good attitude of admitting his mistakes. The Los Angeles Police Department was happy to pick up a media exposure opportunity to uphold justice. The judge knew that, as long as he followed the trend of the trial, his image of fairness and strictness would be preserved forever. In this situation, where everyone was acting, the efficiency of money was fully reflected. There was no dirty out-of-court settlement, no dirty money transactions. When the fair, just and open verdict came out, the public apology of the tabloid and the civil compensation of up to $5 million made Roland's fans excited. After the verdict was released, Roland donated his share of the compensation to the Los Angeles Police Department. Although he was willing to cooperate with Bay for exposure, the actor's fee still had to be paid. After receiving a satisfactory hush money and being in the limelight in front of the public, the police chief was very happy to say in front of the media that the Los Angeles Police Department has always been protecting the interests of taxpayers. This defamation case has accumulated a lot of experience for them. He believes that with the active response of the police department, this kind of fake news from the public opinion will be effectively controlled in the future. For ordinary people, privacy may be very important, but the respect for privacy in the mouths of stars, politicians, and celebrities is just for listening. In most cases, what they call privacy that cannot be exposed actually refers to the behavior that will infringe on their own interests and damage their own image after exposure. When those privacy disclosures can bring great help to themselves or reverse the image of public opinion, they will sell them faster than anyone else. This kind of double standard is really too common. Kevin Spacey is the most recent one. In order to avoid being sued by Catamite, he came out like a self-detonating truck. You should know that before he came out, he denied the sexual harassment allegations about his sexual orientation for many years. Judy Garland was a distant example, because MGM thought the audience loves her because she looks like a child, not like a mother. So she aborted her baby. Because abortion is illegal, she accepted MGM's proposal to package her as a lesbian. So much so that after her death, when the Stonewall movement broke out in America, she became the spiritual leader of the Screamers. In fact, in the autobiography My Story written by Marilyn Monroe, everything has been said. I have seen all of them. Fake and failed are all they have. Some people have reached the level of evil and twisted, but who can let them be closest to the movies? So you can only sit down and listen carefully to the lies and schemes. You see Hollywood through their eyes. What you see is overcrowded brothels and carousels, with the carousels replaced by beds. Privacy is something that is private when you don't need it, and it is a bargaining chip when you need it. Roland, who knows what he is doing, has never been disgusted by this. He also knows that everything is a business, so he will naturally choose a guy he likes to hype, because this kind of hype will last for a long time. If he is unhappy and thinks it is just a show, let alone whether he will be exposed in front of the public, the negative emotions alone can offset the good mood brought by the hype. Let a good thing that can bring you a promotion ruin your mood. What's the point? Since the tabloids jointly sued the other party the day after they admitted that the news was fake, the verdict came out just on the day when the IMDb lottery ended, which was November 20th. From the day when the eye-catching defamation news was released in early September, Fox spent more than 30 million yuan on the publicity and promotion of pulling one party against the other in 2.5 months, not to mention the 5 million yuan compensation for the show. If the offline advertising and online promotion that followed up at the same time are added, the total cost of publicity and promotion has reached 80 million yuan. Since the publicity method of witnessing beautiful love is to throw it out in the form of storytelling, Fox has waived all talk shows and road shows because Roland and Kate's appearance at this time is likely to make the public feel disgusted. From a psychological perspective, the love that the public expects does not exist at all. If the reality in reality is revealed to them through narrative techniques, they will be happy to accept it. But if it is publicized on the stage, the act of stepping out of the story will distort the real love. People like to listen to stories because stories told by third parties have a buffer for them to accept, but they don't like to show off. The more beautiful the story is, the more people will think you are mocking us. If the person involved has to tell the story, then they can only accept the misery. This is why Oprah can become famous. Her sensational index is many times higher than that of Lou Dattow. So, let others tell the beautiful story. During the promotion period, what Roland and Kate have to do is not to do anything. After all, they have done enough before. Of course, not participating in the promotion does not mean that they have nothing else to do. While capturing the public with beautiful love, they also have to prepare dresses for the premiere of Titanic. That's right, they choose and customize it themselves, instead of some luxury brands contracting it. This is not that they are pretending to be cool and taking the old money route of private customization, but the more famous they are, the less likely high-end luxury brands will choose them. Yes, don't think that, now that the world is full of their news, those luxury brands will lick their boots and hope that the tick can sign a bundled endorsement contract. But in fact, high-priced luxury goods will never easily use popular stars as endorsements, shoot large-scale advertisements, and carry out global filming. In other words, the more top-level luxury product lines are, the less likely they are to use movie stars, because it is too low to ask them to endorse. You read it right, it is low. Hollywood stars basically have endorsements from first-tier big companies, but no matter whether it is Chanel, Dyer, Valentino, or Burberry, those guys basically get endorsements for cosmetics and perfumes. Even the high-end watches and accessories in the eyes of the public are actually entry-level in the luxury circle. High-end fashion, high-end jewelry, high-end cars and sports cars, high-end watches, these things are all out of the reach of stars. It is all, not basically. The reason is also very simple. No matter whether it is high-end luxury brands or purchasing groups, they think that stars are not worthy. Just like when Coca-Cola took over the title of Channel Asia Pacific Ambassador, she was protested by Hong Kong socialites, which forced Channel to terminate the contract with Coca-Cola in advance. The key to high-end luxury consumption is to use consumption to differentiate levels. Channel's perfume, Dyer's lipstick, LV's bags, these are things that the general public can afford with a little effort. So it's easy for Hollywood stars to tear off the endorsement because their fans can afford it. But those watches, jewelry, and fashion are not. If the general public can't afford it, then Hollywood stars can't get it, because the bosses who can afford them are all higher up the food chain. Just like the Grand Cherokee invited Erdang to be the spokesperson. His target customers are those guys who have entrepreneurial dreams and think they can become the second milk tea Dang. So the low-end version of the car is only 400,000 or 500,000 because those guys have to be able to afford it. Because of this, when Roland and Kate's relationship attracted the attention of the American public, those luxury brands actually offered them full endorsements except for high-end fashion, high-end jewelry, and high-end watches. Burberry even offered a 5-year endorsement price of 250 million yuan for the two of them, with only one requirement. The two could not break up during the endorsement period. Unfortunately, Roland refused this offer without even looking at it. Since those fans are going for their name, why don't we buy a perfume production company ourselves and put the Jack and Rose brand on it? Why don't we buy a lipstick production line, produce similar products according to Kate's lipstick color in the movie, and then let Kate sell it herself? They don't even need to set up offline stores in large quantities to do this. They can just open a store on Amazon. After all, their target audience is those young fans. They don't even need to start a new company, they can just hang it under the name of the Olsen sisters double star group. Kate fully agrees with Roland's idea. She had nothing to do after she stopped filming, so it was good to run a brand to make money. Of course, the most important thing was that this brand was her and Roland's business. It was a business for two people. However, no matter how good the plan was, it had to be supported by achievements. When Roland and I were living a life of going back and forth between home, school, and home, December 14th came quietly. When the car door opened and Roland led Kate out of the car, they were greeted by earth-shaking screams. Note: former Federal Reserve Chairman Ben Bernanke wrote about the first circuit breaker of the US stock market and the courage to act, and the impact of blocking the Hong Kong dollar on the US stock market. The first circuit breaker was caused by them themselves, and most of it was recovered the next day, but due to various factors, this man-made disaster was rarely mentioned by the American media. The Stonewall movement was a landmark event in the history of gay rights. The day it broke out was the funeral of Judy Garland. When Marilyn Monroe was alive, she pointed out that everything in the entertainment industry is packaged, not to mention privacy. As long as it is beneficial to oneself, everything can be sold. Whether in her own autobiography, or in the British magazine Movie Fans in 1956, which was the first to disclose the scandal of the entertainment industry, the decadent life has long been accused. However, the reason why the illusion that the more decadent, the more people like it is actually the lag of news and the packaging of capital. The lag of news makes people feel that decadence is a historical legacy, which is understandable. The packaging of capital is to attract young people to join this industry, making them feel that they can also be fascinated by the world and thus generate yearning. The problem of luxury endorsement comes from the book Luxury Strategy. Luxury goods in the eyes of the public are just common goods in the eyes of the rich. The luxury advertisements seen by the public are at most entry-level products. Therefore, the rich will be despised by the rich, because their behavior is not that of nouveau riche, but that they are paying IQ tax. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 Titanic 1. Roland. Oh Roland. Roland is here. Roland is here. From the moment he stepped out of the car door, there was only light in Roland's world. The flashlights like an ocean wrapped him mercilessly. Facing the bright light that was enough to blind people, he, who was used to it, showed a formulaic smile. Although he hated trouble and didn't often walk the red carpet, his calmness in his gestures showed his familiarity with people in the circle. When he simply smiled and waved at the fans and nodded, the female fans who came for him had their hearts beat faster and their breathing became rapid. Many of them even had stars in their eyes. Oh my god. He is very handsome. No. He is drop dead gorgeous. Wow. He looks like $1 million. Just as the female fans who saw Roland in person for the first time cheered excitedly and expressed their emotions in high decibel words, all kinds of questions also rushed out like a flood. Roland, are you really dating Kate? When did you meet? Are the photos published by the media real? Hearing this, Roland waved his hand and did not answer, but came to the other side of the car, opened the door, and stretched out his hand. With his action, the screams and inquiries suddenly decreased. Almost everyone opened their bright eyes, wanting to see the person in the car clearly. When they were eager to know the answer, Kate got out of the car with a smile and did not greet the fans first, but stood on tiptoe and pecked Roland on the cheek. The sudden decision made the fans open their eyes wide, and just when they opened their mouths slightly, held their breath, and wanted to take enough time to digest the huge amount of information in front of them, or when they were forcibly suppressing their excitement, Roland, who felt surprised like them, was surprised for a second, and then decisively lowered his head, grabbed the red lips that wanted to escape, and kissed them gently. The two took actual actions and answered the questions that fans were most concerned about. Whoa. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. This scene is so beautiful. Oh my god. I feel like I'm suffocating. After witnessing Roland and Kate's sweet behavior on the spot, the little girls gathered outside the isolation belt were so excited that they almost cried. Some covered their cheeks with both hands, as if they were too timid to look, but the clear gaps between their fingers left her sight unobstructed. Some covered their mouths and noses, expressing surprise at the two's boldness, but their wide eyes betrayed their mood at the moment. A desire that they were still hoping that something was happening between them that was overwhelming. In addition, the majority of the people at the scene were holding group photos that they had gotten from somewhere. They passed the photos and markers through the isolation belt, expecting Roland and Kate to sign the photos they had prepared at the same time. Just like all the fan support activities at the premiere, although the fans who came to support today were not paid by Fox, the acting skills of these guys were even better than those paid hired workers. Why? Because these guys were all selected by Cole Needham and others using IMDb's background data. IMDb took on the task of sending tickets to fans, and the reason for taking on this task was that in addition to being able to eliminate factors that were not in the target group, it actually wanted to screen within the target group. To describe it with a term that does not belong to this era, that is big data. After their screening, 70% of those who were able to hold tickets to cheer on the scene were women, and 100% of those who could get close to Roland on the red carpet were CP fans. Only those who had left a large number of messages on IMDb in the past year, expressing that they liked Roland and Kate CP, were lucky enough to get this opportunity. Because of this, when Roland and Kate interacted intimately on the red carpet, these girls who already had fantasies experienced the excitement of their dreams coming true, and when those lucky ones got their autographs, the excitement that emanated from their bodies was so great that it almost overturned the premiere scene at Fox Century City. AHH. I got Roland and Kate's autographs. I must post this photo to the Yahoo community. Post it to the IMDb discussion group. Hahaha. Those guys who didn't win the lottery will definitely be jealous of me. There will definitely be people who will offer to buy it, but I won't sell it. Oh my god. A bitch actually brought a camera. Roland is taking a photo with them with her camera. Oh. This bitch is smiling so happily. Security. Security. Didn't you say that no photographic equipment is allowed? What's going on? I want an explanation. When Roland and Kate moved slowly on the red carpet, randomly drawing lucky people and fulfilling their little wishes, the madness that followed them all the way gave the staff who maintained the order on the scene a headache. After all, compared with the hired water army, real fans don't know what restraint is. And precisely because of the authenticity and craziness, the guests present were extremely envious. Is this the advantage of being handsome? These female fans are so crazy. Harrison Ford, who came to show his support, looked at the figures on the red carpet with envy. Although he has 2 popular series, his fan base is all men. There's nothing we can do. This era no longer belongs to us. Being handsome means you can win the market. Robert De Niro, with his hands in his pockets, smiled. Like Charles, Keanu Reeves' nickname, Leo, Bibbit, Brad Pitt, Tom Cruise. Today's audience is only like these handsome young people. Even Will Smith's appearance is very much in line with the public's aesthetic taste. But these guys can no longer catch up with Roland. While Robert De Niro was muttering, Jack Nicholson, wearing big sunglasses, sighed. When these guys need to please the publicity and distribution parties, the media, the critics, and the audience, hoping that these groups can accept a better version of themselves, Roland is already entertaining the public. Now Roland is using the power of the media to select the audience that suits him, and the audience that suits him will provide positive feedback to his movies. In this case where both parties are the best choice, as long as the work is not bad, then he can only gain success. What exactly is Fox's publicity and distribution routine? How could people in the industry not see it? Let Roland's fans buy out the first week's box office. Next, the North American Theatre Alliance will inevitably increase the number of films, and passers-by attracted by the actual box office will also step into the theater. But it is precisely because they can see and distinguish where those behind-the-scenes promoters come from, so they will feel how terrifying Roland, who has always been harmless, is. The media that controls the American media industry are cheering for his movie. This is something that movie stars dare not even think about. You know, the media is always the first position and the second profit. The parties supported by each party are different, and it is simply a fool's dream to want to unite them through profits. But Roland has done it now, and the real reason for his doing it seems to be because of the union of interests on the surface. But in fact, who doesn't know that the real reason for his support is that he has been working for the Jewish boss? It doesn't matter if it doesn't conform to the interests of those media groups. In the case of no conflict with the interests of the media groups, Roland only needs to conform to the interests of those bosses who have the final say. As for why the president could easily mobilize resources and make the movie his fig leaf, this is certainly related to the fact that the capitalists on Wall Street are unwilling to let the leaks awaken. But in fact, it also has a lot to do with Roland himself, because the Elephant Party, which is opposed to the Donkey Party, has Microsoft on the list of big money sponsors behind it. The guy with the highest voice in the Elephant Party is the son of the 41st president who was defeated by Lars Putin and failed to be re-elected. This guy has been planning for the next election, and their family's campaign funds have always included Bill Gates' father. To put it bluntly, it is in the interests of most people to let Roland, who is good at getting along with everyone and helping others, enjoy the blessing. Under the publicity of traditional media and the screening of internet information gathering, these guys who have not seen the finished film so far, but know the inside information believe that, as long as the quality of the film is not bad, the hot premiere red carpet will definitely not be a surprise. If the finished film exceeds the expectations of Roland's crazy fans, then the current madness will conquer the world. With such feelings, when the invited guests entered and took their seats, everyone's face was actually full of relief. Unlike the previous ones who attended the premiere to give face, but were worried about the quality of the film and couldn't praise it, now there is no pressure. Roland Allen has been in the industry for 8 years and has participated in 8 movies, with a total box office of 4.78 billion yuan, an average of 590 million yuan per movie. Now, his core fans are here to support him. In this case, if it still fails, then it will be a disaster. Since it won't fail, they don't have to worry about being slapped in the face for their nonsense. In this way, when the 20th Century Fox logo disappeared in a flash, the guests leaned back in their seats without any pressure, and those lucky female fans first glanced at the first row of seats, where Roland and Kate had sat before. When Celine Dion's ethereal voice sounded, they thought, oh, it's not bad, and then they cast their eyes on the screen. But unfortunately, the guests and fans soon found out that they were wrong. The film opened with a story about underwater exploration. 2 submarines were sailing in the deep sea. Soon, a sunken ship corroded by seawater appeared. While the submarine was carefully exploring, the camera suddenly turned, and the recording interface of wreck appeared in front of everyone. A deep voice opened the prologue of the story. Every time I see her emerging from the darkness like a ghost ship, I'm amazed. At 2:30 in the morning of April 15th, 1912, she bid farewell to the world, slowly sank, and finally rested here. The glory was gone, and only the wreckage remained. On the 6th dive, we came to the deck of the Titanic again. 2.5 miles deep underwater, 3,821 meters. The water pressure is 3.5 tons per square inch. If these 9-inch thick windows are crushed under pressure, we will see God in an instant. The documentary-style opening made the public's eyes light up and cheered loudly. Well, to say that it makes people's eyes light up is nonsense. In fact, except for Roland and the truck driver, the other guys were all confused. The name of this movie is Titanic, not Salvage Titanic. Why did you put a sunken ship in the first place? Although the underwater exploration scenes are indeed showy, compared with Waterworld 2 years ago, the technical scenes shown in front of us can be said to be crushing, but the problem is that the seabed, sunken ship, exploration, remains, relics, ruins, all these things added up, coupled with cold light, this is simply the rhythm of a horror movie, right? And then taking into account the love mentioned in the promotion, is this a copy of Ghost? Hiss. The guys who felt something was wrong took a breath of cold air, and when the portrait of Ruth played by Kate was dug out by the salvage team, everyone was speechless, unable to spit it out or swallow it. In the first 10 minutes of the most attractive movie, a portrait of the heroine was created. Are you playing with snakes? Or are you playing with snakes? Or is it playing with snakes? Is this a romance movie? Isn't the rhythm a bit wrong? Why is it that a romance movie lasts for more than 10 minutes without the male and female protagonists appearing? A sea star is depicted in the first 10 minutes of the movie. What? Are we watching Raiders of the Lost Ark? The invited guests were a little confused. Although they already knew that the entire movie was more than 3 hours long, no one expected that James Cameron would add material to the movie in this way. If he had described a bunch of supporting roles in a long-winded way, let alone 3 hours, even a 30-hour movie could be edited casually. However, just when the guests in the circle were wondering whether James Cameron had gone off topic in the movie, the fans sitting high up were excited. It was not, because the portraits found by the salvage team were too delicate, but after seeing the short 10-minute plot, the fans who got Roland and Kate's autographs had already imagined the big drama that would follow. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Is this movie so romantic? The timeline is set in the modern era at the beginning, depicting the salvage team and the wreckage of the Titanic. After that, the young salvage team member played by Roland must have appeared and had a spiritual connection with Rose on the Titanic. I think Roland must have played the role of the salvage crew member. After seeing the portrait, the team member began to fall into a bizarre dream. In the dream, he was a member of the Titanic, and then he fell in love with a noble girl named Ruth. What? Do you think so too? I think so too. And I think that in Roland's dream, he was just a poor boy. It was impossible for him and Ruth to be together, so he wanted to draw a picture of Ruth and keep it by his side as a souvenir. However, when he wanted to say goodbye to Ruth, the Titanic suddenly hit an iceberg, and then according to the setting of the dying protagonist in Cameron's movie, the guy played by Roland died. But Ruth survived. Yes, yes, yes. This should be there is another part. The guy played by Roland knows that he can't survive, so he deceives Ruth to wait for him, hoping that she can survive, and the rescued Ruth has been waiting for him, waiting until now. When the poor boy died in the dream, Roland, who fell asleep looking at the portrait, also woke up. Then, as long as he fell asleep, he kept dreaming about this. The sweet dream troubled him deeply like a nightmare, and then one day, he suddenly thought that he was dreaming like this. Could it be that God was hinting to him that the girl in the dream was not dead? So he went to find Ruth. And when he found Ruth, the old Ruth had also reached the end of her life. When the two met, Roland, the salvage team member played by Roland, discovered that the poor boy in the dream was himself in his previous life, and Ruth, who had waited for him all his life. Finally, they met again after 85 years. That's right. Then the guy played by Roland personally sent away Ruth, who had been waiting for him for 85 years. 85 years ago, Ruth lost her lover, and 85 years later, they fell in love again. What a touching story. It's perfect. Fortunately, these imaginative female fans did not sit with Roland, otherwise he would have jumped up from his seat after hearing what they said about Titanic. Do your mothers know that you can imagine so much? When the big names in the industry think that the movie may be off topic, these female fans still have such great confidence in themselves. Wow. It turns out that fan economy is the foundation for the survival of all kinds of stars. As for I don't need support, that's just being roasted on the fire and trying to get out. As long as you are in the circle, there is no such thing as being so noble that you can leave your fans. Only the lousy ones cannot attract fans. In fact, before Titanic won the Oscar and set a box office record in film history, the narrative rhythm of the old lady's foot-binding cloth has always been the target of criticism from professionals. In Roland's previous life, at the film viewing meeting held by Fox, a group of experts asked the truck driver to cut this shitty modern plot. Go directly on the ship, Rose and Jack have a love affair, and then the ship sinks. The time is perfectly controlled at about 120 minutes. But fortunately the truck driver did not allow it, otherwise, a generation of masterpieces might have died. However, according to the current situation, the so-called successful experience is not worth mentioning in front of handsomeness. I think there is something wrong with your filming. Go away. As long as the audience who are willing to pay think that my filming is fine, that's enough. However, after careful consideration, why are the plots made up by these female fans so similar to myth? If we add a setting similar to immortality and directly bring out the vampire set, then this imaginary version of Titanic may be directly promoted to the highest grossing fantasy movie. Anyway, the selling point is love. Of course, Roland didn't know the plots that these female fans imagined. Just when they had just watched the beginning, they felt that they had guessed the ending and were looking forward to the sweet love spanning 2 lives to come as expected. With the appearance of the elderly Ruth, the dream ship gradually came into people's sight. Did we guess wrong? It took 20 minutes to introduce Ruth in the front. Was it just to pave the way for memories? But the impact of memories doesn't seem to be more touching than meeting again after 2 lives and 85 years. Is it just an ordinary love story? If so, how could it cost 200 million? The fans who found out that they were wrong were a little disappointed and curious. The whispers also made the male friends on the side curl their lips. As the 30% of men who were selected, they were actually die-hard fans of Roland. However, they like movies like Terminator 2, Jurassic Park and Spider-Man. Compared with the female fans next to them who were holding Roland and Kate, they hoped that Roland could sign the Spider-Man suits they bought. As for love, isn't this thing made? However, before this thought that women were too naive came up for a few seconds, they felt like they were slapped in the face, because when Ruth got out of the car, her oval face was embellished with bright eyes and flaming red lips. A sour and rancid smell called love spread from them. She's gorgeous. Roland's male fans couldn't help but say it. Chapter 231 Titanic 2. Is Kate Winslet really beautiful? This is actually a false proposition. As early as 1996, People, the largest gossip magazine in America, and known as the Bible of toilets, had already selected her as the most beautiful person in the world. At that time, the only magazine she could show off was Sense and Sensibility. Admittedly, that publication was related to the amazing return rate of Sense and Sensibility, the Best Supporting Actress award at the British Academy of Film and Television Arts Awards, and hype marketing, but as a magazine that focuses on mainstream celebrities, caters to the reading habits of the times, and relies on sales to make a living, since People magazine dared to give Kate the title of the most beautiful person in the world. It means one thing: her appearance does conform to the public's aesthetics, or in other words, most people can feel her beauty. It sounds like this kind of evaluation is very vulgar, but in fact, for people in the entertainment industry, this is already a typical example of God's gift. Can the public remember you just by your face? This means that you will definitely be able to enter the circle and make money. As for those who keep saying, looks don't matter, acting skills will last forever, and those examples of beauty dragging down her acting, isn't this just jealousy? Envy of others' good looks, envy of others' natural audience appeal, envy of others' ability to make money easily, while oneself, because of relative mediocrity, can only rely on acting skills that the public can't even tell apart, and in the end, work hard but still don't make a fraction of what others make. Isn't Katharine Hepburn beautiful? Isn't Bette Davis beautiful? Isn't Audrey Hepburn beautiful? Looking at the list of the greatest actresses in the past 100 years published by the American Film Institute, which one didn't get into the industry with her face? Which one didn't become famous with her face? Which one didn't conquer the world with her face? All of them started out with beauty. The public thinks they are beautiful and are willing to go to the cinema to support them. Then the capital sees their value, so they can get more film contracts, thus forming a virtuous circle. As for those who are good at acting, sorry, as long as you don't look good, you will never be good. Those who are beautiful can be included in the official history, while those who claim to have reached the pinnacle of skills, but have average looks, may be famous now, but in the future, only their peers will study your past. Who made your face ugly? Before Titanic was released to the public, Kate did have a certain amount of exposure. Well, this is simply nonsense. When she was hyping up her relationship with Roland, her face had been discussed countless times by the American public. Compared with Reese, who Roland had previously worked with, the American public felt that Kate and Roland were more compatible, but after that, there was no follow-up. After all, they watched Roland grow up step by step with their own eyes. After liking her for many years, it would be a bit of a pipe dream to want them to think that Roland and a certain actress are simply a match made in heaven. There is no way. Who made Roland either break records or on the way to breaking records in the past 8 years? In America, where there is also a sense of sectarianism, although the public does not say it, they actually have the idea in their hearts that no one is worthy of my Roland. Kate is beautiful, but her beauty alone can never make up for the difference in their grades. But now, a glimpse. Life is like a dream. When Ruth appeared as a noble lady, the Roland male fans who had previously secretly dissed Roland's female fans for being extremely superficial widened their eyes, stopped breathing, and the veins on their necks bulged. It was as if a pair of big hands of fate had pinched their throats that wanted to curse. Her cheeks were full, with a girlish green breath. Her eyes were bright and pure, and it seemed that they were not polluted by the sins of the world. Her skin was delicate and soft, giving people a baby-like tenderness, coupled with a calm expression, that kind of alienation from the world, even more ethereal. People can't find an adjective to describe her state at the moment. Compared with those passionate sexy girls, Kate in Roland's lens is holy. The nobleness of a lady from a rich family and the eyes that are not worldly have given her beauty a specific brand. At first glance, the label of being well educated and well mannered is more like a black hole, which attracts the audience's attention and drags them into the abyss, unable to extricate themselves. She is so beautiful, like a painting. Mom, I feel like I'm in love. Her name is Kate Winslet, right? What other movies has she starred in? Sense and Sensibility, Angels of Sin, Hamlet. I must buy her DVD when I go back. The murmured voice came from the mouths of those male fans of Roland. Although their reaction was not intense, and the previous dismentality and the current greedy thoughts did not form a strong contrast, their actions still did not escape the true fragrance theorem discovered by the world-renowned philosopher Olsens. Just when these guys were showing their idiotic colors and wanted to bow down to Ruth, The Roland female fans on the side pouted their lips. Men are really creatures who look at faces. They are all Roland's fans, but after seeing a beautiful woman, they decisively forgot about their idol? This is really embarrassing. What's more, you are not CP fans. Can't you learn from us? Even if we like Roland and Kate as a CP, our Roland takes the initiative. Look. He looks so handsome when he smokes. Who can really be worthy of him? While Roland's female fans turned against Roland's male fans, the scene on the screen had already come to the plot of Jack playing cards and winning the boat ticket. In order to reflect the tension of the situation and the male protagonist Jack's agility, a lot of close-ups were used here, regardless of the vulgar appearance of holding a cigarette, the sophisticated and familiar gambling movements, or the agile figure running happily. With the blessing of these small details, the street gangster-like personality has already appeared. But even so, the bad attributes did not affect everyone's viewing rhythm. Roland's male fans just felt sorry for Ruth's disappearance, while Roland's female fans were satisfied with this handsome appearance. As for the myth version of Titanic that they had imagined before, how could that thing be as important as Roland's handsomeness? In the cheerful tune, Jack rushed onto the ship with the wind. The CGI scene of the Titanic setting sail made people in the circle sigh with emotion and shocked Roland's male fans. But for the female fans who wanted to find beauty every moment, standing on the bow, with the sea breeze blowing his hair, waving his arms, and cheering goodbye to the strange world, it was energetic. But this is normal, because Fox has repeatedly emphasized in the publicity that, in order to shoot Titanic, James Cameron really built a ship, so many female fans who follow Roland's news really thought that this was a real shot when they saw the scene of the Titanic sailing through the wind and waves. Since it was a real shot, the shock brought by CGI was naturally replaced by the idea that the scenery was really beautiful. When the movie was played here, the main film was actually just beginning. It took about 10 minutes to briefly introduce the relationship between Ruth and her fiancé. The conflict of their three views was presented to the public through a series of behaviors, such as constantly criticizing Ruth's aesthetics, obstructing Ruth from smoking, and wishing to keep her as a canary at home. Especially when Ruth responded to the questions raised by her fiancé with a perfunctory fake smile after her fiancé obstructed her freedom. Her resolute attitude of resistance made the guests on the scene frown. As Ruth left, the camera suddenly turned. Jack, who was at the bow, was sketching with a drawing board. His handsome profile was not the focus. What really made the guests feel deeply was Jack's love at first sight when he looked at the upper-class cabin observation area. Next, of course, Ruth wanted to escape from the canary-like life and wanted to jump into the sea to commit suicide, but was saved by Jack, who had already had ideas about her. Then the second male lead took Ruth back and gave her a star of the sea to show his love. Faced with her fiancé's money offensive, Ruth fell into confusion, but the camera turned, and she thanked Jack for saving her life in the deck rest area of the upper-class cabin. She liked to collect famous paintings, and was attracted by Jack's street paintings. As they chatted, the rich girl who longed for freedom developed feelings for the handsome and charming poor boy. So, facing Jack's invitation, Ruth, who was indifferent to the hypocritical upper class, chose to indulge in the lower class cabin. After learning about this, Ruth's fiancé was furious, and Ruth's mother also told her that our family had no money. If you still want to live such a wealthy life, you have to marry out step by step. Ruth, who was kidnapped by family affection, was like a walking corpse. When Jack looked for her, she painfully rejected him. Seeing this, Roland's fans have completely entered the state. Regardless of whether they are male or female fans, they are all attracted by the tortuous love between Jack and Ruth. But the invited guests finally couldn't help it. Robert De Niro moved his butt and muttered sideways, "Is James cheating? Isn't this the traditional routine of love movies? Even if CGI and shipbuilding are added, it won't cost 200 million, right? I don't think it will cost 200 million either." Harrison Ford also whispered in agreement. If it is this kind of routine creation, then Roland can make a love movie in any background, and it will sell well. Why build a boat? But after building the boat, they are already impeccable. Jack Nicholson's point of view is different from the two. Shipbuilding is a detail of rendering love, because the core, they have achieved the extreme. From the beginning, they didn't go for money, but for breaking records. Breaking the record of Spider-Man, breaking the record of Jurassic Park, breaking all the records that already exist on the market. Yes, almost all the guests in the circle have understood the routine of Titanic. Because this is the most traditional outline of a love story. A rich girl falls in love with a poor boy. Kate plays Ruth, a socialite in a superficial society. Due to the decline of her family, her mother chooses to marry her to a steel tycoon in order to maintain her luxurious life. But Ruth does not like this arranged marriage. She hopes to find freedom like a bird and find her own love. Then she fell in love with Jack and had a vigorous love affair with him. Jack, played by Roland, is a wandering painter with no savings. He has nothing except his talent. One day he won a ticket for the Titanic and then met the love of his life on the ship. On the surface, this story is criticizing the hypocrisy of the upper class, criticizing class rule, criticizing secular shackles, praising the courage to find freedom, praising the courage to pursue dreams, and praising the decision of gender equality. But in fact, what is the difference between this story and the cowherd and the weaver girl? To put it more harshly, isn't this the routine of love stories that have been passed down from ancient times to the present? The poor are good at writing, but the rich are good at martial arts. This is the portrayal of real life. There were both rich and poor people among the ancient literati, but only the poor made a living with their calligraphy. In this case, in order to sell their stories better, they naturally had to make up some stories that the public liked to read. And what stories did the public like to read? Isn't it about a rich girl falling in love with a commoner? From then on, the serfs sang songs. To make an inappropriate analogy, this is actually no different from 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't despise the poor young man. They are all created to satisfy the hearts of the lower class masses. However, as long as these people are served well, won't the money come? To put it bluntly, the whole movie is actually a story that has been repeated by countless people in the name of a shipwreck. As for why Jack died, because only if he died for Ruth can he prove that his love for Ruth is not the hormonal impulse of adolescence, and can he prove that, although he is slick and vulgar on the surface, he is still serious about his feelings. These are what young girls want to see the most. As long as Jack died for Ruth, he could not only trick young men who are eager to marry a beautiful woman and reach the peak of their lives into the theater, but also let those young women who come here for his fame get the love they want. If this movie can lose, then Cameron can go eat shit. No matter what words you use to brag about this movie and to elevate the purpose of this movie, it seems so pale and powerless in front of the eternal commodity sales model of appealing to the tastes of the audience. But the problem is that, after watching it for half an hour, even if people in the industry have seen through James Cameron's creative ideas and are speechless about this traditional narrative method, they also understand that Cameron, this guy, uses the world's best technology, the world's most handsome male star, the world's most expensive investment, and the outrageous publicity. He shouted out an unbeatable all-in-one. Just as the invited guests expressed their feelings about James Cameron's crazy move, on the screen, Rose, who rejected Jack's proposal to elope, listened to her mother showing off her wedding arrangements to other ladies while drinking afternoon tea with a wooden face. When she saw a young girl in the restaurant trying to learn the elegance of the upper class according to her mother's request, her silly and cute actions made her see her past self and made a choice. The camera turned, and the next second, Rose found Jack, who she had rejected, at the bow. As the melodious music sounded, Jack also invited Rose to stand on the railing. When Rose faced the sunset, facing the sea, and opened her arms, the audience, who were still discussing silently and devoted to the plot, could no longer hold back, and exclaimed in a low voice. After the two intertwined their fingers and kissed slowly, the sound of sobbing finally came. Wow. So sweet. Wow. So sweet. Wow. So sweet. So sweet. So beautiful. This scene is so beautiful. Rose really chose Jack. Oh. The kiss between the two of them. So touching. So romantic. If I were Rose, I would marry Jack too. What is this song? It fits the scene so well. Jack's embrace of Rose. So beautiful. However, the female fan's emotional sobbing did not last long. Because 1 minute later, the camera came to Rose's guest room. Rose opened the safe, took out the Star of the Sea that her fiancé showed her, and then, "Jack, I want you to draw a portrait of me, just like the French model." Rose looked at Jack and said, "I want to wear this." "Okay." Jack, who had been studying the Star of the Sea since he got it, responded instinctively. However, a second later, Rose emphasized again, "Only wear this." Jack was stunned. Disassembling hair combs, moving sofas, unpacking tools, sharpening pencils. Then, the audience finally understood where the painting salvaged by the expedition team at the beginning of the film came from. Oh, was this painting drawn by Jack for Rose? Oh my god. Then this painting is the token of love between Rose and Jack. Rose decided to give everything she has to Jack. Wow. This is so cool. The female fans who were originally sobbing over Rose's decision widened their eyes, and the male fans, after seeing the best of the slightly plump world, their eyes were about to fall out. Just when they were dizzy from the sudden explosive plot, a long shot on the screen surprised them even more. The picture on the screen first faced Jack's cheek. While showing concentration, the picture slowly pulled up, including his entire upper body and everything holding the brush, and then the direction also changed, with Jack's shoulders as the level. The boy who was painting, and the girl who served as a model were all framed in it. With the boy's movements, the girl's figure jumped onto the paper. After seeing this scene, except for those in the circle, who had long known that Roland could only paint portraits, the audience at the scene were all stunned. Oh my god. This painting was painted by Roland himself facing Kate. Did Roland and Kate fall in love for the sake of making a movie, or did they make a movie after falling in love? This shot is too cool, right? Looking at the expressions of the two of them, it seems that they have long been accustomed to all this. Chapter 232. All crazy. Every director in Hollywood has his own characteristics, and so does James Cameron. However, unlike all his peers, the real characteristic of this tyrant is to use the business in movies to the extreme. Arnold Schwarzenegger's spoken English is really bad, so he won't let him speak. Sylvester Stallone is cooler than Arnold Schwarzenegger, so let him enter the mindless shooting mode. Sigourney Weaver is worried that the sequel to Alien will not match her image in real life, so she will emphasize maternal love in the process of fighting monsters and upgrading. Those who praise James Cameron keep saying that James Cameron is the best director in the world at combining actors, roles, and stories into one, but even he himself admits that he just writes the script according to the real prototypes of the actors. The so-called perfect combination is just to let the actors avoid areas that are not suitable for them and be themselves. That's why he made a movie script in which Roland Allen is Peter Parker. And now, he presents the bad things that Roland has never shown to the outside world on the screen according to Roland's real experience. In reality, Roland's brilliant personality is based on the basic base of parents. In order not to lose this part of the fan base, he can't do things that young people appreciate very much. That doesn't matter. Let the movie reflect reality. Go and deceive those young people. In fact, the publicity plan of Titanic was arranged temporarily after the rough cut, but before the shooting, the experienced truck driver had already discovered the problem with Roland, but this problem is actually easy to solve for him. What are the cool and handsome things that young people are eager to see? Fighting grass? Picking up girls? Speeding? The truck driver who has done all three understands that these are all middle school diseases after the hormones of adolescence burst. If Roland really did it, he would have taken off his shoes and beat him. Obviously, there is a basic base that others can't envy, so don't do it, okay? In a country where Protestantism and Catholicism are in opposition, conservative personality can attract many fans. Do your young fans think you are an old man who is enjoying his old age? Then hint to them in the movie that you have done all those exciting and bold things. Painting is the most cunning way to do this. If it weren't for Fox's previous insane publicity, when Roland's fans saw this clip, the most they could do was sigh at how good Kate's figure was, and they could only get some hints that Roland really had something with Kate. But with Fox's detailed exposure of their relationship, countless imaginations have emerged. According to previous news, Roland and Kate were in love first, and then filmed the movie. That means they should have had feelings for each other before filming the movie. And during the filming of the movie, Roland drew a picture for Kate himself. And in that gossipy place on the crew. The point is, in the year of filming, Kate went to Roland's house on Christmas. And after the filming, Kate even put down her work to be with Roland. When Roland was filming Saving Private Ryan in the UK, he went to Kate's house instead of doing his job. This is so romantic. It only took a few seconds for this group of fans to imagine a Green River novel in their heads. What kind of British actress came to Hollywood with her dream and got a project that suited her Sense and Sensibility just when she wanted to continue working hard and realize her dream with her own hands? She faced the unspoken rules proposed by the evil producer. Unwilling to fall, she chose to return to her country for development. After Sense and Sensibility, she took on Hamlet and Jude the Obscure when she thought that her persistence would shatter her dream. The movie she shot at the beginning suddenly sold well, and she instantly went from being an unknown newcomer to a darling in the eyes of the media. Sense and Sensibility sold well at this time. The producer who had made unreasonable requests to her came again, saying that on the current basis, he could make her a superstar as long as she agreed to the previous conditions, but she still chose to refuse, so the evil producer banned her. No project for a year. Just when her life fell into darkness, a Hollywood A+ list who had seen her famous movie fell in love with her at first sight and then sent her an invitation for a film contract. Roland previously admitted that the heroine of Titanic was his own choice. Then, there is a romantic love offensive, a suffocating sweet experience. The highest invested film project in history, and after the project, the two people stick to each other after they fall in love, or the content of Fox's publicity. When those sentimental audiences think of this, their eyes are already filled with excited tears. This is so cool. So handsome. So manly. This painting is not only a testimony to Jack and Rose's love, but also an endorsement of Roland and Kate's love. The look of Kate lying on Roland's shoulder is so seductive. The two characters, the two figures, have completely overlapped. What are the cool, handsome, and awesome things that young people think of? Flirting with grass? Picking up girls? Speeding? Stop kidding. Okay. It is an unknowable act under the rebellious psychology. On the surface, being cool, handsome, and awesome is illegal and disorderly. But in fact, the ultimate route is still the pursuit of excitement and pleasure. In order to keep the basic base of conservatives, Roland can't flirt with grass, pick up girls, or speed. What should he do? Using Titanic, first let the female fans have a feeling that Roland is very manly, and then pass this idea to the male fans through them. In this process, male fans may not be attracted by the stories made up by female fans, but they will praise Roland's means of picking up girls that the female fans have imagined. When this situation occurs, whether Roland has shown an arrogant image in front of the public is no longer important, because female fans have been attracted by his means of picking up girls, and male fans will also be amazed by his means of picking up girls. Coupled with media publicity, this high-level brainwashing method can well make up for Roland's lack of coolness. As long as female fans will associate it with reality and be moved after watching Titanic, as long as male fans accompany their female companions to watch Titanic, they will gain something from each other, and then hear Roland's methods by the way. Then both parties will feel that Roland is awesome, doing some excessive things in reality to show his personality. No need, because the fundamental factor that determines everyone's personality is not what those people actually did, but what the public saw and heard through media propaganda, listening to the radio, and spreading through newspapers. Because of this, when the cheerful music sounded, the fans who suddenly got the essence of the film all smiled lovingly like aunts, watching the two people on the screen playing hide and seek with the followers sent by Ruth's fiancé, listening to the Silver Bell laughter that could not be covered by the noise in the boiler room, and witnessing with their own eyes the two of them had an affair in a car parked in the warehouse. Do you think they did it? Jack and Ruth definitely did it. Isn't this nonsense? I'm talking about Roland and Kate when they were filming. Look at the sweat on them. Probably. It doesn't look like makeup. When the audience mixed reality and movies to discuss, it was actually successful, and what the movie did next was to intensify the conflict, intensify the choices of the male and female protagonists, and make the audience believe that what happened between them was true love. when Jack was framed by Rose's fiancé and stole the Star of the Sea, and Rose was at a loss about the matter, the audience who had been brought into the scene were all whispering, "Believe him. He didn't do it." When Rose broke free from her fiancé and spit in his face and chose to go back to save Jack, when she was about to escape, the invited guests could hear the obvious cheers from the back. "Great. Kick this scumbag." When Rose found Jack in the narrow passage flooded with water, they kissed him passionately, which made the fans burst into tears. Wow, it turns out that Rose loves Jack. This is so touching. And when Rose was sent to the lifeboat by her fiancé and heard Jack say with his own mouth, "I'll get on the next boat," and heard her fiancé promise, "Jack and I will leave safely, we will go together," the scene of her looking up made many female fans cover their faces and burst into tears. Although their tears could not stop flowing, they still stared at the screen and kept muttering, "Liar. Both of them are liars." This scene is so similar to the setting in romance novels. The young and wealthy second generation and the handsome and charming poor boy both like the same girl. Even if they fight each other on weekdays, when facing a crisis, what they care about is still the girl. They can save each other regardless of their own safety, and at this time, the choice is in the hands of the girl. Really, don't spray romance novels for being brainless, and don't despise how bloody the authors write. Because the love of the century also has the same rhythm, the younger generation who writes romance novels are really unfairly scolded. Alas. Since ancient times, deep affection cannot be retained, only routines can win people's hearts. In the background music of My Heart Will Go On, the whole world has slowed down. Rose looked at Jack with reluctant eyes. When she found that she and the man were drifting away and seemed to be separated forever, she chose to jump back to the Titanic and live and die with him. This decision also shocked Jack and the second male lead. Jack rushed to the restaurant of the upper class cabin and hugged Rose, who had returned from the bottom. The affectionate kiss pushed the emotions of the two people to the peak, and at the same time, it also pulled the emotions of the audience behind to the top. Ah. Someone fainted. Meow. Roland, who was attracted by his handsome and charming figure, turned his head and looked around with a question mark on his face. The next second, a staff member with a flashlight trotted out. When Roland saw with his own eyes that a female fan in a long skirt was carried away by the staff, his eyes twitched involuntarily. Damn it, I heard in my previous life that someone fainted from excitement when watching this movie. I thought it was a rumor, but I didn't expect it to be true. Roland was convinced. This kind of female fan is simply a treasure girl. Roland believed that the invited guests at the scene were definitely right about the fan who fainted from excitement after watching the movie. However, what Roland didn't expect was that this was just the beginning. At the last farewell, Jack lay on the edge of the board, holding Rose's hand, shivering, and said, "Rose, winning the ticket is the luckiest thing in my life. It made me meet you. I'm very grateful for this. I'm very grateful. You have to do me a favor. Promise me that you will try to live. No matter what happens. No matter how desperate. Never give up. Rose, you promise me now. Never break your promise." Rose choked and said, "I promise you." Jack emphasized, "Never give up. Jack, I will never give up." Rose's words were already crying. Never give up. Ah. Someone fainted again. Meow. Question mark? Roland turned his head again with curiosity. When the rescue came, the crew on the lifeboat whistled, and Rose, who was lying on her back, came back to her senses. When she tried to wake Jack with a gentle voice, Jack, with frosted cheeks, could no longer respond. He opened his frozen hands and sent him into the sea with his own hands. "I won't give up, I promise you." The hoarse voice made people feel distressed. Ah. Another person fainted. Meow meow meow. Shocked, Roland felt that his neck was about to break. After being rescued, he came to America and gazed at the Statue of Liberty. A crew member holding an umbrella came over and asked, "Miss, what's your name?" He slowly turned his head and glanced at the Statue of Liberty. "Dawson." Then he looked at the Statue of Liberty again. "Ruth Dawson." Ah. Another person fainted. Meow meow meow. Roland turned his head sharply with his eyes wide open. He could even hear the crisp cracking sound coming from his neck. Old Ruth throws the Star of the Sea into the sea. The camera switches to old photos in the bedroom, showing her life over the years. Then, the screen goes dark and slowly moves forward. With the sound of waves, the wreckage of the Titanic appears. The screen is like a wandering ghost. With the appearance of warm light, the decayed wreckage returns to its original state. The door opens, and the people who once lived on the Titanic greet the camera. When the boy standing at the spiral staircase slowly turns around and stretches out his right hand, an arm also reaches in from outside the camera. Then, Ruth in a your skirt hugs and kisses Jack with a loving face. Ah. Again. Before the exclamation from behind is finished, Roland, who has already formed a conditioned reflex, turns his head instinctively. Unfortunately, he hasn't seen how many people have fallen this time. A crisp sound hits him and makes him see stars. Pa. Even though the theater was dark, everyone could hear the crisp explosion, which was the sound of a slap. Why did you put your hand here? Roland, who received a slap from Kate on his face, felt very aggrieved. Without giving him the chance to continue asking questions, Kate, who had just reached out her hand, went straight down, hugged his neck, and pulled him into her arms. Then, a feeling like raindrops falling appeared on Roland's cheeks, and then his mouth was blocked. Well, Roland, who understood, hugged the other's waist. When he held Kate in his arms, the obvious trembling proved everything. I love you. After a long time, Kate, who buried her head in Roland's arms, said something in a muffled voice. I love you too. Roland kissed Kate's shoulder and neck, then raised his head and looked around. Sitting in the first row, the two's little movements were seen clearly by the invited guests. However, they had already heard the truth, and at this moment they did not show any surprise, but praised everything with emotional eyes. What's the most taboo in a romance film? That's when the hero and heroine don't have a crush on each other. And what about now? The hero and heroine are so sick of each other both on and off the screen. Okay. In the past 8 years, Roland said that he was acting, but in fact, he was only acting himself on and off the screen, selling all the fantasies that people need. And this time, he was selling his true feelings. Are Roland and Kate in love? They don't have to answer this question themselves. When the guests invited to the premiere spread the argument that this is a great love story when the paid media outlets promoted the idea that Roland Allen and Kate Winslet created the love of the century when the lucky fans who signed a confidentiality agreement and could not reveal the film information released the news that I will definitely go to the theater to watch it again, and more than 30 fans fainted at the premiere when those fans who fainted took the hospital's emergency bill to prove their shameful past and said that they did not finish watching the movie and must watch it again at the midnight show. Roland and Kate, they are in love. Even if they both denied it, no one believed it. As the news from the premiere spread, the people of North America were all stunned. Fainted from crying while watching a movie? What kind of a magical movie is this? Are you a shill? But unfortunately, this doubt did not exist for long before the 5 major TV networks in North America hammered it down. When Steven Spielberg, George Lucas, Francis Coppola, Martin Scorsese, Tom Hanks and other Jewish guys wiped their tears one after another and said that they cried at the scene, the North American people were shocked. Then, the major newspapers that were already controlled by the media group published film reviews from entertainment editors and well-known film critics. The core of the reviews was also highly consistent. I didn't see the premiere clearly because I was crying and because fans fainted one after another, so the experience was not good. We will buy tickets to enter and watch it again to try to write a valuable review. Oh my god. If it's not valuable, don't post it. If you post it like this, won't we be even more confused? The comments from industry insiders and professional media have completely aroused the curiosity of the people. At the same time, Yahoo and IMDb were also very shameless in putting the discussion page of Titanic in the most conspicuous position, and the page, where you can clearly notice the different amount of comments every time you refresh the page, is the best place for the public to gather and discuss. In this case, the North American Theatre Alliance directly dealt the final blow. At the premiere, more than 30 fans fainted from tears? Holy crap. This is simply a new way to increase the box office, right? In the past, it was the producers who bought the box office. Later, the stars and directors would also buy a little. Later, in order to ensure the number of screenings and extend the screening time, all 3 parties would take action. And now, you, the guy who has won the annual box office championship 6 times, have come up with a new way to make fans cry, so that they can't see the movie, but have to go to the theater to watch the movie again. This is really too dry, not beautiful, bright. Roland. Awesome. After seeing the news and hearing the real situation, the North American Theatre Alliance shouted out loud. The final blow they gave was also very simple. The movie was officially released on December 19th, and the screening rate was directly pushed from the normal 60% of Roland films to a dizzying 70%. What Good Will Hunting, Tomorrow Never Dies, Scream 2, Mousetto, Life is Beautiful, The Breakers. If you don't withdraw the schedule, you can only enjoy the remaining 30%. In this case, DreamWorks led by Steven Spielberg did not say a word. Mousetto and The Breakers failed, and if their failures could be exchanged for the big hit of Titanic, the old man would be very happy. After actively admitting what he did in front of Bill Gates, Roland's position in the old man's heart has actually surpassed DreamWorks. As for Miramax, which launched Good Will Hunting, Life is Beautiful and Scream 2, the Weinstein brothers chose to wait for death. What's the big deal about losing a little money? As long as Roland doesn't target them, it's fine. MGM, which has invested a little over 100 million in the 007 series, they are ready to file for bankruptcy at any time. Change the schedule? It's impossible. When there is only one voice in the market, how can the schedule be changed? As for the other 6 companies except Fox, sorry, the other 5 have no movies in the Christmas season this year. It is precisely because they have no movies that helping to promote Titanic will not violate the interests of the group. In this way, when the 3 companies were waiting to die, and the 5 big companies put their hands in their pockets and quietly watched Roland tossing there, on the night of December 18th long queues formed at the entrances of major theaters in America. If you observe carefully, you will find that more than 60% of the guys are young girls under the age of 25. As time passed, they bought tickets one by one and entered. When they entered, everyone had a smile on their face, listening to the male companions next to them saying words full of disbelief. How could this movie make people cry? But all the media are saying so. Some people even fainted from crying. It must be hype. Impossible. Spielberg and others have confirmed that this is not a rumor. Oh, look at those big names who have spoken out. They have all worked with Roland. It must be a commercial hype. Really? Of course. More than 3 hours later. Wow. Jack is dead. Jack is dead. Don't cry. Don't cry. It's just a movie. Just a movie. And Ruth is still alive. What movie? What Ruth is still alive? Wow. Ruth is dead. No. Didn't Ruth remarry? What remarry? How do you watch the movie? Before he died, Jack asked Ruth to promise him to try her best to live go. She got married to fulfill Jack's last wish. Okay. Although Rose is alive, she died when she pushed Jack into the sea. No. What is your theory? What theory do you have? When Rose said Rose Dawson, she had already been buried with Jack in the sea. But that's not how the movie works. That's because you didn't understand. Honey, I really understand. You just don't understand. I really. Break up. Okay, okay. I don't understand. I don't understand. Then what do you want to do? Watch it with me again tomorrow. Okay, okay. Watch it again. Then tonight, let's stay next to the theater, okay? So that tomorrow, when those girls and their boyfriends went in with laughter and came out with quarrels and tears, the data company investigators who were stationed in the theater all year round stopped doing any questionnaire surveys. At other times, surveys were to make money, but now surveys are to lose their lives. However, not conducting surveys does not mean that they are not working, right? Out of boredom, they just counted how many men had tricked women into going to the small hotel next door. But as they kept counting, they just got too lazy to count. Everyone was crying. Did you watch a movie or attend a funeral? This kind of situation happened in every theater in America. The staff was amazed, and the data company investigators witnessed the strange scene. As for the others, sorry, no one has counted the box office of the midnight show. After Jurassic Park, no film company will care about Roland Allen's midnight show data, because it was meaningless. His fans were too crazy, and the only thing to watch was the first day. The situation on December 19th was similar to the midnight show, except that there were many people who had seen the movie, so the laughter was much smaller. But the crying at the end of the show could be described as a river of sadness. It was not until the early morning of December 20th that the executives of major film companies got rid of the "boring news" that several people fainted in this theater and several girls cried and refused to leave in that theater. When they got the first day box office data of Titanic compiled by the North American Theater Alliance, everyone took a deep breath. 59,170,000? Rupert Murdoch adjusted his glasses. It took 100 hours for last year's Spider-Man to break the 100 million mark, right? It seems that 48 hours was enough for this year's Titanic. Crazy. Crazy, these audiences all crazy. Note, Cameron's behavior of letting actors play themselves is even more excessive than Spielberg's. In Saving Private Ryan, he only changed the script for Hanks, but before Avatar, Cameron basically wrote scripts according to the actors. When filming Terminator, he found that Schwarzenegger's lines were not good, so he cut all the lines. When filming Rambo 2, he wrote a 60-page script, and then edited the storyboards according to Stallone's external image. Alien 2 was even more excessive. He wrote a Schwarzenegger version at first, and then Fox asked the original crew to use it. After talking with Sigourney Weaver, I knew that she didn't want to play that kind of tap-tap mode, so I wrote a tap-tap version of a mother saving her son. These things are admitted by the producers and actors themselves. Those who think that I wrote it wrong, and that Cameron will not change for the actors, I really have nothing to say. There are video materials for these. Cameron's greatest characteristic is to serve the market, using what he likes as a skin, and covering it with the core that the audience likes, rather than using what the audience likes as a skin, and covering it with the core that he likes. There was actually another big movie in the Christmas season that year, which was Sony's As Good As It Gets, but it was released on the 25th. Chapter 233. You can use their care to get what they care about. On the first day of release, the box office soared to 59.17 million. What does this mean? A new record? Sorry, the word new record is not suitable to describe the current situation. Currently, the first place in the global box office this year is Steven Spielberg's Jurassic Park 2, The Lost World, but the box office of this movie in the first weekend was only 72.13 million, an average of 24.04 million per day, while the performance of Titanic on the first day was 2.4 times that. If you say 2.4 times is actually normal, after all, the publicity and promotion of Titanic is not comparable to Jurassic Park 2. With countless people's credibility endorsement and all media cheering in unison, under the current political and economic problems, the bankers hidden in various industries like to see the peace and prosperity without any opposition, and the lead actor Roland Allen is selling the beauty of first love that all young women can't resist. With more than 100 million yuan spent on North American publicity and distribution, and the other 5 companies not launching any blockbusters at the same time, if Titanic still can't achieve an overwhelming victory, then everyone involved in all this will be a failure. However, this actually overlooks a problem, that is, increasing the quantity without increasing the price. The length of Titanic is 194 minutes. The length of Jurassic Park 2 is 129 minutes. The length of Men in Black, which is currently the second highest grossing film in the world, is 98 minutes. According to the normal screening plus cleaning operation rhythm, a cinema can show 6 Jurassic Park 2 shows a day, which is 774 minutes, and 8 Men in Black shows a day, which is 784 minutes. But if it is Titanic, it can only be shown 4 times a day, a total of 776 minutes. On the surface, the daily screening time is about the same, but the problem is that compared with Jurassic Park 2, Titanic has 1/3 fewer screenings per screen. Compared with Men in Black, it is even less than half. In this situation, in order to prevent the public from thinking that the theaters and producers want to pass on the crazy publicity costs and high production costs to themselves, the ticket price of Titanic is only 10% higher than that of Jurassic Park 2 and nearly 17% higher than that of Men in Black. To put it bluntly, according to normal market pricing rules, the ticket price of Titanic is absolutely not worth its length. If we make a simple calculation, then according to the pricing rules of Jurassic Park 2, the first day box office of Titanic will be 77.85 million, and according to the pricing rules of Men in Black, the first day box office of Titanic will be 88.31 million. Although these two pricing methods cannot make Titanic exceed 100 million on the first day, but Roland can achieve a result that countless filmmakers cannot achieve in their lifetime in one day. This kind of ease makes people sigh, envy, and unable to resist. Congratulations to Roland Allen. The box office closed at 59.17 million on the day of release. He made history again. You know, the current daily box office limit of North American theaters is only 90 million. When Jurassic Park 2 was released in the summer, we were amazed by the over 50% attendance rate in the first weekend. At that time, I was thinking, how cool are dinosaurs that can make 30 or 40 people squeeze into a theater to watch? And now, I'm thinking, how touching is love that can attract 80 or 90 people to a theater to watch? Can it make the audience cry until they dizzy? So, with doubts in my heart, I walked into the theater with my wife. The theater. But when we came out again, we had run out of tissues. Although James Cameron told a very cliched story in Titanic, the beauty of Roland Allen and Kate Winslet's performance still moved me. No, sorry, I shouldn't use the word performance to describe their state, because I don't think they are acting at all, because I can't find any trace of performance at all. They on the screen are really in love again. The expressions of the two people are no different from the photos and videos exposed by the media before. In and out of the play, they are lovers. I believe that many people will have very strange thoughts in their hearts when they hear this. A question. Since there is no difference between them in and out of the play, why should we go to the theater to watch this movie? Can't we just watch the news about their love affair? It doesn't cost money. Yes, I thought so when I saw half of the film, but when I saw the end, I understood why I went to the theater to watch this movie, because the sinking effect of the Titanic was perfectly brought to the screen by James Cameron, and the visual effects presented in the movie are definitely several levels higher than Jurassic Park 2 and Men in Black. It is the reality that comes to the face that makes the love between Jack and Rose so great. It is the reality that comes to the face that makes life so great. The choice of death becomes extremely touching. It is the reality that comes to our faces that makes the separation of yin and yang so painful. It is the reality that comes to our faces that makes my wife and I burst into tears. I dare not say that Titanic is the best movie I have ever seen, but I dare say that under the control of James Cameron and the empathy of Roland Allen and Kate Winslet, this is the most real movie I have ever seen. I seem to be on the night of April 15th. 1912. I seem to have witnessed the tragedy with my own eyes. I seem to have witnessed the unforgettable love. After the movie was released, the promotion of the movie was actually no longer within the control of Fox. All media shifted their focus from the hype of love affairs before the movie was released to the quality of the movie itself. Although everyone can see that the script of Titanic is just so-so, they can also see the essence of the success of the whole movie. In addition to Roland Allen's unparalleled popularity, CGI is also one of the contributors to the success of the movie. In fact, most of the time, special effects films are not easy to promote, because special effects are actually a very virtual thing. People can't let the public have an accurate understanding of the special effects of a movie through oral description. Just like Aquaman. During the promotion, the special effects were so good, but when you go in, it turns out to be a large-scale Hey DeLeo scene. If this thing is called an epic, then Peter Jackson will cry to death in the toilet holding his Lord of the Rings. Many times, producers and directors will have such a question, whether the special effects serve the plot or the plot serves the special effects. But James Cameron has made a successful demonstration with Titanic. Everything is for the movie. Yes, the plot of Titanic is indeed a bit popular. But you have to admit that it is precisely because of the popularity that has been tested by the market countless times that it has become attractive. At the same time, on this attractive basis, add visual enjoyment that can make the audience have an immersive experience, and the movie has been made. On the surface, the love in Titanic is the focus of people's attention, but in fact, without the real visual effects, the routine love will be greatly discounted. many times. Why do people complain that a movie is really rubbish? Is it because of the problem with the plot of the movie? No, it is a combination of techniques. If a successful core verified by the market is added with the text, special effects and never expected, it will become a spoof. But if it is added with world-class CGI, a sense of substitution will be created. In Roland's later life, many people think that special effects are the future of the film industry because they are cool. If special effects cannot be improved, then the film will decline. And said that James Cameron is a good example. If there is no new technology, he will not make movies. But in fact, these people don't understand why James Cameron succeeded. The cool CGI is just to pull the audience into the movie world. The cliché but acceptable plot that is sprayed by everyone is the root of the audience's sense of substitution. Special effects and plots never conflict. Only when they are perfectly combined will the audience feel that this movie is good. On the surface, it is CGI that conquered the audience, but in fact, it is CGI plus the proven successful plot. The sense of substitution created by these two makes him invincible. The plot may be watery, but as long as people like it, that's enough. When the argument that the special effects of Titanic were too real emerged, the movie, which originally relied on women as the main force of box office contribution, gradually tilted towards men. Although the plot is not friendly to many men, the magnificent scene can still make them find satisfaction in dog food. After this sense of substitution is generated, many male fans who accompany their girlfriends to watch the movie can also talk about the plot. Female fan, what do you think? If Rose believed from the beginning that Jack didn't steal the Star of the Sea, could they have survived? Male fan, I don't think either of them would have survived. Didn't you see that when her fiancé saw Rose and Jack hugging and kissing, he just pulled out a gun and shot? If she believed Jack from the beginning, maybe both of them would have been shot to death. Female fan, then what do you think? If Rose didn't get off the lifeboat and return to the Titanic, would Jack not have died? After all, Jack could have survived by grabbing the planks. Male fan, I still think both of them would have died. After Rose survived, she came to the United States to marry her fiancé and finally committed suicide because of her unhappy life. After Jack survived, he was shot to death by Rose's fiancé as soon as he set foot in the United States. Because in the final boarding process, Rose's fiancé openly told Jack to wait for death on the ship. The female fan was a little unhappy. Can't you? Think positively. For example, Jack also climbed onto the plank in the end, and both of them came to America alive, and then lived happily together, and had a lot of children. The male fan was helpless. The problem is that such a thing does not exist in reality. Jack is just a poor boy. He can't afford the life that Ruth wants. Didn't you see the last photo of Ruth? What she wants is freedom under the conditions of abundance. She wants someone who loves her and can play with her. But Jack is obviously not that. He has no money. The female fan was very dissatisfied. Love can transcend everything. Okay. Didn't Roland, the A+list, also fall in love with Kate, the newcomer? The male fan stopped coaxing. Then why don't you ask when Roland and Kate are getting married? Female fan. It seems like there is no problem. Similar conversations were frequently staged in various places in America, and then, Roland and Kate are a good match. Please get married where they are. The post was like a virus, spreading wildly on Yahoo and IMDb. In Roland's previous life, every time Leonardo DiCaprio and Kate Winslet had a secret meeting, it would make the headlines. The reason for this is that no matter how many years later, there will still be fans looking forward to their marriage. In this life, Roland, well, inspired by male friends, posts like Roland and Kate have been to each other's homes. They should have plans to prepare for the wedding, right? When do you think Roland and Kate will announce their engagement? Roland and Kate look so cute with their baby. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. The baby they give birth to will definitely be good looking. Directly squeezed out the living space of other discussion forums. At the beginning of this year, IMDb's weekly visits were only around 250 million, but now, Roland and Kate's discussion forum alone can contribute nearly 700 million visits a week. At the beginning of this year, IMDb's weekly new users were only tens of thousands, but now, Roland and Kate's discussion forum alone has 300,000 new users a week. When Roland acquired him, the website was only worth tens of millions, but now, if you add a zero to it and offer 500 million, those online media companies will fight over it. When websites like IMDb can enjoy the fan dividend brought by Roland's 8-year fan base, the box office on Saturdays and Sundays will not disappoint people. Due to the scheduling, there are still so many screenings, and the room for growth has been blocked. The box office has begun to decline on the second day, but even so, the box office on the first weekend still reached 150 million. As for other movies, sorry, with the entire North American theater chain producing a maximum box office of 90 million a day at full capacity, other movies are dead. Tomorrow Never Dies, which was released at the same time as Titanic, closed at 3.07 million in its first weekend. Nathan Lane's Mouse had closed at 920,000 in its first weekend. Scream 2, which was released on December 12th, closed at 590,000 in 3 days. The Untamed, which was released on December 10th, closed at 330,000 in 3 days. Good Will Hunting, which was released on December 5th, did not exceed 150,000 in 3 days. 5 movies released that month, plus some previous films, accounted for 30% of the market share, but the box office revenue they brought was not even a fraction of Titanic. This terrifying crushing victory over the entire world made all film companies choose to withdraw the film from the schedule, and even Sony postponed the release of As Good as It Gets. MMP, it is no longer a case of hitting a rock with an egg, but whoever encounters Titanic will be crushed to ashes. Everyone knows that Roland is awesome, but they didn't expect that Roland, who was selling love in front of the public for the first time, could be so awesome. Now he is like Jack, standing on the bow, raising his arms and shouting, "I'm the king of the world." As for the question, raised by the media before, who can break Roland's rule in the 1990s? Now no one is talking about this boring topic anymore. Will Smith. The total box office of Men in Black in North America is 250 million, and that is only the number of Titanic in 1 week. The 6 major studios that have been secretly observing Roland, Fox, Sony, and Paramount that have cooperated with Roland are laughing like crazy, while Universal, Warner, and Disney, they can't understand why Roland Allen's fans are so crazy. If Harrison Ford dominated the 1980s and made countless superstars live in his shadow, then now, how many superstars dare to pat their chests and say that they live in the shadow of Roland Allen? Since his debut, Roland has either been breaking records or on the way to breaking records. When everyone thinks that breaking 100 million in North America is a success, 200 million is a big hit, and 300 million is the ceiling, Roland's minimum guarantee is 300 million. The achievements you are proud of are just the starting point for others. This is more hurtful than facing this directly. As for cooperation, Warner, Universal, and Disney also want to cooperate with Roland. Don't miss this opportunity to make money for free. But the problem is that Roland has only cooperated with his own people since his debut. After a long journey, the projects he participated in were either organized by the Jewish gang or set up by the tyrants backed by Wall Street. They wanted to squeeze in, but they couldn't. Alas. Just as Warner, Universal, and Disney watched Titanic run rampant and sweep away everything, but they had no chance to get a share of Roland Allen's money. Roland, who was smiling because of the box office boom, suddenly received a call from Spielberg. "Hi, Steven, good morning. Let me guess, you called me at this time to congratulate me on the big sale of Titanic? Hey, there's no need to be so polite between us. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here now." Although Roland's words were full of politeness, Spielberg could still hear the joy contained in his words. Even though he didn't see Roland, he could still imagine that Roland was leaning on the big sofa in his house, with his feet resting on the coffee table. If Roland didn't mess around, he would have imagined a scene of him surrounded by beautiful women, full of glory, hugging women, and letting women answer his phone calls. But, it's normal to be excited. After all, every second now is making history for Roland. However, he didn't call this time to congratulate. "Okay, then I won't be polite to you." That's right. Roland's joyful voice came again. Spielberg didn't care, but continued, I called you to tell you something serious. Before, you told me that you wanted to help Kate win the Oscar. Do you remember this? I remember. Wait for me. Upon hearing this, the guy who was still very cool quickly stopped talking. Then, the sound of dong 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 came from the receiver. After about 10 seconds, Spielberg finally heard Roland's words. Oh, go ahead. I was just in the living room. Kate was cooking with Lizzie in the kitchen. I had to stay away from her, so she wouldn't hear. Oh, by the way, you said there's a problem with going for an Oscar. Those guys aren't that greedy, are they? The old man smiled and shook his head at the eccentric words. He was used to Roland's temper and wouldn't care about this kind of behavior, so he went straight to the point. I haven't mentioned the deal for the Oscar to them yet. I called you this time just to say that you're really losing out by doing this. Loss. Roland felt a little warmed when he heard this. It depends on the person, right? If I don't think it's a loss, then it's a loss. Spielberg smiled and shook his head at the chic words. How could he not know that Roland was determined to buy the award? But the loss he mentioned was not to let Roland not buy, but to maximize the benefits. No, what I mean is, judging from the current situation, this year is also the best year for you. Titanic is a big hit, and fans outside are even discussing your baby with Kate. In this situation, if you change some chips that are more attractive to them, or add some things they are interested in on the original basis, maybe, then you got the most unlikely award in your life. You may not care, but your fans do, and you can use their care to get what they care about. How about it? Are you interested in hearing my thoughts? Note, if you think my box office figures are exaggerated, you can go and read Kenneth Turan's angry comments after Titanic won the Best Picture. His niece went to see this movie in 1998 and then watched it at least 16 times in a month and a half. It's at least because there were 16 ticket stubs found, and according to his niece, some of them must have been lost. At that time, if you didn't go to the cinema many times to check in, you would be considered a loser. That's how the box office revenue of over 1 billion was accumulated. Chapter 234. This is the best era? Question mark. Roland, who was leaning on the sofa in the study, slowly typed a question mark. The happy smile that had filled his face with the success of Titanic was fading. Although Spielberg didn't make it clear, Roland still understood it. Won the most unlikely award in life. Didn't this refer to the Oscar for Best Actor? He won the Best Actor? Isn't this a joke? Steven, this joke is not funny. Roland's 5 fingers resting on the armrest of the sofa tapped in disorder, and the rubbing sound made by the leather sofa explained Roland's mood at the moment. The reason why we give Kate an Oscar is because there is a successful precedent. Her age and her performance are not a problem. What we need to solve is to erase the judge's stereotype that young actors should not win awards early. With you and the big six here, this problem is also easy to solve. Having said this, Roland paused again, pinched the Kingming acupoint with his right hand, and said very self-awarely, but I have too many problems. Have you ever seen the Oscars give the best actor to a guy under 30 years old? Have you ever seen the Oscars give the best actor to a guy who is 20 years old? Have you ever seen the Oscars give the best actor to an 18-year-old guy? Come on. When the Oscars are awarded next year, I will only be 18 years and 3 months old. Just because of the age issue, there is no way I can win this award. What's more, do you think the skills I have mastered can be compared with others? You, Tom, and the others, you all know that my performance is just like this. I can't play difficult roles, and the roles I can play, the audience only cares about my handsome and charming face. So, I never thought I would win an award, and I didn't think about delving into this. You know, we are the same kind of people. We don't like acting or directing, we like the thing itself, and we like the sense of accomplishment after creating a world recognized by the audience. So, why did you suddenly tell me about this? Spielberg smiled repeatedly at the nagging words. He knew that what Roland said was true, but the problem was that the best opportunity he emphasized was actually true. He was ready to dismantle Roland's unrealistic self-denial. Roland, first of all, you think your age is an obstacle to your winning an award, right? Yes. Then have you ever considered who are the people you are targeting now? Actors. Roland answered as a matter of course. Spielberg retorted, "Why do you compare yourself to an actor? Isn't your benchmark Shirley Temple? The deepest impression you leave on the public is not the role you created, but the various movies you have made up for the lack in their hearts in the past 10 years. It's not that you act well, but that they need you to act beautifully." Stephen. It's too hurtful to say that. Roland curled his lips. If the old man hadn't talked to him about serious matters, he would have suspected that this guy had seen that Titanic might break the box office record of Jurassic Park and deliberately jumped out to annoy him. Spielberg obviously didn't think so much, or rather, Roland's reaction was all within his expectations. Hurt people. Oh. God. Please don't pretend in front of me, okay? I know you don't care about these comments, and what I want to say is that the reason why Shirley Temple won the Oscar is because she made up for the lack in the hearts of the public. The public wanted her to win, so she won. I know you may want to say that she was a wonderful and soothing dessert given to the American people by God during the Great Depression. She was a special product of the background of the times, and she only won a special award, but don't you think that without the background of the times, your performance is even more terrifying than hers? Or, Home Alone, Terminator 2, Jurassic Park, The Lion King, Spider-Man, Titanic. Which of these movies is not a product of the tide of the times? When it comes to adapting to the times, who can compare to you? Roland sighed, and he twisted his body, which was still leaning on the sofa, and lay down flat. That's right, although the outside world has evaluated him as a terrifying box office terminator. In fact, one box office record after another is just a product of following the trend of the times. These movies first became the first in a certain field, and then reaped the box office. If you must emphasize the special products of the times, then Roland dares to say that he is second, and no one dares to say he is first. He reaped all the dividends of the technological development of the film industry in the 1990s, and with the ability to kick each other's ass with James Cameron and the copyright of The Lord of the Rings, the subsequent dividends are already in his hands. But the problem is that following the times can only win the public's favor, but it can't solve the man-made problems. You said you would help me get a special Oscar award. I believe it. If you said the best actor, Steven, you want me to die. The reason why I'm alive and well now is not because I never compete with those actors for food. The reason why Tom Hanks is willing to teach me is because I won't steal his scripts, right? But once I join the competition for the best actor Oscar, then my previous friends will become enemies because I'm encroaching on their interests now. Roland lives very clearly. He has a good relationship with people in the circle. In addition to the protection of these big Buddhas behind him, it is actually related to his own line. The scripts he plays cannot be played by those famous actors, and Roland does not touch the excellent scripts that those famous actors need. In this way, it will be good for you, me and everyone else. But if this balance is broken, things will be troublesome. Although Roland is not afraid of trouble, he also hates trouble. Acting is just a way for him to make primitive accumulation of capital. In the early stage of accumulation, he didn't fight with others. Now that he has accumulated enough, there is no need to fight with others. However, after hearing Roland's remarks on the distribution of interests, Spielberg on the other end of the phone laughed. Do you know why I told you that this year is the best opportunity? Because at present, no one can eat this cake. There are only a few guys who will compete for the Oscar for Best Actor this year. Dustin Hoffman, who starred in Wag the Dog, will definitely be nominated. However, Dustin has already won 2 golden statues in 1984 Kramer vs. Kramer and in 1989 for Rain Man. Do you think he can win it again? Then there is Robert Duvall in Preacher. Although he didn't win the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor with The Godfather and Apocalypse Now back then, he won the Oscar for Best Actor in 1983 with Tender Mercies. He is not Tom, not Dustin. 1 is already the limit. 2 is simply impossible. Next is Peter Fonda, who starred in The Beekeeper this year. You should know Peter Fonda, right? He's from the Fonda family. His father, Henry Fonda, was the guy who filmed 12 Angry Men in 1958 and won the Oscar for Best Actor for On Golden Pond in 1982. He passed away the same year he won the award. And Henry Fonda's daughter, Jane Fonda, also starred with him in On Golden Pond and was nominated for Best Supporting Actress. But that's not important. What's important is that Jane Fonda won 2 Oscars for Best Actress in On the Ruse and the Brink and in '79 for Coming Home. And now, she is the wife of CNN founder Ted Turner. I've told you so much because I want to tell you that Peter Fonda himself knows that he can't win an Oscar. His family has used up all their resources with 3 Oscars. When On Golden Pond was up for the award, Ted Turner also tried, but the judges were only willing to vote for him because Henry Fonda had been ill for a long time and might pass away at any time. After excluding Dustin Hoffman, Robert Duvall and Peter Fonda, who are unlikely to win the award, Matt Damon and Jack Nicholson are also likely to be nominated for the Best Actor Oscar this year. I don't know if you know about Matt Damon, but he wrote the script for Good Will Hunting, which starred Robin Williams, and he also starred in the leading role. However, for the Good Will Hunting project, we have already agreed that Robin needs an Oscar for Best Supporting Actor, and we will help him win the award. At the same time, Matt Damon has been strategically abandoned. Well, even if you don't give up, you can still knock him out. In that case, do you feel that you still have no chance? Because Jack Nicholson is capable of winning 2 Best Actor Oscars. He won the Best Actor Oscar in 1975 for One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and the Best Supporting Actor in 1983 for Endearment. This year he has another movie, As Good as It Gets, and he is preparing to win an Oscar. If nothing unexpected happens, this year he will win. But, As Good as It Gets was originally scheduled to be released on December 25th. As long as it was shown in Los Angeles for a week, it would meet the registration requirements. But the problem is, Titanic was released on December 19th. Your $150 million in 3 days made it impossible for all the movies on the market to make a profit at the box office. So, Sony withdrew As Good as It Gets. Because it is a big budget movie competing for an Oscar, with a production cost of more than $50 million. If it is forced to be released, in order to give Jack Nicholson an Oscar, then the $50 million would basically be wasted. With Sony's shifting of the schedule, As Good as It Gets is now set to win an Oscar in 1999. Yes, you personally killed the guy who had the best chance of winning the Oscar for Best Actor this year. The best year I mentioned is not only because Titanic is rampaging in the box office market, but also because with Titanic rampaging, the judges now don't know who to vote for. Holy crap. Roland, who was lying on the sofa, sat up suddenly. After listening to Spielberg's long chatter, Roland's heart was filled with, as if 10,000 horses were galloping through it. As Good as It Gets was withdrawn because of Titanic. This. Although Roland couldn't remember exactly what the Oscar winners were every year, he was still impressed by the films in which Jack Nicholson won the Best Actor award twice. The point was that in his previous life, when Jack Nicholson won the Best Actor award for the second time with As Good as It Gets, all the nominees for the Best Actor award that year were criticized because Leonardo DiCaprio was not on the list. Many audiences actually don't know how the actors performed, and in this case, they think that actors who can mobilize their emotions and resonate with them have superb acting skills. Jack Nicholson, Matt Damon, Robert Duvall, Peter Fonda, Dustin Hoffman and others didn't do it in the Oscar-winning movies back then, so the audience thought they didn't act well, but Leo did, so he acted well. The audience is just so pure. But the judges, well, the judges aren't really fair. They also rank people based on seniority, but the problem is that the plan of ranking people based on seniority has been smashed to pieces by the sweeping Titanic. So, how can we rank people based on seniority? Give it to Dustin Hoffman. Damn it. Those who support Tom Hanks will be unhappy. The reason why Apollo 13 was rejected was because no one else could win 3. Give it to Robert Duvall. Damn it. Those who won 1 Oscar are not happy. There is a clear gap between Robert Duvall and Dustin Hoffman and Tom Hanks. He can win 2, so why can't we? Give it to Peter Fonda? Stop kidding. Their family has already won 3. If they give 1 to Peter Fonda, won't they catch up with the Coppola family? Why? Give it to Matt Damon. Well, the Academy won't have such an idea. If they give it to Matt Damon, then all the new generation actors such as Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt will be dissatisfied. In this way, with Jack Nicholson already banged by Sony, and the other 4 strongest contenders having no chance of winning the award at all, and with Roland having the support of the 6 major public relations agencies, and with the advice of Spielberg, the guy who can do 3 consecutive championships through public relations, and with the fans hoping to see the love of the century become even greater, this is the best time. Roland felt that he could really stand up. I want this award. Who's in favor? Who's against? When Spielberg finished speaking, both ends of the phone fell into silence. About a minute later, crackling sounds suddenly arose. Although the old man was not present at the scene in person, his smiling eyes seemed to be able to transcend space and see everything. Yeah. Wow. Although Roland doesn't care about this stuff, it's better to have a chance to grab it than to have no chance to look at it, right? Not caring is one thing. Whether you can get it or not is another. Even if he doesn't care about awards, his fans do. Moreover, if he remembers correctly, As Good as It Gets actually swept the Best Actor and Actress awards at this year's Oscars. Now, the biggest threat has been banned by Capital? Roland would laugh in his dreams. He jumped up from the sofa and pushed all the books on the desk. The messy sound of heavy objects falling to the ground was the most beautiful music to him. I don't know how many things he turned over. When he was panting with his hands on his hips and looked around, books and materials were scattered at his feet, and chairs and stools were overturned on the ground. If I had to describe it, it would be, I have been playing with Kate for 2 years, and it's never been so chaotic now. Hi, Steven. Are you still there? Roland picked up the phone again, and there was only excitement on his face when he fell back on the sofa. Of course, very happy, right? Do you also think that the current situation is your best chance? Yeah. I have never doubted you. How could you lie to me, right? The old man rolled his eyes at the shameless jokes. He smiled and said, so now, do you think I need to revise the goal of the Olympic Games with you before submitting the cooperation intention to the 6 majors? This is really necessary, Roland said in a tone of praise. However, while Roland was excited, a sentence popped up in his mind. But, Gulden, what is the price? What do you think I need to pay? Giving Kate an Olympic Games, and giving both of us an Olympic Games, those are 2 different prices. Steven, Chapter 235 Overdraw everything, and become a living legend. Change of identity and officially become the master. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Even if everyone in the industry knows that Matt Damon, Robert Duvall, Peter Fonda, and Dustin Hoffman are unlikely to win the award, they still have to continue to persuade the judges to vote for Roland. Among them, there is a big difference between being a publicist for one and being a publicist for 2 at the same time. In fact, the Oscar selection rules are very interesting. During the preliminary selection process, the Academy will make a table of the films that are eligible to participate in the competition that year and distribute it to the corresponding members. Members can choose their favorite films or filmmakers from this table. As an industry award, practitioners in each industry can only vote for practitioners in their own industry. For example, a guy like Steven Spielberg, who is a member of the Orthodox Directors Association, can only throw his vote into the pit of Best Director. However, if it is a guy like Clint Eastwood, who is an actor, a director, and has joined the association, he can vote for 5. 1 for Best Director, 1 for Best Actor, 1 for Best Actress, 1 for Best Supporting Actor, and 1 for Best Supporting Actress. Hey. At first glance, you can see that the actor award is not the same as other awards, because the members of the Actors Guild who have the right to vote cast 4 votes for 4 awards at one time, and wanting the judges to write the names of 2 PR'd people on the list at the same time is no longer called choice, but manipulation. The autonomy is completely gone. And if you add the Best Picture that everyone has to vote for, or just take Clint Eastwood as an example, who can cast 6 votes a year, those guys usually voted A for Best Picture, A for Best Director, B for Best Actor, C for Best Actress, D for Best Actor, and E for Best Actress. But this year, Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor and Best Actress, all the special codes are A. 4 of the 6 votes were cast by the same PR party. In this case, what do you think Clint Eastwood will think? Oh, sorry. As the brother-in-law of George Lucas student Ron Howard, old man Clint may not complain, but other judges are not as easy to talk to as old man. If it is normal to publicize one acting award, then it is hellish to publicize two acting awards at the same time, and it is as difficult as a nightmare to take 4 out of 6 tickets. In this case, how much will Roland have to pay? He himself doesn't know. However, he knows one thing. All the gifts given by fate have already been secretly marked with a price. He never thought that he could get anything easily. Everything in life requires a price. He doesn't expect that he can easily get the trophy. What he wants to know now is the price of the trophy. And this price is not something Spielberg can reply immediately. After learning that Roland was willing to ask for the price, Spielberg decisively told the 6 major companies that Roland and Kate wanted to take the Best Actor and Best Actress awards. When faced with the price offered by Roland, the 6 major companies, who were not surprised, all expressed their opinions. What is coming will come. The meeting room of News Corporation was crowded with people. After receiving the award-winning request personally handed in by Spielberg, Fox, who felt that the matter was big enough and could not make the decision, immediately reported it and asked the group company to make a decision on this transaction. Well, if it is called a transaction, it is not appropriate. Because in the award-winning plan, written by Spielberg for Roland, it only emphasized that as the producer and distributor of Titanic, Fox had the obligation to help Roland and Kate win the Oscar. If the two won the award, it would have a direct impact on Fox's revenue, and the expenses incurred by the award winning would be borne by both parties. If the award winning cost a documented $10 million, then Fox and Roland would each bear $5 million. Even if what Spielberg said was true, News Corporation, which also knew the difficulty of winning awards, wanted more. On the surface, this deal doesn't seem to have much of a problem, but Roland Allen wants to win an award, which is a problem in itself. We can help them win an Oscar, but we need more benefits. If they win an Oscar, it will greatly stimulate the sales of Titanic in the DVD market, but this is far from enough. We will sell the DVD of Titanic the day after the Oscar ceremony. At the same time, we need them to cooperate to make a big news that can stimulate fans to buy. Aren't there many people posting on Yahoo, IMDb, and MSN asking them to get married? Then let Roland publicly express his love to Kate before the DVD is sold. Of course, if he doesn't get it, then our deal will not take effect. Isn't this a very fair price? We don't ask them to share the cost of winning an Oscar. Unlike Fox, which wanted to squeeze out all the value of Titanic, Columbia TriStar Pictures, after seeing the Oscar-winning deal, directly rejected Spielberg's vague bargaining chip. Because Roland will continue to shoot Spider-Man 2 and 3, winning the Oscar will be beneficial to the promotion of subsequent films. Roland Allen continued to shoot Spider-Man 2 and 3. That was our previous deal, and had nothing to do with the Oscar-winning deal. Of course, it's not that we won't help him win the Oscar, but we think the bargaining chip of the deal can be slightly modified. Aren't there many people asking them to get married now? Then when they are shooting Spider-Man 2 and 3, we will make up some other gossips, such as Peter Parker may have fallen in love with Mary Jane on the set. When those guys who wanted Roland and Kate to get married see this news, they will have a great interest in the movie. Whether they want to explore how did bitch, who plays Mary Jane, hook up with Roland, or want to know, is there true love in this world, they will most likely go to the theater to appreciate it. Of course, we don't control the final result. Whether Roland breaks up with Kate or denies it, we don't care. But these must not happen before the film is taken off the screen. What we want is some soap opera love plots during the promotion period of Spider-Man 2 and 3. And, as far as we know, Roland has no projects after Spider-Man 2 and 3. If that's the case, then we also hope that during the promotion period of Spider-Man 3, Roland can take the initiative to say that this will be his last starring movie. After filming Spider-Man 3, he will bid farewell to the screen and stop acting. This is the bargaining chip we want, a gimmick that can make money. If Fox wants to squeeze out all the profits from Titanic and Sony wants to verify how terrifying the purchasing power of Roland Allen's fans is, then Paramount wants to get a piece of the pie from the relationship that has been confirmed between the two. We finally understand why Roland gave up the commission from Saving Private Ryan, but we are not satisfied. However, we are not going too far. We just want a TV interview with the couple. During the promotion period of Saving Private Ryan, we need Roland and Kate to participate in the talk show we have arranged, and let them talk about the behind-the-scenes story of Saving Private Ryan during the filming. This must involve Roland's visit to Kate's home. As for the scale, we require that the 3 points of why Roland went, Roland's communication with Kate's family, and future plans must be mentioned. If they don't want to talk about other more in-depth issues, they don't have to talk about them. Of course, all of this will be based on winning the award. If not, then it will be invalid. Fox, Sony, and Paramount, the three giants that have direct cooperation with Roland, all showed the greed of capital, or in other words, 150 million in 3 days, not only shocked the world, but also made capital even crazier. What kind of charm does Roland have? How much potential does Roland have? How much profit can Roland bring to everyone? They all want to know these questions. Oh no, they don't want to know. They just want to get it themselves. While the three companies directly related to Roland changed their prices, Warner, which had never cooperated with Roland, was also studying the letter of intent for cooperation submitted by Spielberg on behalf of Roland. Looking at the Harry Potter in front of them, these people's faces were full of disappointment. Many times I wonder if these guys are from the future like Martin, the male protagonist of Back to the Future, Star Wars, Indiana Jones, Back to the Future, Jurassic Park. I just want to know, where on earth did these guys come up with so many series? Why is it so difficult for us to make a series, but they can achieve mass production on the issue of series? If they said they wrote all these themselves, then we would accept it. After all, there is Stephen King out there, right? But the problem is, many series were bought by them. I can't stand this. Why can they see valuable series, but all we buy are garbage? Huh. Before it was Spider-Man, now it's Harry Potter, and what about us? None of the DCs we bought can continue to do well. Such questioning made the people present look at each other in bewilderment. If the performance of Titanic made Warner, which did not release a movie in the same period, feel relieved, if the overwhelming massacre and the changes in the Oscar-winning situation this year made Warner anticipate that Roland Allen, a guy with a strong back, might do something, if they were not surprised by the Oscar-winning deal Spielberg helped to submit, then when they saw the 2 books Spielberg sent, these guys who thought they had won, and were waiting to rob, all frowned, and after they read the contents of the books, damn, where did this special code get this novel from? Since the manuscript was not received until early June, and was not handed over to George Lucas until the end of the month, Lucas Books was commissioned to proofread and publish it. At the beginning of September, Roland Allen's own Gossip News, which was still able to grab the children's attention, occupied the front page headlines of major media. So, Harry Potter, which was proofread as early as July, had already designed the cover at the end of the month, arranged various publicity plans in mid-August, and got the ISBN at the end of the month. Has not been published yet. But even if it has not been published, and has no real popularity, it does not mean that Warner cannot see the value of this book. When Jurassic Park was still a manuscript, it was already bought by Spielberg, and after Universal received the draft submitted by Spielberg, it directly gave the green light, and said it would shoot. In fact, many times, these incompetent film companies can still see valuable content. But it is precisely because these guys' aesthetics are basically online that they will be confused by Roland's Harry Potter. Because they can see that this master and apprentice are preparing to harvest leaks again. More than 30 years ago, with the success of the first human landing on the moon, all kinds of film and television works full of beautiful fantasies about outer space emerged like mushrooms after rain. At this time, Spielberg swept the market with Ed the Alien, and harvested the children of the same generation. Not only did he make a lot of money, but he also established his position in the hearts of children. More than 20 years ago, with the prevalence of neoliberalism, the generation gap between old ideas and new thinking became increasingly severe. In this case, a series of movies about youth and self-affirmation were continuously launched. At this time, Roland broke the record with Home Alone, and harvested the children of the same generation. Not only did he make a lot of money, but he also established his position in the hearts of children. What about now? With the development of science and technology and the acceleration of information exchange, people are more eager for film companies to bring them an immersive visual feast. A series of movies that came into being broke records. At this time, a story about saving the world from a child's perspective appeared. In addition, the names that appeared at the same time as the entire project were Spielberg and Roland. The idea of continuing to harvest the leaks of the children of the new era naturally appeared in Warner's mind. Nonsense. No matter who they show it to, they will think that this master and apprentice want to harvest leeks again. In Warner's eyes, the children born one after another are the leeks planted in the back garden of this master and apprentice. When they are almost grown, they will use a sickle to harvest them all in the bowl, and then let the leeks in the field grow for a few years. When they are almost grown, they will use another sickle. As long as there are human beings born, they can find the pulse of the times and attract them to be their audience. And now, this master and apprentice actually use this as a bargaining chip for the Oscar. This is simply. Warner really has nothing to say. However, even if they are very satisfied with this bargaining chip, it does not mean that they will be satisfied with it. After venting, they return to the topic. 50% investment rights for Harry Potter? That's not enough. Since the book has not been published yet, we don't know the prospects for its adaptation. But if Stephen can publicly state that he will be the director of the adaptation project when the book is published, then we are willing to cooperate with Warcraft Films to jointly produce this project. In addition to investment rights, we also want distribution rights. According to the market life, 20 years. As long as they can accept such conditions, we will help them win an Oscar. At the same time, if they win an Oscar, we will also need them to shoot a cover for Time magazine and accept a special interview. We will decide the cover theme, and we can communicate and discuss the content of the interview. But there is a prerequisite, that is, before our Time magazine is sold, they cannot accept interviews from any other paper media. Of course, everything is based on the success of the Oscar. If it fails, everything will be invalid. If Warner executives held a meeting after watching Harry Potter and criticized all those incompetent subordinates and then made up their minds to follow this money-grabbing master and apprentice to cut some leaks from children, then after Disney saw the cooperation intention submitted by Spielberg on behalf of Roland, Michael Ennis directly picked up a pen and started to modify the chips. Spider-Man to move into Disneyland? That's fine. But the deadline must be changed from 20 years after the project is approved to 50 years. The preparation period for claiming the copyright, if it is not built, must be changed from 5 years to 10 years. At the same time, we also want a minimum investment share of 50% of the Lord of the Rings and distribution rights for a market period of 20 years. In addition, don't you want an Oscar? Then you can change your acceptance speech. Anyway, even if you win, it will be a pleasant surprise. Otherwise, Roland, don't prepare any acceptance speech. Right. Roland should not prepare a speech to accept the award, pretending that he knows nothing, and thinking that he will definitely not win the award. At the same time, he is preparing a ring to give it directly on the Oscar stage. Oh, just imagine, when the audiences who like Titanic turn on the TV and watch the Oscar live broadcast, not only will they see them holding the trophy, but they will also see Roland expressing his love on the spot. What a romantic thing it is. I believe that the ratings of the Oscar live broadcast will skyrocket. Yes, our ABC's market share and advertising revenue will also skyrocket. If Fox, Sony, and Paramount just want to operate the projects they are cooperating with Roland to the extreme and squeeze every penny of profit, then Warner, Disney, and Universal want to get a piece of the untapped gold mine. Even though Warner was satisfied with Harry Potter, it still wanted to take advantage of the popularity of Titanic. Even though Disney was satisfied with Spider-Man and The Lord of the Rings, it still wanted to make more money for its own broadcasting network through their romance. And compared to them, Universal, which got X-Men, also demanded 20 years of distribution rights. At the same time, they also set their sights on Roland's last remaining bargaining chip. The song My Heart Will Go On hasn't been released yet, has it? Universal has reached an acquisition agreement with Polygram. Starting next year, we will be one of the 4 major record companies in the world. We want the distribution rights for the song My Heart Will Go On. As for the release date, then let's set it on March 24th, which is the day after the Oscars next year. We can't guarantee that we can win the Oscars 100%, but we won't joke with our own interests. Although My Heart Will Go On will be a big hit regardless of whether they win the Best Actor or Best Actress awards. If the two of them win, then this song will definitely reach several platinums within a week. Maybe it will reach diamonds within a month. And this is all money. We won't joke with our own money. After all, two people holding the trophy at the same time is the best publicity. Although the big six are bloated, and many celebrities have complained about their efficiency, they have shown great enthusiasm in exploiting Roland Allen. On the morning of the 22nd, Spielberg called Roland. At noon, he asked someone to submit the cooperation invitation to the big six, and in the evening, Roland had already received a positive response from the big six. Looking at the almost shameless asking price of the big six, Roland laughed with emotion. That is to say, if Kate and I want to win the Oscars at the same time next year, I need to first pay for My Heart Will Go On and X-Men, deal with Universal, and then propose to Kate during ABC's Oscar Live broadcast, to meet Fox's request, to make a big news for the release of the DVD of Titanic. Then I have to hand over Spider-Man and Lord of the Rings to Disney, to fulfill all the promises to them, and then we have to accept the cover interview of Time magazine, and give Harry Potter, to complete the contract with Warner. When Saving Private Ryan is released, the two of us will have to go on a talk show arranged by Paramount to cancel the deal with Paramount. Finally, I have to cooperate with Sony's hype of infidelity and announce that Spider-Man 3 is my last movie, so that everything will be over. When Roland sorted out the requirements of each company, the only word in his mind was overdraw everything. On the surface, the big six want money, but in fact, what the big six really grab is not the copyright project at all, but Roland's past, present, and future. Analyzing the terms of each company, the big six just want to continue to amplify his hype, but in fact, what they want to do is to completely drain the popularity that Roland has accumulated in the past 8 years at the moment when Roland and Kate both reach the top, so that those illusory popularity can be turned into a pusher to boost the number of ABC Live broadcasts, the sales of My Heart Will Go On and Titanic discs, and maintain the unshakable influence of Time magazine in the industry. To put it simply, it is to burn the public's love for Roland as much as possible this time. In addition, the talk show required by Paramount, the empathy hype and the last movie required by Sony are burning Roland's future. High density and large scale exposure can indeed benefit all parties in a short period of time, but it will also make the public gradually lose interest in Roland himself. When Roland is in a relationship for a year, the public may watch it with relish. When he is in a relationship for 2 years, the public may continue to enjoy it. And when he is in a relationship for 3 or 4 years, I'm tired of watching it. Okay. In this case, if Sony's request for Roland to retire is added to the hype, the public who know that Roland will not act in movies in the future will spend their future consumption power on the present at once. This approach seems to be able to grab a lot of profits, but in fact, it is also ending Roland's acting career. But your acting career is about to burn to the limit, isn't it? Roland can see it clearly, and how could Spielberg, the old fox, not know it? After hearing the relaxed laughter that let go of everything, Spielberg, who understood everything, also said, Roland, we all know that your success is all based on the tide of the times. Home Alone is the first movie that captures the curiosity of children. The T-1000 in Terminator 2 is a landmark achievement in film history. Jurassic Park captured the audience with CGI. Spider-Man took CGI to the extreme while stepping on the cusp of years of disasters in America. Titanic is you selling the perfect love that all young women desire. After this, you have no room to rise. You actually know in your heart that you have reached the end of your career as an actor. Yes, I have reached the end. Roland sighed in agreement. In the past 8 years, Roland has made a total of 10 movies, but he has occupied all the vents of technological development. Next, after Spider-Man 3, no matter what he shoots, he can't escape the pit of repetition and imitation. Even he knows that he has no future. Or, with his average acting skills, his next future can only be Avatar, which the truck driver has not yet started to study. IMAX 3D. But that is obviously too far away. In this way, Roland actually doesn't know what he should shoot after Spider-Man 3. Roland, who has always regarded acting as a means of primitive accumulation of capital, actually doesn't want to act before the official integration of IMAX 3D technology. And the Big Six obviously saw this, so they made such unscrupulous offers, right? Titanic not only ended the suspense of this year's Oscars, but also ended all the possibilities of threatening me, and also ended my own future, because after that, unless I'm riding the wave of the times, I will be regressing in whatever I play. So, the Big Six will gladly accept my copyright project, and will not ask me to participate. Because the chance of failure of such a gamble at this time is very high. That's right. Spielberg's blunt words won his approval. Then do you think I should agree? Roland, who got a positive answer, leaned back on the sofa and asked with a smile. You should. The old man on the other end of the phone gave the most rational answer. While the public is still full of fantasies about your perfect image, you should directly realize all these fantasies. On the surface, it seems that you and Kate each won an Oscar, which is a big loss, but in fact, you have made a lot of money. Let the Big Six endorse you with your love and put you on the altar. After that, no one will question the quality of your image, because questioning whether you have the ability to win an award is questioning whether the Big Six has made money in this business. The outside world can only praise you, because the Big Six will not allow themselves to become a part of the Oscars' dark side. Tied my personal image to the Big Six, right? And in the process, the money that should belong to me, such as my heart, will go on. I can get all the share of the profits without losing a cent. Oh, no, I can get more, because my confession to Kate at the Oscars can stimulate fans to buy single records in bulk. Yes, this is something many people expect but cannot do. So, you also think I should quit while I'm ahead, right? Yes, you showed me the script of the Spider-Man series. When Peter Parker jumped from a tall building, your screen image was frozen. Although I don't know how James could write such a plot, I think it fits well with the current publicity plan. Okay, Steven, can you tell me what you can gain from this whole incident? When Roland asked this question in a calm tone, the old man on the other end of the phone, and did not mean to hide it, but chuckled. Can't I care about my students? Of course. But the time is not right. Okay, it seems that I really can't hide it from you, but it's good this way. Both of us have no psychological burden. At this point, Spielberg suddenly paused, as if he was organizing his words, but it was more like sorting out everything, so that he could tell Roland without reservation. Remember that William had dinner with us in May? Maybe you made my hostility towards Nintendo clear. Later, before filming Saving Private Ryan, Paul suddenly told me that Microsoft would try to acquire Nintendo to enter the console market. But they are in trouble now. Since the acquisition cannot be achieved, then we are going to make our own consoles. And the first target of entering the console market is Sony. Don't be surprised. Microsoft, whose liquidity can kill a lot of companies, has the primary goal of killing the industry leader, no matter what it does. Sony's Ken Kutaragi once cheated Microsoft, so do you think we can stay out of it? We own 50% of the shares of Sony, Amblin and Warcraft Film and Television Joint Distribution Company. Once Microsoft and Sony fight, we will be involved in it anyway, and at that time, the identity of an actor will be too disadvantageous for you, because actors are very dependent on their personal image. If Sony is annoyed, they are very likely to directly discredit you, just like Michael Jackson, who is fighting with them now. Since the war is bound to start, you'd better get rid of things that may affect you before the war starts. And after being abandoned, because you still maintain good cooperation with Universal, Disney, and Warner. Even if Sony wants to overturn your desk, it has to ask the three companies that invested money in X-Men, Lord of the Rings, and Harry Potter whether they agree. At that time, as long as you are a star producer, you can get the protection of the three companies. That's why I say that winning an Oscar is the best choice for you. Because your golden body was shaped by the 6 major companies, because you have realized all the popularity and let the 6 major companies get rich rewards. Since we can't stop Microsoft from taking action against Sony, of course, we won't stop their behavior, so why should we put something that may be unfavorable to us on the table? Moreover, when Microsoft takes action against Sony, it may also be our opportunity. 50% of the shares of Sony, Amblin and Warcraft Film and Television Joint Distribution Company are in our hands. Except for us, no matter who acquires Sony Columbia TriStar Pictures, it will be a loss. Because the most important overseas channel has been taken by us. So, you who originally felt that you were cheated by Sony, do you feel better now? Sony just wants to make more money from you, but we want Sony's life. Oh my god. So this is why Roland used to think that overdrafting everything was a last resort. Since he couldn't find a good project to act in, he would retreat while he could and exchange the perfect image he had cultivated for many years for an Oscar. But now, he was filled with excitement again. Has Microsoft revealed its intention to fight Sony? Spielberg helped him to win the Oscar because they would also fight with Sony. If that was the case, then he really had to agree to this series of overdraft operations. Because he also wants to kill Sony. Before, he couldn't find a good reason to join and didn't know how to deal with his position. But now, after winning an Oscar and enjoying the glorious moment brought by Capital, he will be able to retire at the height of his career. His perfect image maintained by the Big Six will remain in the hearts of the world. This is the best choice for his development. Since there is no hope of promotion, and it is impossible to seriously study acting, it is better to overdraw everything and become a living legend. He has been an actor for 10 years and a chess piece for 10 years. Now, he is finally turning over. In the eyes of the public, he is a god who has ruled an era after retiring at the height of his career. But he knows, under the glorious appearance, he has a heart that wants to be a chess player. Fuck. Thinking of this, Roland laughed and cursed. So, my agreement to the deal with the Big Six is also good for you? Steven, if you had told me earlier that Microsoft was going to deal with Sony, I wouldn't have been so emotional. It's not too late for you to know now. Spielberg didn't want to take the blame, so he directly brought the topic back to the Oscar race. So, are you willing to accept the modified conditions of the Big Six now? Yes. Yes. Why wouldn't I be willing to do something that is only good for me? Roland obviously didn't want to dwell on this topic, or rather, compared to the deal that was already infinitely close to being reached, he was more interested in Spielberg's idea of swallowing up Sony Columbia TriStar Pictures. The Oscar race is settled, and I'm just waiting to take the Oscar home next year. Now that it's settled, how about you talk to me about your thoughts on Sony? Why are you suddenly interested in Sony Columbia TriStar Pictures? Unfortunately, when talking about this matter, Spielberg's tone was not as cheerful as when he encouraged Roland to go for the Oscar. He didn't want to talk to Roland about this kind of thing, or the old man felt that Roland only needed to see some numbers to understand his ideas. This matter. Actually, I don't need to say it. You can just ask David for the financial statements of Sony, Amblin and Warcraft Pictures this year. I believe that, after you read it, you will be like me, wanting to take advantage of Microsoft stabbing Sony and find a way to acquire Sony Columbia TriStar Pictures. Because Sony has gone too far. Note, the Oscar voting is so stupid. There is too much room for operation in the actor link. Many times, operating one award will affect 4 awards at the same time. This is also the real reason why it is difficult for many movies to win the best actor and actress. The 20-year distribution rights written in the article are the lowest standard in Hollywood. Don't think that Roland has been cheated. Hollywood has been operating for so many years, and the minimum contract is 20 years. For example, the birth of a movie can be divided into many. There are many rights. Investment rights and copyrights are not explained. Distribution rights are actually what the producer and distributor negotiate before a movie is born and released. For example, although the copyright of Star Wars is in Lucas' hands, he can decide whether to make a sequel to Star Wars, which party to accept investment, and who to find to distribute it. However, the distribution rights of the first 6 Star Wars are all in the hands of Fox, among which A New Hope is a permanent distribution right. In other words, even if Disney acquires Lucasfilm, Disney can only make new movies in the Star Wars series. Only Fox can show the 6 old movies. Fox can decide whether to rescreen, whether to issue commemorative discs, and whether to issue movie commemorative peripherals. After Disney acquires Fox, this right belongs to Disney. Of course, there is a bug here. Before the prevalence of internet videos, there was no digital distribution in the contract, so Disney can put the entire Star Wars series on streaming media because this power belongs to Lucasfilm. As soon as Microsoft entered the console market, it wanted to acquire Nintendo. Unfortunately, it was still pitted by the antitrust investigation. Chapter 236 Greedy Sony. Did Sony go too far? Could it be that they invited those two idiots back to annoy people? As soon as this thought came to Roland's mind, Spielberg on the other end of the phone had already said goodbye. The busy tone made him raise his eyebrows. He put down his phone and glanced at the wall clock. Seeing that it was still early, he pushed the door open, went to the next room, and asked David for the financial statements of Sony, Amblin and Warcraft's joint publishing company. Wow, Roland, why did you suddenly remember to ask me for this? David took Roland into the study, opened the safe, and took out all the piles of reports belonging to this year. According to past practice, I would come to you with the report before Christmas every year, but why this year? You came here on your own initiative? Do you want to see how much money is left in the company's account to prepare for a large celebration party for Titanic? Or are you going to be 18 in a few days and plan to manage the company yourself? If it's the latter, I'm so happy. You don't know that, in order to help you manage the company, I, a real estate agent, am almost engaged in property management. While David was complaining in a joking tone, the first safe was emptied by him. Then, he opened the second safe and continued to take out the sealed documents. The action of squatting to take the documents, coupled with the chattering, made Roland, who wanted to make a few jokes, shut up. What the fuck? He only has 5 shell companies. Why does he have so many reports every year? If he was asked to manage it himself, wouldn't it be the death of him? When he thought that if he agreed, the endless information would drown him like snowflakes, the joy that rose from the Oscar instantly shrank back. Roland shuddered, looked at David, who had one hand on his waist and the other hand on the mountain of information, and said shamelessly, David, I'm relieved to leave the company to you. Besides, you won't have the heart to see me, a guy who has never read a book, squander the family fortune that I worked so hard to earn, right? Besides, you're not helping me run the company for nothing, right? I'm also helping you take care of the children. If Ganetti knew that you, who always say family is the most important, left Lizzie to me. Alright. Sit down. David, who wanted to take advantage of Roland's abnormal behavior to tease him, raised his hand and pushed Roland to his seat after hearing Roland's revealing transaction behavior. It seems that you are in a good mood. Is it because of the huge sales of Titanic? What a pity. I also know that the huge sales of Titanic can make you, a guy who breaks records, feel happy, so I thought about moving this year's year-end settlement to a later time, but I didn't expect that you would take the initiative to talk to me about this. Hearing this, Roland, who was crossing his legs, folded his arms around his chest. If it weren't for Spielberg's half sentences, how could he have come to talk about this? Just as Roland was secretly complaining about Spielberg's actions in his heart, David, who was also sitting, slowly touched the side of the file binding with his index finger. As he moved, Roland's eyes also slid down. When he saw the information marked with Warcraft Film and Television, David took it out and opened it between the two of them. You can see it for yourself. In the past 97 years, Roland had no new movies released, so the entire company only had copyright income from the film library. All in all, it accumulated to $47 million. In addition, the share of the DVD of Spider-Man was also received. Unlike the 18% box office commission, the DVD commission is 6% for the copyright holder and 5% for Roland. Sony sold 150 million last year, and Roland got 16.5 million. In other words, although Warcraft Films had no output last year, it had an income of 63.5 million. Seeing this number, Roland was quite satisfied. Although the number of movies in the Warcraft Films library is small, it is of high quality. If it weren't for the Shawshank Redemption being given away by Roland as a bargaining chip, this movie alone could provide him with 100 million in income a year, which is a type of person who can make money, even if he lies down. Unfortunately, the satisfaction of picking up money for free did not last long, and Roland was stunned by the numbers on the second page. Sony, Amblin and Warcraft Joint Distribution Company were actually losing money throughout 1997. How can a company that only distributes overseas still lose money when it has films to distribute? Isn't this just cheating a 3-year-old child? Roland, who felt something was wrong, picked up the report and turned to the attachment. The series of detailed explanations made him curl his lips. TSK. Sony is playing us for fools. Hollywood movies have overseas distribution standards. Not every movie can be released globally. If the North American box office does not exceed 50 million, it basically will not enter the overseas distribution stage. And Sony, they released a movie called The Prosecution of Larry Flynt this year. As a movie with an investment of 36 million and a box office of 20 million in North America, how did it pass the overseas distribution review? Just because a starring role is Woody Harrelson and the producer is Oliver Stone. The point is, it's okay to distribute it overseas without following the rules. A movie with an investment of 36 million, the global publicity and promotion cost is 12 million. But the box office revenue is zero. This project alone has a net loss of 12 million. If there is no problem with this project, then I'm going to eat shit. Then, Sony also released Jerry Maguire. As a movie with a North American box office of over 150 million, it naturally has the right to be released overseas, but the overseas promotion costs are actually 31 million. The point is, the total overseas box office is only 120 million, and after deducting the commission from the theaters, only 47 million in cash was recovered. This number is still normal, but after deducting the promotion costs and the share given to the production company, the total profit of this project is only 2.2 million. Compared with the previous case against Larry Flynt, the company still lost 9.8 million. Are you kidding us? Roland flipped through the notes and wanted to laugh more and more. If the case against Larry Flynt was basically released in violation of regulations, and the distribution income of Mr. Maggie was ripped off by the former, then Air Force One, with an investment of 85 million and a North American box office of 172 million, took 143 million in box office after overseas distribution, but the project income was only 4.5 million, which is even more outrageous. In addition, what made Roland laugh and cry the most was that Men in Black, which had an investment of 90 million, a North American box office of 250 million, and an overseas box office of 339 million, only brought the company 28.65 million in distribution income. Of course, if things had stopped there, the entire company would still have made a profit in 1997. But, shortly after the release of Men in Black, the company's earnings were wiped out by The Fifth Element, which had an investment of 93 million, 63.8 million in North America, and 200 million overseas. To put it bluntly, Sony, Amblin and Warcraft Joint Distribution Company released Men in Black with a box office of 589 million, Air Force One with a box office of 315 million, and Maggie Cheung with a box office of 273 million in 1997, but actually lost more than 1 million in net profit. This kind of thing is simply unimaginable in the industry. An overseas distribution company that only makes money by commissions actually lost a lot of money after releasing 3 movies that were on the annual box office rankings. Then the big 6 can stop making movies and go home to sleep. Isn't this the Dacian man? After taking a quick look at the financial statements of the 7 films, Roland threw away the information in his hand. No, calling it information is an exaggeration. The contents on these papers are just like garbage. Very angry, looking at the guy in front of him who was laughing angrily, David sighed and asked, "Do you want to hire an auditor?" "Audit? What auditor?" "KPMG, Deloitte, E. Who of these guys can audit Hollywood's accounts?" Roland leaned back, put his hands in front of him, and said naggingly, "Which Hollywood company's accounts are fine, but no one can audit them clearly. Disneyland has been losing money for decades, and the secretary has come forward to investigate, but is it useful? What's more, I know how Sony's accounts are handled. When the production company is their own, when they release a film, they can use the name of Columbia Pictures to release those movies that have a chance of making money locally. If the local box office is good, then when signing the distribution contract with the overseas distribution company, they can sign a distribution contract with a fixed commission, and then deduct the fixed fee, and all the money can be taken back to their own production company. This is a reasonable and legal means, and no one can find any problems. However, even if a fixed commission distribution contract is signed, the overseas distribution company will still make a profit. So, they picked some projects that they knew could not be released overseas just by looking at the investment. Before the release, they directly signed joint distribution contracts with local distribution companies and overseas distribution companies. Then, if the local box office lost money, the linkage clause would be triggered, and the overseas distribution company must conduct overseas publicity in accordance with the distribution costs agreed in the contract, and then they can legally use other overseas companies to withdraw that money in the form of commissions. The movie The Prosecution of Larry Frand was used by them to offset the income of Jerry Maguire. The movie The Fifth Element was used to offset the income of Men in Black. So, no matter how many audits you ask for, it will be useless. They can see the problem, but these operations are all legal. As for tracking down overseas, forget it. I can guarantee that most of the publicity expenses for the prosecution of Larry Frand went into the pockets of Japanese companies. Even if those people are allowed to investigate, the final result will be that due to national conditions, a huge amount of publicity expenses were spent in Japan, but the movie could not be released as scheduled, resulting in huge losses. In fact, after seeing the negative returns of the overseas distribution company, Roland knew what Spielberg meant by excessive, because Hollywood's overseas distribution companies will only lose money in two situations. One is that when there are no movies suitable for overseas distribution in that year, the entire distribution company is just eating empty salaries. The other is that the movies invested and produced by themselves face huge losses in the local market and have to be distributed overseas. In addition, as long as the overseas distribution company skips the establishment period of offices in various countries, starts normal operation, and continuously distributes, then they will not lose money. Because overseas distribution companies do not need to invest in filming themselves, the publicity and distribution costs are also passed on to the box office recovery, and then they have the right to take commissions first. In this case, even if the pig is tied there, it will not lose money. If it loses money, the Big Six will not have any overseas offices. No capitalist will do a business that does not make money. What about now? After releasing 3 big profit movies, the company still suffered losses? There is no other possibility except that Sony stole money. Of course, after discovering that Sony did the accounting, Roland was not too angry, because in his eyes, it would be abnormal for Sony not to do the accounting. Roland knew in his previous life that Sony might not be the biggest among the 6 major companies, but they were the most cunning. They were so cunning that they were losing money every year. No matter what movies they released, they were losing money. After releasing the Da Vinci Code, which grossed $758 million worldwide, the company was losing money. After releasing Hancock, the Superman of All Nations, which grossed $624 million worldwide, the company was still losing money. After releasing Skyfall, which grossed $1.1 billion worldwide, and The Amazing Spider-Man, which grossed $757 million worldwide, the company's profit was only about $1 million. Seeing this kind of financial statement, a lot of people shouted that Sony was going to fail. Sony was going to sell its building. Sony was going to go bankrupt. Haha. If the company was still losing money after releasing these movies one after another, Sony would have cut its losses and left the market long ago. Lionsgate and Summit would have died long ago. Sony that doesn't do accounting is the abnormal Sony. As for Sony, who does the accounting? Well, if it was before, Roland would be upset about it, but now, he just quietly watched Sony's commotion. The more Sony commotions, the more greedy it shows, and the more people want to kill it. Okay, so what do you mean, no investigation? Investigate what? As long as Sony doesn't let us pay to make up for the losses, Steven won't investigate. Okay, then this matter is over. David stood up and threw the documents into the shredder. When the paper scraps fell into the transparent case like goose feather snow, David sat down again and said, "I can't intervene in this kind of Hollywood matter. You can solve it yourself, but I have done everything else for you." Next, let's talk about something happy. They have settled the Thai baht investment with us. Note, in theory, after all the overseas offices of overseas distribution companies have been established, overseas distribution companies that only charge commissions will never lose money unless they do accounting. The fact that Sony International Distribution suffered losses in 1997 is not something I made up. It is real. Compared with the losses caused by establishing overseas offices in previous years, Sony International suffered losses purely due to accounting in 1997. Many films did not meet the standards for overseas distribution, such as the case against Larry Front, and then they were distributed overseas. The key point is that they did not recover any box office revenue. Moreover, for My Best Friend's Wedding, they did not distribute it overseas because they had to balance the accounts. Sony has been doing this kind of accounting for many years. The cost of Hancock was not recovered, and they blamed Will Smith. The joint distribution company cuts off the profits. This is also very common in the industry. Paramount and Universal's United International do accounting every year because they have to do it. Universal doesn't want to give the profits of Fast and Furious and Jurassic World to Paramount, and Paramount doesn't want to give the profits of Mission Impossible and Transformers to Universal. Therefore, the cooperation in the industry is actually only about interests and not obligations. The reason why they have not collapsed is entirely because the two companies have joined forces to transfer the obligations to small companies that want to go through channels. Small companies ask them to distribute, and the overseas commissions will remain in the company as operating costs. As for themselves, they are just doing the job of making money out of nothing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237, Earn and Spend. Previously, Roland was in a very good mood due to the huge success of Titanic. When the box office was soaring and setting records, even though it was the annual reimbursement period, David still didn't want to ruin Roland's good mood by saying that Sony cheated him of money. But now, since Roland took the lead in making it clear, guessed the inside story, and didn't express it too strongly, David no longer had any concerns. While it was still early, he decided to calculate this year's harvest for Roland. For the Thai baht business, I used Berkshire Hathaway stock to lend 500 million. Although according to the exchange rate fluctuations, the short selling income is theoretically 5 times more than their estimate, but in the end, they still settled with us at 5 times. At the beginning of last month, they paid us the money, with a total income of 2.5 billion. After deducting the 20% commission they wanted to take, we got 2 billion. Then we redeemed your pledged stocks. After deducting the loan interest, the actual money you got was 1.473 billion. Wow. 1.473 billion in half a year? This is robbing money. Seeing the report pushed by David, Roland, who was still thinking about how to kill Sony, exclaimed. Looking at the string of zeros, Roland couldn't help coughing a few times. He had been shooting movies for 8 years, and all the remuneration added up was not as much as this time. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still very excited after seeing the numbers. No, it was too special. Fuck. I've never seen so much cash in my life. After counting the numbers several times and confirming that they were correct, Roland started to curse with a smile. Do you think I've ever seen so much cash? Seeing Roland smile again, David also relaxed, rolled up his sleeves, leaned back, put his left arm on the armrest, and told the past with his 5 fingers slightly open. Shit. When they called me to settle, I couldn't believe that the money came so easily. I followed and made 200 million. After deducting the principal, commission, and fees, I still got more than 500 million. I used to build a house with your father. It took more than 20 years to build a fortune of more than 10 billion. As a result, after getting involved with these financial people, they did nothing but eat, drink, and have fun for half a year. That 200 million principal can produce the fortune that I worked hard for more than 10 years. This feeling is really wonderful. It's so wonderful that I feel that my life has been lived in vain. While sighing, David seemed to remember something. He opened the drawer, took out a pack of cigarettes, took out two, and threw one to Roland. He took it and put it in his mouth, half standing up and taking the lighter on the table. He heard a crackling sound, and the flint produced a flame. He took a deep breath, paused for a while, and then swallowed it. When wisps of white smoke slowly came out of his nose, Roland, who was in excitement, squinted his eyes. Like a cat, he lazily leaned on the seat. Too bad, it's not cash. If 1.4 billion franklins were placed in front of me, I think I would be more excited. Jump over excitedly, and swim in it. Numbers on paper will never be more impactful than facing a mountain of gold. The greedy remarks made David, who was also leaning on the chair, sneer. Roland, you usually seem calm. Why are you so fanciful now? 1.4 billion US dollars are placed in front of you? You still want to jump over? Aren't you afraid of being crushed to death? 1 franklin weighs 1.05 grams, 100 million is 1050 kilograms, and 1.4 billion is 14,700 kilograms, which is 14.7 tons. If you jump over, the mountain of gold will fall down and smash you to a bloody pulp. Okay. If you're unlucky, you'll be dead. And what about swimming? By then, I'll have to hire an excavator to dig you out. The imagination coupled with the complaints made the two of them giggle. If they were still calculating the gains and losses of Warcraft films after Sony did the accounting, then now, even if Sony did the accounting for another 5 years, it would not be as good as Roland's half-year profit. Sure enough, the fastest way to accumulate wealth in the world is to rob. After laughing, while flicking the ash into the ashtray, David continued, but, although I made money, I can't spend it all as you requested. Don't you want to continue to buy Apple shares? Unfortunately, many institutional shareholders don't want to sell. I only received 6.83% from you, and spent almost 190 million. You currently hold 17.2% of the shares. At the beginning of last month, you still had 1.473 billion, and now, there are still 1.283 billion left. Those institutional shareholders who clamored that Apple is a shame of technology companies are not selling. Roland opened his eyes, then closed them again, and said lazily, whatever, 17.2% will allow me to keep my position as a major shareholder. Unless the rest of the guys unite, whoever opposes Steve will have to get out. Although Roland had previously repeatedly stated that he wanted to get a veto, that was just a joke. If he really bought so many shares, it would trigger a regulatory acquisition. Roland never thought about acquiring Apple, because such a technology company cannot become more inflated through privatization. Moreover, just like General Electric is optimistic about Steve Jobs, not all capital thinks that Apple is garbage. In this case, how could Roland think of eating alone? The more diverse the identities of shareholders, the better the company will develop, because many times, these shareholders who hope that the company can develop better are able to help the company solve some difficult problems. Capital has always been in groups. This is why Spielberg wants to bring Roland to acquire Sony, Columbia, and Samsung. Before, Roland might not be qualified in the eyes of the old man, but after having a meal with Bill Gates, the old man also knew how rich his student was. After acquiring Apple shares, I still have 1.293 billion, plus the 63.5 million revenue of World of Warcraft this year. The available money I have is 13.5. Before Roland finished calculating the accounts, David interrupted and said, "Don't calculate how much money I have something else to tell you. Now that we are talking about Overwatch Ventures, I will tell you another thing. Do you know Amazon? The one I invested in for you. After Amazon went public this year, its stock price has been rising, and Jeff Bezos, who has money in his hands, wants to expand. Due to online, the bookstore is already the largest, so he plans to develop into the field of audiovisual products. DVDs need introductions just like books, but DVDs are different from books. Book buyers only need to look at the title and author to know whether this is the book they want, while DVD buyers often cannot look at the movie name and introduction to know whether they are interested in the movie. So, this guy asked me for the price. Amazon wants to acquire him from us and complete the acquisition in the form of shares and cash. The price they offered is 320 million. Wow. 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 After hearing the news, Roland, who was leaning back in his seat with narrowed eyes, smiled even more. Holding the empty cup that he had finished drinking, he stood up and wanted to go to the water dispenser to pour a glass of water. As a result, halfway through, he remembered the wine cabinet that David had hidden in the study, walked straight over, took out a bottle at random, unscrewed the bottle cap, and filled himself up. He wants to acquire him. This news really caught me off guard. Although Roland's wording was a little surprising, his words were teasing. But I also know that IMDb can only play its greatest role in the hands of Amazon. After they acquire IMDb, they can directly add a purchase link for the film on IMDb. After users click on the link, they can place an order to purchase it, so as to achieve accurate diversion. Or in other words, this is a way to maximize profits. But IMDb is also very useful to me. Since Jeff Bezos knows that IMDb is my industry, why doesn't he choose to cooperate with IMDb? Do I look like the kind of person who would refuse to cooperate? As long as Amazon pays a licensing fee, we can open the link. Roland's inquiry made David chuckle. He got up, drank the lemon juice in the glass, and then filled his own glass. Because Jeff Bezos thinks that acquiring IMDb is the most economical and cost-effective approach. Also, he specifically mentioned in the acquisition invitation that he would not interfere with the operation of IMDb. He only wants IMDb to insert advertisements for Amazon. He doesn't care about anything Cole Needham and you are doing now. And he very much hopes to see that you still have great enthusiasm for IMDb after the acquisition. Oh, this guy wants me to continue to support IMDb after the acquisition. Roland understood and asked self-deprecatingly, do I look like such a fool? The company is not mine anymore. Why should I set some explosive topics as IMDb exclusive? Roland felt that Jeff Bezos was simply calculating well. He was so stingy. If they cooperate, Amazon will have to pay a large amount of advertising fees every year, and this money will increase as IMDb continues to appreciate. But if they acquire it, wouldn't that money be saved? The most important thing is that, from the current point of view, the madman who can make IMDb continue to appreciate is Amazon's second largest shareholder. But David obviously doesn't think so. Because after you sell IMDb, you can get 18.35% of Amazon's shares. In this acquisition, they are going to take out 5% of the shares and 200 million in cash. According to your shareholding ratio in IMDb, you can get 3.35 shares and 130 to 140 million in cash. Don't you want me to continue to scan Amazon's shares for you? No need to scan now. Sell IMDb to him, and he will pay me back. Damn. So generous. Roland touched his chin unexpectedly. Although on the surface, IMDb, which was estimated to be worth 500 million yuan by the outside world, was sold to Amazon for 320 million yuan. It was simply a discount. But the problem is that Amazon's 3.35 shares are the real valuables. Moreover, for Roland, the current IMDb actually only plays a role in controlling reviews. In his previous life, Roland used IMDb Pro and TV series interfaces, and he had never thought about how to do it. If Jeff Bezos is willing to give up power and ensure Roland's influence on IMDb, then selling it to Amazon is the best choice. This is really a good deal. Roland thought about it and agreed with a smile. This is the second good news. Right? Of course. David took a sip of wine, then found the cooperation invitation from the mountain of documents, pulled out a pen, and prepared to write down the notes on it. At the same time, he asked in confirmation, then I will ask someone to talk to you? Roland said with his nose, by the way, I'll ask for a seat on the board of directors, and it will still be you. Shit, you really think I'm not busy enough? David cursed, but still wrote down the operation plan on the document. In fact, throughout 1997, Roland's company was just like Roland, not doing anything about personnel. Although Warcraft Films is a film and television drama production and distribution company registered in Los Angeles, the problem is that under Roland's operation, the company that should have been developed with great fanfare has been turned into a copyright operation company. Although Watch Venture Capital is an investment company registered in San Francisco, it is a pity that the entire company has only made 2 angel investments so far. In addition to Yahoo and Amazon, IMDb was directly acquired, and Apple and Microsoft were all bought by Sweeping Star Records, which has been operating for several years, finally opened this year, but, well, it is actually also a copyright operation company. The development idea of not signing anyone has made it a leader in the entire music industry. In addition to these 3 companies, Blizzard Entertainment, which has the best development momentum, has not been honest in research and development this year. After Mike Mohammed received a call from Roland at the beginning of the year, they launched an acquisition of the game studio in England. Rockstar was successfully taken into the arms of Blizzard Entertainment, and the GTA launch this year also sold well in Europe, but just when the acquired subsidiaries were producing hits, some problems occurred at the Blizzard headquarters. In fact, in the past year, the most reports I received were from Mike. He kept telling us that StarCraft would be delayed, StarCraft would be delayed, and StarCraft would be delayed. In the beginning, it was the sarcasm at last year's E3 exhibition. The effect of the StarCraft demo was very bad, so they chose to tear it down and redo it. But after returning from vacation this year, didn't you ask them to recruit people to expand? Then there were problems with the handover between the old and new employees, which led to countless bugs when they were writing the game. The biggest delay in progress is actually that they don't understand. Since the engine of Warcraft was developed in C language on MS-DOS, when it came to StarCraft, after the PC system entered the Windows era, they decided to use C++ to write the engine of StarCraft. But unfortunately, including Mike, those people don't know much about C++, so they learned while writing, and then it caused a disaster. When you went to shoot Saving Private Ryan, Mike called me and asked if I could help him borrow some engineers from Microsoft. In his words, it's easy to accidentally hit your foot when writing games and see the chance of hitting your foot in C++ is lower, but once it does, your entire lower body will be useless. At the beginning of this month, he called me again to tell me that StarCraft has encountered a bug that cannot be solved at all. That is, when farmers are mining, they will be congested due to the unit volume. Although I don't understand what they mean by all units are textures, so the collision volume will be particularly large, there is one thing I do know, that is, Mike said that this time they will definitely not default on the payment. If this problem cannot be solved, then they will change it to ignore the collision volume. Okay. Even if you have a lot of money, you can't beat the tradition of defaulting on payments. Shaking the water glass, as he moved, the wine inside formed a vortex. Roland really had nothing to say about the situation Blizzard was facing. So they won't hold an annual meeting this year? What kind of annual meeting is this? StarCraft will be released on March 31st next year, and they can't even make a normal game until now, so how can they have the heart to go out and play? David shrugged his shoulders, as if it was a matter of course. Well, it seems that you have to acquire those game studios. Roland was ready to entrust him with an important task again. What? Acquisition? What do you want to buy? David was shocked. You just got the money, and you're thinking about how to spend it all? If you have money in your hand, you have to spend it. Otherwise, how can you reflect the value of the money? What's more, the current acquisition is for future attacks. Since the deal for Amazon to acquire IMDb cannot be reached for a while, the 300 to 400 million in cash is just a drop in the ocean for Roland. However, even if this money is not added, there is still the share of the goods that Double Star Group gives him. Roland can already use 1.4 billion in cash. In this case, if he does not expand, he will be sorry for himself. Naughty Dog, which already belongs to Universal, Sucker Punch under Microsoft, Bend Studio, which is a little known company in the industry, and CD Projekt, a Polish company that has been established but is acting as a game agent, were written on the paper. Let's acquire these 4 companies first. David raised his eyebrows when he heard the light words. This is acquiring a company. It's not going to the vegetable market to buy cabbage. How can you say it's easier than eating and drinking water? Thinking of this, David, who was about to say something back, suddenly felt something was wrong. Hiss. For Roland, acquiring a company is indeed easier than eating and drinking water. Because he doesn't have to do anything except pay the money. I'm doing everything for him. Thinking of this, David, who had thought Roland was generous, frowned. It's me again, right? Add to that the invitation from Amazon to acquire him, and there's only a week left until 1998. But you've already arranged the was they on case for me, right? It's cruel, cruel, really cruel. Roland's mumbling made him look proud. He stood up, took out a cigarette, and lit it for David, then filled the glass with wine and bumped it with him. David, if others don't know, how could I not know it? This kind of case can be handed over to the managers in the company. But I still have to sign in the end. David glared at Roland unhappily. If I don't let you watch, what if those managers use money to drive those founders out in order to complete the task? You want to acquire them, but you also want them to continue to maintain their independence. This case is very troublesome, okay? Besides, from what I know about you, these 4 acquisitions should be just the beginning, right? Although I don't know these companies, acquiring them will cost at most 300 to 400 million, and there will be 1 billion left. I think you will definitely find a way to spend it all tonight, just like last year, huh? Roland gave him a thumbs up with his sharp words. David, you really know me too well. I feel uncomfortable if I don't spend the money. In fact, if ZeniMaximum Media hadn't refused to sell, I actually wanted to acquire their Bethesda game studio. If EA hadn't acquired Maxis Software for 125 million last year, I think its name would have appeared on this list. If Konami hadn't let Hideo Kojima go. If you want to die, just say it. Before Roland finished speaking, David interrupted him and rolled his eyes and said, aren't you afraid of being exhausted by acquiring so many studios at one time? Game studios are different from other companies. During the R&D cycle, they can only rely on old games to make money. New studios have no source of income, so they have to pay for it themselves. Even if the current Blizzard can support the R&D of Blizzard headquarters, Northern Blizzard, and Rockstar, if you acquire 7 at one time, there is only a possibility of shortage of funds and bankruptcy. So I will acquire 4 first, and use the rest of the money to do other things first. As soon as David finished speaking, Roland blocked the question he raised. The words that should be taken for granted choked David, who wanted to continue preaching. Okay. According to what you said, your idea of acquisition and expansion is still correct? David didn't care. Okay, I can't argue with you. What else do you want to buy? Just tell me directly. Which company or person do you like? Roland understood that David was complaining about his way of looking at people and investing, especially after spending nearly 400 million on Apple. This kind of madness made people feel helpless. If you like Pixar, why don't you just buy it for 1 billion? Maybe after Jobs took the money, he directly slaughtered Apple's shareholders. But Roland didn't care about these complaints. Besides, he knew that David, who had been helping him for so many years, was just talking casually and joking. No, I won't buy any companies for the time being with the remaining 1 billion. David, next is the time when you need to use your expertise. Go and help me find a piece of land or an island. Next, try to build the zoo before February 16th, 2000. David was stunned. He always thought that Roland's talk of building a zoo was just to coax his daughter, and as his daughter got older, she might understand this and would not bother with it. After Roland had 1 billion, David always thought that he would repeat his behavior of investing in Apple last year and put the 1 billion directly into stocks of technology companies, but he didn't expect. Are you really going to build a zoo? David's voice suddenly rose. Of course. Is there any problem? Roland thought it was very normal. Of course I have to do what I promised Lizzie. I said I would build it for her when she is 10, so why not wait until she is 11? Then do you need to take out 1 billion? This is 1 billion. 1 billion. You just spent it on Lizzie? Wait, you are not really interested in Lizzie like James said. Bullshit. James is talking nonsense again. And who said that the 1 billion was all used to build a zoo? What? When choosing a site for the zoo, show me a house by the way. A villa worth 10 million, a manor worth 100 million, I can accept it. Then, prepare a diamond ring and a necklace for me. You can buy the diamond ring, but the necklace must be a blue diamond, not the tanzanite that Fox and the others use, and it must be big enough. It doesn't matter how much it costs, but it must be done before the Oscars. It will be of great use. Note, StarCraft has actually been remade twice. At the beginning, Blizzard wanted to make Warhammer 40k. After obtaining the authorization, Blizzard began to produce it, but in the end, the concepts were not in line and the cooperation broke down, so Blizzard replaced the element of Warhammer 40k and made StarCraft. However, while making StarCraft, they acquired North Blizzard. Everyone in the company agreed that Diablo was the top priority, so StarCraft was stopped. After Diablo was launched, Blizzard started StarCraft again, but it was ridiculed at E3 in 1996, and the industry also changed from C language to C++, so StarCraft, which was still written in C language, was remade again. There was no unit volume collision, which was indeed a bug. Bethesda Studio produced The Elder Scrolls and Fallout. Maxis Software Studio produced The Sims. Chapter 238 Because of Love. What can 1 billion buy? If the current price is 50,300 per share, Roland can buy nearly 20,000 shares of Berkshire Hathaway, pushing his shareholding ratio to more than 2%. If the market price is 18 yuan per share, Roland can also increase his holdings of more than 55 million shares of Microsoft stock. With the more than 10 million shares he had before, he is already a large shareholder. But unfortunately, Roland no longer needs to buy these. The biggest function of Berkshire Hathaway is to allow Roland to always maintain a cash flow that is always available, while the role of Microsoft is to allow Roland to better stand on the table of the technology circle. Since the current number of holdings can enable Roland to achieve his goals, there is little point in continuing to increase his holdings, compared with the fact that it is already enough and no more investment is needed. The game company cannot take too big a step, otherwise it will be a mess. Crazy acquisitions can certainly strengthen the company's strength in a short period of time, but it is not so easy to digest it completely. In addition, even though Warcraft Films has 3 projects to be launched, including The Lord of the Rings, X-Men, Harry Potter and the Virgin Suicides, and Roland has only given Disney, Universal and Warner 50% of the investment share, Roland is not prepared to pay for it himself. Regardless of whether it is like DreamWorks, borrowing from the bank, or entrusting Ronald Perelman and other guys to set up a film investment fund to harvest those who want to make money. These are reliable ways to make money, and there is no need to put your own funds at stake. The 6 joint venture projects are very easy to get approval, and even if the bank turns against you halfway through the filming, you can then use Berkshire Hathaway stock as collateral to mobilize funds. If you can't even get a loan with the pledge, Roland is not afraid. Anyway, in the case of selling them to Amazon, that money is used as a bottom line. Roland has already thought about the worst outcome. In the case where there is no possibility of a cash crisis, it would be a waste to leave 1 billion there. In this way, the zoo plan promised to Elizabeth can be put on the agenda. Although his personal preference is to buy an island in Hawaii, this zoo is built for Elizabeth after all. The main purpose of letting David choose the site is to get rid of the trouble of construction and let the father and daughter communicate by themselves. The money is here. You can decide whether you want an island zoo or a land zoo. If you think it's ugly, blame your father. This is your father's choice. Of course, the zoo alone will not cost much money in a short time. With David's expert, if he doesn't package the project and find a bank loan, then he will have been doing real estate business for so many years in vain. Although it may cost 300 to 500 million to build a zoo, this money can be paid back slowly. In this way, the remaining money is more than enough to buy a manor and customize necklaces and rings. As for why he needs a blue diamond and has to finish it before the Oscars, it's because of the deal with the 6 majors. Since both Warner and Fox needed his cooperation to make a big news, and Disney even asked him to propose at the Oscars ceremony, Roland decided to do it to the extreme. The Star of the Sea in Titanic has a prototype in reality. It is called the Star of Hope, which is a famous diamond of doom in history. However, no matter how it brings doom, it is a real sapphire, not a fake tanzanite. Since 1958, this diamond has been donated to the Smithsonian Institution by Winston. According to the market, it is a priceless diamond, but even if there is a price, even if Roland can afford it, he will not buy it. There is no way. Who made the story of this diamond too mysterious? Roland has not lived enough, and he doesn't want to die because of it. However, even if the Star of Hope is impossible, Roland still dares to think about other blue diamonds. According to his idea, he would make a huge blue diamond, cut it into the shape of a sea star, surround it with a circle of small square and heart-shaped diamonds, and then give it away at the Oscar ceremony. The effect of this show is simply explosive. If the audience in front of the TV doesn't cry, then he will change his surname to Winslet. He personally put the necklace on Kate, then knelt on one knee, and proposed with a ring. If the DVD and single are not sold out the next day, it will definitely be the two big teammates Fox and Universal who are dragging their feet. Of course, on the surface, it may cost him 40 to 50 million to cut and process a huge blue diamond and customize a ring, but all of this is worth it. Because all Roland did was to squeeze out his popularity while pushing his image to the peak. If before, Roland was growing up with a generation, then now that he is already standing on the ceiling, making himself a symbol of eternity is the way to maximize benefits. Titanic, Oscars, the real-life version of Star of the Sea, plus a proposal. Roland wants to tie his and Kate's image together with love. Diamonds are forever, and one diamond lasts forever? Since the majority of consumers have accepted this propaganda, why can't I do this business? Of course, bringing goods is only the lowest level of behavior. What Roland really wants to do is to seize the opportunity that is right in front of him and make himself a legend. Turn himself into a brand. I have always set a development path for myself, which is growth. Growing up with a generation. But the story of growth will eventually have an ending chapter. I can't grow up forever. When I become an adult, the public's sense of substitution and love for me will also decline. Then, I will slowly become obsolete. By then, new people will come out to replace me and grow up with the new generation. Since I know that I will eventually become obsolete, why don't I get rid of the topic of growth, which has no room for development, and live my life forever before I become obsolete? I didn't have a goal before, but now, the opportunity is at my fingertips. Unlike ordinary opportunities to bring goods, this time, we can really turn ourselves into a brand. Just like Walt Disney is equivalent to fairy tales, just like Hubert Givenchy, Gabrielle Chanel, and Louis Vuitton are equivalent to fashion. Before, I couldn't label Roland Allen as growth, but now, I can label Roland Allen as a brand. Allen and Kate Winslet are embedded in eternal love. Nowadays, when people mention Snow White and Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck, they will think of Walt Disney. Even though Walt Disney has passed away for more than 30 years, he still lives in people's hearts. Nowadays, when people see Audrey Hepburn style, they will think of Hubert Givenchy, who has retired. Beautiful stories give strength to the brand. Walt Disney used classic works to make himself eternal. Hubert Givenchy used Audrey Hepburn to show the world his aesthetics and make himself invincible in the fashion industry. I can't copy Walt Disney's success because the eternity of animation in the new era will only belong to Pixar. I can't follow the path of Hubert Givenchy because with the development of the times and the high-speed flow of information, there will be fewer and fewer goddesses in the future. Using goddesses to show fashion is just a dream. But I can be myself. The box office of Titanic proves how much the public likes our movies. The voices reflecting reality on Yahoo, IMDb, and MSN prove that the public is looking forward to our love. In this case, the Oscars for Best Actor and Actress are the best endorsements that the public can see. The proposal at the award ceremony can push the public's expectations to the peak. Now, I need to register a Roland Allen and Kate Winslet studio immediately. Put the necklace and ring I need to give as a gift under the name of this studio. After the Oscars, when the media digs deep into jewelry, we can take the opportunity to tell that the necklace and ring I gave Kate were inspired by me and designed and produced by our studio Roland Allen and Kate Winslet. Warner wants to consolidate the position of Time magazine? Then give me an advertisement by the way. Paramount wants to use talk shows to show our love? Then give me an advertisement by the way. After the advertisement is put out, we must design the product before Valentine's Day in 1999 and distribute it nationwide in large quantities. Under the bombardment of Titanic, My Heart Will Go On, the Oscars, Time magazine and talk shows, the rings, necklaces, and earrings designed by Roland Allen and Kate Winslet will directly occupy the scenes of lovers celebrating festivals, courting and getting married. I know that Sony needs me to promote a love affair during Spider-Man 2 and 3. This kind of publicity will have a certain impact on our brand. However, Sony also requires me to announce my retirement during the promotion of Spider-Man 3, and the reason I will use is for Kate. In the eyes of the public, that is a guy who has been breaking box office records since the 1990s. For love, he even gave up his career. And the root cause is that he had a scandal with other actresses during filming. How will the public view this matter? The previous love affair publicity will only have a positive impact on eternal love. After this, what we need to do is to get married smoothly. When these 3 steps are completed, the brand story of Roland Allen and Kate Winslet has been told. As long as we don't commit suicide, this brand will continue to be passed down. Because we are selling the beautiful love that people want most both in and out of the play. In the eyes of the public, we are the perfect witness of love. Choosing our inspirational products is choosing love. That's right. Since it has been decided to cooperate with the Big Six and squeeze out all the popularity accumulated over the past 8 years, then Roland will do things thoroughly. Will the perfect image maintained by the Big Six remain in the hearts of the people? Overdraw everything and become a living legend? This is not enough. Far from enough. The overwhelming fame and perfect image cannot be realized, then they are empty. And the best way to realize them is branding. Since everyone thinks that he and Kate are extremely in love, even the Big Six who know that for one night is everywhere in Hollywood, do not think that hyping his and Kate's love will backfire, then it is a natural thing to visualize and materialize their love. Under the stimulation of the box office record, under the impact of the Oscars, and under the publicity of the media, Roland Allen and Kate the Winslet brand is a symbol of love. If you don't propose with a ring designed by them, then you are not in true love. A brand is an identification mark and a spiritual symbol. In Roland's deal with the Big Six, these 2 points can be easily met. He and Kate have become identification marks. Love is a spiritual symbol. Therefore, it is very important for Roland to find a huge blue diamond and cut it into the shape of a sea star. Because this is a beautiful continuation that the public is eager to see, and it is also a way for him to realize his own interests while draining his own popularity and bringing huge profits to the Big Six. Increased value, the first step of branding a name. If the 6 big companies want to gain benefits from him, then he also wants the 6 big companies to endorse his brand. However, for David, the key step that Roland thinks is the simplest one, and the real difficulty in his eyes is actually the relationship between Roland and Kate. After listening to Roland's nagging narration and sorting out all the transactions between Roland and the 6 big companies, David, who understood, held his chin with one hand. The smile that was happy about making money before disappeared at this moment, replaced by caution and emotion. Roland Allen and Kate Winslet? This is really a simple and direct name. Yes, if all this is done in order, your 2 names can indeed become a brand, but at the same time as becoming a brand, this brand will also face a huge problem. If you break up, the brand built on the illusory love will no longer exist. Because what you sell is not a product at all, but a symbol attached to the product. Just like those businessmen package diamonds as a symbol of love, you also package yourself as the same symbol. But there is a big difference between them. Diamonds are dead, they will accept everything according to the businessmen's thinking, but you are alive and have your own thoughts. Do you think you can accept a life with a predictable end at the age of 20? Or, when you came up with the idea of the brand, did you think in your heart that you would love her forever? David's question made Roland, who had already made all preparations for cashing in, laugh. He sighed and slapped the table. David was no longer surprised by his maturity. Love? David, this is really a luxury. Do you still love Canetti? Does she still love you? I think the relationship between you two is more like a habit, right? In fact, when you told me a few years ago that you wanted to divorce her, you were already compromising. You compromised so that Ashley and Mary could have a complete family, and Canetti compromised because he saw that I could bring excellent projects to Ashley and Mary and satisfied my idea of not wanting to see you divorced. Now, you are more fulfilling your responsibilities and obligations as a parent, right? At this point, David coughed. Although he didn't reply, his glaring action proved everything. He was asking Roland to take the initiative to bring up this topic. Seeing this, Roland didn't pester her, but pursed his lips and continued, "If showing my heart without reservation is one of the manifestations of my love for her, then I can say that I don't love her at all. Because Steven and I have discussed all the Oscar-winning deals, but she knows nothing about it. Because I can talk to you for so long about brand creation, but she has never even heard of it. Besides that, I have a lot of things to do with her. But if giving her what she wants and satisfying all her needs is one of the manifestations of my love for her, then I can say that I love her very much. If she hadn't wanted to win an Oscar in the first place, these deals wouldn't exist at all. If she hadn't been willing to compromise and give up her acting career, I might still be moving forward on the path of growth and development, not to mention giving up my identity as an actor, winning an Oscar, and tying my personal image to the 6 major films. In fact, love is something that exists if you believe in it, and it doesn't exist if you don't believe in it. As for me, what I believe most is tangible benefits. If being with Kate can allow me to get out of the pit of being an actor in a glamorous way, if being with Kate can make me full of honors, if being with Kate can allow me to turn my name into a brand with symbolic meaning, then I will believe in love, because it is not an illusory feeling, but a rich and real benefit. When David finished listening to Roland's sincere words, he nodded slowly. Roland had made it very clear, where is love in this world? Everything is business. Just like the Jews like to say, business is business. If you cannot eliminate the constraints of many ethical and moral norms and emotional obstacles, put down the burdens, and go into battle lightly. If you have concerns about the things and people you rely on, and will think again and again, because of face and emotions, then you will never be able to let go. No wonder those Jews like you so much. You are more Jewish than they are. David nodded with emotion, and had no intention of continuing to persuade. Roland thought very thoroughly, so thoroughly that David could smell a hint of cold-bloodedness. If David was still worried before, Roland had been used to spending money lavishly over the years. After he became an adult, when he could control large sums of money without signing his own name, would Roland squander his family property? After all, Roland's way of investing in the company is really too unscientific. So now, all the worries had disappeared. Question: how to sell love without believing in love? Answer: then for the sake of money, make yourself believe in love. Since Roland can be so cruel to himself for the sake of business, David will no longer worry about his future. Or rather, he is worried about Roland's enemies. Then, the company. Before David finished speaking, Roland, who just wanted to be a hands-off boss, interrupted with a smile. The company is still in your hands. You are the chairman and CEO of the group. You can set your own annual salary. As for me, I'm still an actor, and what I'm about to do is to accompany Kate on vacation. Titanic is a big box office hit. How can we not celebrate? Of course, if you want to ask why I didn't like to celebrate before, but want to celebrate now, then I can only answer, because of love. Note, the 4-step method for branding in this chapter is derived from the 4 steps in Comrade Django Chuan's autobiography The Art of the Deal. The first step is to set an amazing goal. Titanic. The second step is to promote it. Oscar. The third step is to make decisions repeatedly. Rumors of falling in love with someone else. And the fourth step is to get intuitive results. Retire from the film industry. Of course, before I wrote the outline, I knew that the book I read that year was compiled by Tony Schwartz, who wrote his autobiography for him, based on Comrade Django's words. Although Comrade Django went bankrupt 6 times in his life, his brand marketing concept is still very good, and he did use these 4 steps to turn his name into money. P.S. It always feels weird to write this chapter on May 20th. Chapter 239. Life is like a play, and play is like life. When Roland staggered out of David's study, it was already 9:30 in the evening. In the short span of more than 10 hours, Roland personally finalized 6 big deals, learned the development direction of a giant, confirmed the group's expansion ideas, and decided on the path he would take in the future. He made one deal after another, and made decisions on hundreds of millions or even billions of deals by himself. The feeling of being refreshed made him feel very comfortable. When he walked to the living room with a glorious face and humming a little tune in the spacious and bright hall, only James was leaning on the sofa and watching TV with a smile. "What are you watching?" Roland, who was in a good mood, came over and sat with James. While talking, his eyes were also fixed on the TV. "NBC. Friends Season 4. You are already in the 12th grade, and you are still watching soap operas here? Have you chosen a college?" When Roland arrived and heard him curiously asking about the content of the TV, James would have twisted his butt and made way to share the joy with Roland. Then now, there was only disgust on his smiling face. Turning his head to look at Roland, the extremely casual smile made James roll his eyes. "Hey, Roland. You can't talk, but can't you shut up? It's Christmas vacation. It's vacation time. What are you talking about studying with me?" After complaining for a few words, James changed his tone and said with a little pride, "But you don't have to worry about college." Unexpectedly, I have received the admission letter from Johns Hopkins University. Since the beginning of 1996, when preparing for Titanic, Roland has spent very little time at home. During this period, the fat boy who was ridiculed and bullied by him has successfully lost weight. With the weight loss and height increase, his round face has now become sharp and angular. Although he is not as handsome as Roland, but the Olsen family has good genes. If James were put in the school, he would be a school idol. Of course, he is not a fool with beautiful appearance but rotten inside. Along with his appearance, his academic performance has also improved. Maybe David's decision not to let him fall in love with Roland stimulated him, or maybe the tutor that Roland hired with his money power really worked. In short, not long after Roland left home, James' academic performance rose like a rocket. After receiving the admission ticket to Johns Hopkins University's summer camp from Kate on Christmas Day in 1996, he became very interested in the topic of immortality that Professor Carol Grieder of the Department of Molecular Biology and Genetics of the medical school, who was in charge of lecturing at the summer camp, talked about. After taking the initiative to talk to her, the two had a pleasant conversation. Then, after seeing the talent James showed, Professor Carol Grieder helped him get a letter of exemption from the examination. Professor Carol said that I have a very high talent in the field of biology. She is looking forward to my entering Johns Hopkins University and joining their research project team. Before, when Roland mentioned studying, James would shrink back, but now, with enough achievements to be proud of, his back is much stronger. Looking at the guy who proudly recounted the professor's evaluation, Roland was indeed a little envious. Although he was rich, he still envied those who had the brains to study academics. After all, science and technology are the primary productive forces. Of course, envy is envy. In front of James, Roland will not admit his shortcomings. Looking at James's exaggerated appearance, Roland coughed and changed the subject. Then, did David agree to you finding a girlfriend? I think he should hope that you will stay in business so that you can take over your own company after you come back. You are studying biology now. He should be very angry. So, your girlfriend. I don't think there is a girlfriend yet, right? Roland's words, like a basin of cold water, poured down the endless James' heart. He glared at Roland and fully experienced what it meant to visit relatives and friends during festivals in that indescribable country in the East. That's right. After learning that James chose the shitty field of biology, David, who hoped that his son could inherit the family property, was almost angry to death. Our family is engaged in construction engineering, not genetic engineering. You picked the wrong one. Because of the choice of career, the father and son had a conflict. Before they reconciled, James was not in the mood to find a girlfriend, so now he is really a bachelor, as Roland said. However, being single at the age of 18 is a very shameful thing in America. Even though James regarded Roland as a brother, he did not want to admit such an embarrassment. So he coughed and said, "What girlfriend? What girlfriend? What girlfriend? How can having a girlfriend make people happier than studying? I love studying, and studying loves me. Only superficial guys like you would look for a girlfriend." Roland laughed at the hypocritical words, and the pretending to be serious expression made him laugh. He leaned on the sofa with his legs on the coffee table and his arm on James' shoulder, and continued to add fuel to the fire in a slightly instigating tone. Studying is studying, and a girlfriend is a girlfriend. The two cannot be mixed together. No matter how much you like studying, you still have to have a normal life, and finding a girlfriend can improve the quality of your life. Just like me now, I don't have to take care of everything in life. What to eat for 3 meals a day? What should I wear to go out? These most troublesome things are far away from me. Someone accompanies me to the gym every day. Someone accompanies me to travel every day. Someone accompanies me to work every day. Imagine that every morning, you can enjoy a sweet wake-up service. Imagine that every night, someone will get into your arms and say goodnight. Just as Roland was waving his right hand and showing off his wonderful life, like pointing at the mountains and rivers, James, who had been looking at Roland with a squinting eye and pretending to be cool, suddenly saw a figure walking down from upstairs. When the young woman in a white dress leaned against the stairs with her arms folded, looking at the living room with a playful look on her face, James, who had already felt that Roland was showing off too much, suddenly asked, "That's not right, Roland. Don't fool me like Lizzie. I clearly heard that Kate is very strict with you. She even wants to check your phone. And she doesn't allow you to smoke or drink." "What? How do you know this, you little bastard?" Hearing James's question, Roland paused for a moment, and a trace of doubt flashed across his face. But the next second he stopped and reached into his pocket to prove himself. "Who told you that? Isn't my phone right here? Damn it, it's a good thing I talked to Steven on the phone all day today." Not only that, he also stepped forward and put his face close to James. "Smell it, smell it. I just finished drinking and smoking with your father. I do this at home. What do you think of her?" Luckily David threw the cigarette to me, otherwise my reputation in front of James would be ruined. While Roland was proving himself, James, who had been paying attention to the stairs, saw the young woman move with his own eyes. He was eager to watch the fun and add fuel to the fire, and continued to ask, "So, you mean, the rumors are all false?" "Of course. The reason why rumors are called rumors is because they have no factual basis." Roland was very happy that James could recognize this fact. Not only that, he also exaggerated and said, "Really, I tell you, after I got a girlfriend, my waist and legs are no longer sore, and I can go to the 5th floor in one breath." Do you know why? Because she will arrange your life properly. At this point, Roland was even more excited. For example, "I'm thirsty in the middle of the night and want to drink water. Just pat her, but with your left hand." Roland patted James on the shoulder with his hand and performed a live performance. "Then raise your right hand like that. Spread your right hand and support your arm slightly. She'll go get me some water." "Really?" Seeing the woman getting closer, James got angry and asked with shining eyes, "Hearing what you said, why do I feel like a medieval maid serving a noble lord? That's exactly the feeling." Hearing this analogy, Roland slapped his thigh and said, "Isn't Kate British? You watched Titanic the other day, right? When Rose was on the ship, wasn't there a group of maids accompanying her? She has those clothes too. She puts on a black skirt, an apron, and a hat. If I ask her to massage my legs, she does. If I ask her to give me a back massage, she does. She's not here now. If she were here, I would just sit on the sofa, and she would massage my neck." Really, I'm not lying to you. There are so many benefits to having a girlfriend. Hey, James, don't pinch me. I'm just telling you the benefits of having a girlfriend, not asking you to massage me. Huh? What do you mean by raising your hands? Hiss. Before Roland could finish bragging in front of James like he used to, he felt his neck warm. Then, the familiar movement and the comfortable force made him narrow his eyes instinctively. When he saw James spread his hands and raised his eyebrows with a smirk, a chill rose up along the spine and went straight to the top of his head. When he raised his head to explore the familiar face, wasn't it a danger? "Kate, why are you here? I've been looking for you for a long time. Roland tried to cover up his embarrassment with a smile. Why am I here? Of course I heard that your neck is sore. Looking at the embarrassed Roland, Kate's face bloomed with a smile, and her hands on his shoulders pressed gently. At the same time, she said, it's a little after 9:30 now. At this time every night, I finish telling Ashley, Mary, and Lizzie bedtime stories. You are waiting for me here at this time. Do you want to take me home? Ah, yes, take you home, take you home. Roland nodded his little head like a pile driver and got up before he finished speaking. Under James's teasing gaze, Roland took Kate out of the door. When they crossed the courtyard and returned home, the shining lights made James, who was sitting on the sofa, take 2 steps at a time and sneak out of the house to eavesdrop. When he found a familiar position and came to the living room windowsill where he liked to climb when he was a child, the sound coming from inside made him cover his mouth and his body tremble. Is there anyone who takes care of your 3 meals a day and daily outfits? Is there anyone who accompanies you when you are working out, traveling, or working? If you are thirsty in the middle of the night and want to drink some water, just pat my butt and it will be fine. Wearing a 19th century maid outfit, I will massage your legs and back. After all this time, in your eyes, I'm just a medieval maid, right? No, no, no. Kate, Kate, Kate. I was just pretending to be cool in front of James. You should understand this. Just like you women like to dress up beautifully and be the center of the world wherever you are, we men are also superficial. We are so superficial that when we have nothing to do, we brag in front of our brothers about how well we are doing. Really? Do you think that we women are superficial because we dress beautifully? And you also think that you don't live well in your daily life and you can only achieve the good in your heart by bragging? No, no, no. I don't mean that. What I mean is that it's superficial for us men to brag to each other among brothers. Besides, I never think that I have a bad life. The reason why I say it's bragging is that I process the good things in my daily life through language to a level that everyone envies. And the bad habits of the old society, the oppression that needs to be criticized, have become our superficial direction. You mean, in your heart you still want me to wear a maid outfit and be your maid? In our current way of thinking, this is called interest. Yes, it's called interest, not oppression, not, what's the matter with the smell of cigarettes and alcohol on you? Ever since I took Lizzie to make cookies in the morning, I stayed in the study and made phone calls and never came out. And it seems that there has never been such in your study. Thanks. I just got this from David. I made money, let's celebrate. Made money? Yes, David also did some of the business that Paul Allen recommended last time, so everyone is happy. Really? Of course. Hey, don't look at me like that, okay? After learning that the money had arrived, I thought about where to go on vacation with you, and then I was happy thinking about it, so I drank a little with David. I know why you don't let me smoke and drink. Isn't it because you are afraid that after I get used to it, someone will use additives to trick me? Don't worry, our UI fans problem will not happen to me, and among the people I'm dating now, they have too many ways to kill people, and they won't be so boring to leave handles for people to catch. And today is David. If David wants to harm me, just apply to the court directly. The guardianship can be extended. Okay, the vacation you just mentioned. To celebrate the big sales of Titanic, I'm going to go on vacation with you. Are you going to take Lizzie and the others with you? This is to celebrate the success of Titanic, not a Christmas family trip. I personally don't want to take them with me. Of course, it's up to you to decide whether to take them with you. If you find it difficult to refuse, then I'll say it. Have you chosen the location? I've thought of a few places, but I can't decide. I want to discuss it with you. Which places? Well, the first one is the Bahamas. There is a pink sand beach on the beach of Nassau. The Lake of Fire and the road to Atlantis are said to be quite interesting. Then the Caribbean. I heard that the island of Calavini near Grenada is very beautiful, and, at first, James, who was eavesdropping, felt very happy. Roland had bullied him for so many years, and now he was finally punished. This kind of refreshing made him so happy. But as he listened, he felt something was wrong. Why did Roland start to while talking? Just when he was scratching his head and not knowing what to say, Kate's voice go back to the room made him suddenly realize. Fuck. Director. This script is wrong. Shouldn't Kate punish Roland and beat his dog head? How come the two of them are together again? Listening to the thumping footsteps upstairs, James cursed indignantly. If Roland knew what this guy was thinking, he would definitely laugh and comment, childish. Regardless of whether they are men or women, they actually have a desire for control in their hearts. Take sharing for example. There is no one who is really willing to share. Most of the time, sharing is just a helpless compromise in the heart. Since the public kiss on the red carpet at the premiere that day, and the public kiss at the end of the film, Roland has understood that Kate has decided on him. But what after the decision? Let her accept the result of the decision, and accompany him calmly? Don't be kidding. Although a calm life can avoid a lot of trouble, it will also make people gradually lose interest in each other. After getting used to it, when passion comes, separation becomes a matter of course. But Roland, who has risked everything, is unwilling to separate from Kate, so it is necessary to adjust the small conflicts in life. Many times, such small conflicts can actually be artificially created, just like Kate doesn't want Roland to smoke and drink. Roland does something stupid, and Kate will lose her temper about it. Kate doesn't really prohibit it completely, so Roland can take the initiative to attribute all this to concern for accidents, decisively point it out, apologize seriously, but never repent. Because this is not like cheating, which is forbidden by law. Since you can't touch the high voltage line, teasing it for no reason will arouse the other party's desire to control, and apologizing seriously can make the other party feel satisfied with the overall situation. If he commits the same crime again, it will be regarded as a temporary failure due to the failure of complete education, and then continue. While repeating, after the man admits his mistake and shows good, the woman's satisfaction will rise to the peak. Just like many mothers often tell their children that your father is so and so bad, every time they emphasize it, they are actually strengthening the other person's position in their hearts. If the father is better one day, many mothers will most likely say, don't look at how your father is usually, but he still remembers such and such a day, right? In such a cycle, a lifetime will pass. Is this kind of life boring? No, this kind of life is full of passion every day. When all kinds of emotions spread in the home, this home is full of vitality. Blind warmth will only make everything infinitely dull. Therefore, Roland never worried that Kate would be angry because he teased her. Because being angry means caring. If even the little emotions are gone, it means that the two are really over. Because of this, it is no big deal for Roland to be a little scared in front of Kate. Coaxing her when she loses her temper, Kate is satisfied, and Roland is also satisfied. After all, in life, who is not an actor? Life is like a play, and a play is like life. In this way, while James was feeling jealous, Roland, who returned to the room, was having a great time. Kate, who already had good dancing skills, unlocked a new pose, as if to reward Roland. When Roland was content to hug her, and wanted to fall asleep, the crisp sounds of Papa made Roland look up in confusion. But the next second, when he saw Kate's raised right hand, Roland, who understood, smiled and said, I'll get you some water. I want it cold. Kate added with a smile. I want it cold so late? Roland was stunned at first, then looked over, and said with a frown, okay, I want it cold. Facts have proved that a good sex life can solve more than 90% of the problems between two people. The remaining 10% can be solved with money. The next morning, after the two refreshed breakfast, they flew directly to the Caribbean. With the US dollar leading the way, no one could stop Kate's desire to land on the island of Reliving that day. As soon as they landed on the island, it was evening. Seeing that the time was right, the two of them identified some common local ingredients in the organic vegetable garden, and then took turns cooking a local flavor under the guidance of the resort chef, letting the aroma of the food slide along the tip of the tongue to every part of the body. After eating and drinking, they settled in a local villa with a unique tropical style. The pointed pavilion, semicircular flower windows and wooden corridors tell the secret past of this place. When they pushed the door open, the red curtains naturally draped on both sides of the window, and a marble floor with retro patterns surrounded the small bathing pool. Suddenly, it seemed like traveling back to ancient times. The luxurious palace was right in front of them, and the elegant atmosphere permeated the entire room. The next morning, the two got a kayak and wandered freely on the turquoise water. In the afternoon of the same day, they brought surfboards and jumped on the waves when they were at their peak. At night, they played a childish game of who would catch the fish first on the clear seashore. After staying in Calivini Island for a week, Kate, who fell asleep listening to the sea, wanted to change the environment. After discussing it, the two decided to do what they should do in winter, so they flew directly to France and went to the Three Gorges ski resort to try the white opium that fascinated countless people. Since neither of them was very familiar with this sport, spinning, jumping, and closing their eyes became their normal routine. They would slide to steps and fall, then get up and continue with a smile. Even if they hired a coach, they couldn't stop the two of them from pulling each other back. In the end, I would pick up the snow and sprinkle it on you, and you would put your hands in my collar and scratch me non-stop. Since Roland had already made his own life plan, this vacation was just a free-for-all for him. After the psychological pressure was gone, Kate felt that he was still very interesting, because, Roland, why didn't I think you were good at having fun before? When you went on vacation in 1996, you chose places with a strong literary atmosphere. Faced with Kate's question, Roland could give an accurate answer, because we have money and free time. We don't have to go to get off work on time, there is no work pressure, and we have enough funds to support us to go wherever we want. In this case, it doesn't matter whether we know how to have fun. Think of something, find it interesting, and then do it. As long as we do it, we will naturally find it interesting, because the whole process does not require hard work, as long as we spend money, and the act of spending money will not bring us any burden. Roland firmly believes that problems that can be solved with money are not problems. Similarly, he also firmly believes that if the money in hand cannot solve the problem, then find someone who can solve the problem, and then become as rich as him. He will work hard for these two beliefs. Always work hard. Note 1. Carol Grieder is indeed a professor at Johns Hopkins University and also the winner of the 2009 Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. Her award-winning research is how chromosomes replicate themselves completely during cell division, and how chromosomes are protected from degradation. 2. White Opium Means Skiing. Chapter 240, Propaganda and Show on the Spot. While Roland and Kate were enjoying their unfettered vacation, Titanic had already sailed to the world. On December 18th, the film was released in Singapore, Australia, Malaysia, and New Zealand. On the 19th, Canada and Puerto Rico followed suit. On the 20th, the ship landed in Japan, which is the country that is most concerned about domestic protection, and South Africa, America's good brother, followed closely. On the 26th, the day after Christmas, the sound of steam horns enveloped Thailand. In fact, the global publicity and distribution capabilities of the Big Six this year are not good enough. If you want to release the film simultaneously around the world, you must enter the mobile internet era. But even so, Fox has shown its peers what madness is. It would take at least 2 months for the other 5 companies to release a movie worldwide, but Fox risked everything on Titanic. If Fox released Titanic in 13 countries or regions including America throughout December, then on January 1st 54 countries and regions, led by Europe, released the movie simultaneously. On that day, the global box office of Titanic reached 100 million. Oh my god. 100 million a day. This result is really terrifying. What shocked us the most was that the box office in America yesterday was more than 8 million, but the other 66 countries and regions contributed nearly 93 million in box office yesterday. Although the average for each country or region is only about $1,400,000, we have to consider one issue, that is, the exchange rate and ticket price. According to the feedback from theaters in 66 countries and regions, Titanic is unstoppable. No matter where it goes, the streets will be deserted. I don't know what kind of magic Titanic has, but I know that according to the news from the media in various countries, countless fans went to the theater for Roland Allen. They walked into the theater with full expectations and left in tears. If it is based on the past, one pain is the last. Countless box office success cases tell us that fans will not spend too much time on tragedy. But Titanic seems to be an exception. It seems to have deviated from the meaning of the movie itself. We also interviewed many fans who bought tickets on January 1st on the street. Many of them told us that they chose to watch it again because it was Roland Allen's 18th birthday, and it was because of their rewatching that Roland Allen became the first guy in film history to have a daily box office of over 100 million. And it was because of their rewatching that Titanic grossed 530 million worldwide in 15 days after its release. Some people doubted whether Roland Allen could dominate the entire 1990s because Will Smith emerged as a dark horse and his Independence Day and Spider-Man were on par with each other. But now, no one will discuss this issue. We just want to know where Titanic will end up. Will it be 11, 12, 13, or 16, 17, 18? Or will it double the box office record of Jurassic Park and reach 20? But no matter where Titanic ends up, we are witnessing history. After this, Roland Allen has won 7 championships in 8 years. The only thing that can threaten Roland Allen's record of 9 titles in 10 years is Star Wars: The Phantom Menace, which has been scheduled to be released on May 19, 1999. Although we don't know whether Roland Allen will have a movie released in 1999, we hope he will. In the past 8 years, he has defeated everything, and the only thing that can stop him is Star Wars. I hope there will be a sequel to Spider-Man in 1999, because I want to know if Peter Parker can defeat Darth Vader. But before that, the performance of Titanic is also crucial. If the box office of Titanic drops sharply after 100 million a day, then Star Wars won't have such a situation anyway. If you take the money and want to brag, then brag hard. If you just brag about 100 million a day and say Roland Allen has made history again, for the public, the shock is actually quite small. Why? Because Home Alone is the highest grossing comedy movie in history. Because Terminator 2 is the highest grossing R-rated movie in history. Because Jurassic Park is the highest grossing movie in history. Because Spider-Man is the fastest movie in history to break the 100 million box office. In the past 8 years, Roland has achieved countless records that others can brag about for a lifetime. The public has already listened to the nonsense, and it is very difficult to stimulate them with new records. However, as long as the mind does not slip, there are always more ways than difficulties. Roland Allen was packaged as a brave man who challenged everything. Starting in 1990, he cut through the thorns and moved forward courageously. Until 1996, he met the biggest opponent. In 1997, he crushed it. There were only 2 years left before he saw the dawn. Hey, isn't it very inspiring? As for Roland's journey, he was either holding the thigh of John Hughes, the king of American youth films, or holding the arm of the tyrant James Cameron, or lying on the back of Steven Spielberg, or holding Tom Hanks' belt and not letting go. There was no hard journey to talk about. This is the fact, but the public doesn't know it. If the public doesn't know, then all the people Roland defeated can be called enemies. It's true that people in the same profession are enemies. In this way, Roland's domination of the 1990s does not look so brutal. Or in other words, his box office dominance has been packaged as popular. Although the media does not know who Roland's enemy is, it doesn't matter. Let the past go, because they can still look forward to the future. In front of them is the #1 IP in North America, Star Wars. When the box office results of Titanic continue to accumulate, the public may feel that Roland has ascended to the altar and no one can beat him. The high box office will stimulate fans, but it will also limit their desire to buy, because they will feel that they have supported Roland to the altar, and next, they can take a break. However, if the guys on the altar are also divided into different levels and have opponents, Star Wars is a symbol of the times. It has even evolved into the Star Wars project. If Roland cannot surpass it, he will be inferior to others on the altar. If it were before, Roland might not have the possibility of confronting the opponent head on, but now, George Lucas is back. As long as Roland defeats Star Wars head on, then when evaluating the status of the industry in the future, there will be no difference between different periods. But before that, the box office of Titanic must soar. Because the Titanic with a cliff drop is not worthy of Roland challenging Star Wars. There is no way. Who said that Star Wars never disappears directly like diarrhea? In fact, the publicity after the release of a movie is actually like playing a game. While telling fans what results they expect, they are also setting a new goal for them to continue to shine for the box office. When passers-by learn that Titanic makes 100 million a day, which may allow Roland to challenge Star Wars, those who have not seen it will try to watch it. And when fans learn that Titanic makes 100 million a day and their subsequent purchases can determine whether Roland is able to challenge Star Wars, their desire to buy, which had been dormant, will be rekindled. To put it bluntly, the reason why movie promotion is more important than the movie itself is that they can more easily manipulate the public's psychology and cheat them into the theater. But in fact, for businessmen, this kind of thing cannot be considered cheating, because as long as the public spends money and meets their psychological expectations, the transaction is considered successful, and if it exceeds their psychological expectations, the public will feel that I'm making a lot of money and the merchants are losing money. Vice versa. Of course, things like porcelain promotion can easily arouse the disgust of the party being touched. After all, not everyone is willing to be called a friendly business by late June. However, who made Fox touch Star Wars? Titanic was made by them, and Star Wars was also promoted by them. Coupled with the true relationship between Roland and Lucas, the outside world felt that the battle for the altar was nothing more than a handover between off. Roland Allen wouldn't care, and George Lucas wouldn't care either. Unfortunately, even if the publicity was exaggerated, it still depended on the timing. On January 2nd, shortly after major American media continued to promote Titanic, the next day, an ice storm covering an area of more than 100,000 square kilometers suddenly hit. Northern America, Central and Southern Canada, and Quebec were all affected areas. The scope of the rainstorm was so wide that it was jaw-dropping, and the thickness of the ice accumulation was once more than 10 centimeters. Most importantly, this natural disaster lasted from the 4th to the 10th, accompanied by the destruction of public facilities that occurred every time a major disaster occurred. Unlike the previous cases of damaged houses and dam breaches, this time, the power facilities were severely damaged. Nearly 4 million Americans suffered power outages and no heating. Thousands of kilometers of power lines and telephone lines were destroyed, causing economic losses of $2.5 billion, and insurance claims were as high as $1.15 billion. Again, problems that can be solved with money are not problems. The point is that problems that cannot be solved with money are really big problems. After the disaster, even if a considerable number of people are still willing to go to the cinema to watch Titanic and support Roland, the problem is that there is no electricity, so how can the cinema be opened? If the cinema cannot be opened, the box office will naturally fall. Don't think that 4 million people have no electricity and thousands of kilometers of power lines are actually small things. You know, the affected areas include New York, Pennsylvania and New Jersey. They were originally big ticket warehouses, and now that they exploded, they are simply finished. After learning about this, the two who had had enough fun outside also showed up, came to the front line, inspected the disaster situation on the spot, talked with those fans who wanted to go to the cinema to continue to support them, and jointly donated $2 million to the disaster relief fund, hoping that the local people can return to their normal living standards as soon as possible. Of course, the words sound good and the money donated looks good, but in essence, Roland and Kate both understand that this is a show. As the focus of public opinion at the moment, they have been making money. If they choose to hide during this period, when a major disaster occurs, it is actually consuming the enthusiasm of the public. Therefore, the disaster area must be visited, the money must be donated, and the work must be done to make the people feel that they have not made a mistake. Under the exaggeration of the media, the whole thing has become Roland Allen, who has been unwilling to let his private affairs squeeze out public resources since his debut. When he learned that the fans in the disaster area still wanted to support him after the disaster, his life was not guaranteed. He was deeply moved by this behavior, so he rushed to the disaster area, met with local fans, and contributed to the post-disaster reconstruction. Don't think that Americans are straightforward and won't buy into this. Comrade Django, who tries to please the rednecks, also rushed to the disaster area and wrote blank checks every time there was a disaster. Compared to him, there were many Roland who really donated money. Since he had come to New York to put on a show, Roland, who had nothing to do for the time being, went to visit some old friends with Kate. First, he invited Michael Bloomberg to dinner to thank him for his friendly help in James Olsen's successful admission to Johns Hopkins University. The admission ticket to the Johns Hopkins University's summer camp that Kate gave to James was from Bloomberg. Roland had seen it and saw Bloomberg's autograph on it. Although Roland didn't believe that Bloomberg, as the chairman of the board of directors of Johns Hopkins University, had the time to care about James' admission, he didn't need to care whether such a thing existed at all, as long as he thought that the other party had helped. Hey, even if the other party helped, even if they were not related at all, it was better than no relationship, right? Moreover, talking about using the back door in front of Bloomberg was just what he wanted, because for him, Johns Hopkins University was his home, and he did not get into this university based on his grades. If it were not for the recommendation of the leader of MIT that his mother knew well, he would not be able to go to such a top research institution with his high school grades. In college, he also climbed up with the help of the Jewish fraternity, and he was more familiar with the concept of group than Roland. After spending a day on the other party, Roland invited Carl Icahn to dinner the next day. Although the deal that the two sides had discussed before had not been reached, the Wolf King was not in a hurry at all. Their longest deal had lasted for more than 10 years. Now Microsoft was in trouble and could not acquire the company on time. In addition, Roland had met Bill Gates, so this time, the Wolf King did not hide anything and put both parties of the transaction on the table. He generously said that Roland could sell Yahoo whenever he wanted. Even if Microsoft could not take over for the time being, he could take it first. Bill Gates would not be able to escape the order. At first glance, Roland felt it was very strange. In their eyes, a billion-dollar acquisition was as easy as eating candy. But on second thought, TWA was killed by Carl Icahn, who took away billions and left a mess for United Airlines. How could the other party really ignore a company of Yahoo's level? After consolidating his relationship with the notorious Wolf King, Roland went to find the big bald man he first met. When he met Roland, Perelman asked about the tie-bat business without any reservation. In fact, Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, Ronald Perelman, and Michael Bloomberg are in the same circle. Roland can hide his big money from the outside world, but he can't hide it from them. As Roland admitted generously, he could also feel that Perelman had become closer to him. The most direct manifestation is that the other party has been selling the stock of his company Revlon to Roland. Roland will not jump into this huge pit. After prevarication, on the fourth day, Roland went to David Shaw's place again, and then met Ryan Blavatnik again. Many times, if the relationship is not maintained, it will be gone. Before, Roland could call and say hello, but now he is not filming, and he is in New York again. It is really unreasonable not to meet. Just when Roland finished his work in New York and was about to fly directly to Washington, go to Seattle to see Amazon, and then go to Bill Gates' house to ask for a cup of tea, a phone call suddenly came. Just looking at the number, Roland really couldn't remember who it was, but when he answered the phone, the familiar voice immediately made him feel helpless. He squeaked and put his head on Kate's shoulder. "Roland, you are such a bad person. You came to New York and met so many people, but you didn't come to see me. If Ryan hadn't told me that you were leaving, I would have been waiting for your call at home." Note, in the past 100 years, since the emergence of movies, there have been only two box office trends. One is that after the first weekend box office is released, the following Monday to Thursday working days are only 50% to 60% of the first weekend box office, and then the box office will rise the day before Christmas Eve. But after Christmas Eve it will basically be a few million, and there will be almost no box office in the evening, because the theater schedule will also be reduced during Christmas, and the theater also has to celebrate the holiday. Whoever shows the movie is Zuzeng. The other situation is the James Cameron curve. Titanic and Avatar. The former reversed the decline, and the latter had a 100% attendance rate for the midnight show. But this situation is impossible to happen in the article, and the purchasing power of fans has been twisted to the extreme. It is true that the natural disasters at the beginning of 1998 affected moviegoers. The media reported that Titanic finally recovered, but a large number of theaters could not show the film due to power problems. It was expected that the box office would fall again. As a result, a world record of 276 million people and 138 million moviegoers in a single market was set, while the first place was Wolf Warrior 2 with 139 million people. Bloomberg was not admitted to Johns Hopkins University, he admitted it himself. The big pit of Revlon refers to Perelman cashing out $3 billion with a market value of $1 billion for Revlon. The stock price was messed up by him, but he was not caught. Chapter 241 Rules. As a man with all the 5 vices, Francis Coppola has a very high requirement for the quality of life. If George Lucas chose to spend all his income after the success of Star Wars to buy land and build Skywalker Ranch and enjoy life while making the sequel of Star Wars, then Francis Coppola is even crazier than him, because after getting the proceeds from The Godfather, he bought 1,560 acres of land of Inglenook Winery in Napa Valley, California, just to satisfy his appetite. And tasted the first vintage of Rubicon red wine brewed by his own winery in 1978. That's right, as a guy who didn't want to shoot The Godfather at all, the reason why he cooperated with Paramount to rush to shoot The Godfather 2 was purely because the income from The Godfather could not satisfy his desire. After shooting The Godfather 2, he took the money and bought land and built houses all over the world and spread his own vacation places all over the world. If the real estate in California, the UK and other places is either a manor or a castle, then the style of New York, where he has lived for a long time, is different from other resting places. Francis Coppola did not choose the city center, where every inch of land is valuable, but bought a mountain at the junction of New York and New Jersey, and built a mountaintop mansion. At the foot of the mountain, a series of iron fences divide the inside and outside into 2 worlds. At the gate, there is a sign of Coppola hanging on the hollow cut iron gate. Standing here and looking inside, you can only see the raised cliff. When the iron gate is opened, and you turn up along the winding mountain road, the dense trees on both sides of the road block your sight. Looking into the distance, the road ahead seems to connect to the blue sky. When you reach the top, twist to the middle, and then dive down. A villa in Greek and Italian Mediterranean style slowly rises on the blue sea level like bamboo shoots sprouting in spring. Damn. This road is just like watching a movie. Just to create an effect, he built the road a little too long. Roland laughed and complained to Kate beside him, while unbuckling his seatbelt. Hearing this, Kate also chuckled and continued, but the effect is good. When I came down just now, this villa grew directly from the sea. The visual effect is perfect. Do you like this design? It's cool. I'm glad you are interested. It just so happens that I asked David to help me look at the land. After he asks for the price, you can go and choose the land. At that time, you can build it however you want. Maybe you can even take home a design award. Haha, get an award. You really thought of it. Just as the 2 of them were laughing and muttering about the road they came from, a loud shout came from behind. Roland, Kate, here. Turning his head, he saw Francis Coppola, a man with a white beard, wearing sunglasses, a gay purple suit, and a cool-toned floral scarf around his neck. He was standing at the door of the villa and waving at them. Oh, I've been waiting for you for a long time, and you're finally here. While speaking, he seemed to realize that the 2 had seen him, so Francis Coppola retracted his raised arms, clasped his hands, shrank his neck, and shivered like a dumpling. Not only that, he also complained, come on. Stop whispering outside, okay? It's 24 outside, I'm almost freezing to death. Such a funny look made the 2 laugh, and they stepped forward to hug him and say hello. When Roland smiled and hugged him, this showy guy regained his loud voice, pulled the 2 into the house, and eagerly introduced his family to them. Yes, the only one who could put the brakes on Roland's leaving New York and going to Seattle was Francis Coppola, his own man. Although this old man kept saying that Roland often went to Lucas and Spielberg's homes but never came to play at home, now that he was in New York and had time, if he didn't come and sit down, it would be like treating him as an outsider. But in fact, both parties knew that this was just a crude excuse that sounded good, but was not very reliable. If there was nothing wrong, why would they invite him suddenly? The fact was just as Roland guessed. He took them around the spacious living room and explained the simple and linear decoration inspiration of the mansion. When he found that Kate was interested in his collection of oil paintings, he asked his wife to accompany Kate to his collection room to slowly appreciate the famous paintings. After the lady left, he took Roland directly to the sea viewing platform of the villa. The automatically rising glass house not only did not block the view, but also blocked the biting cold. Try it? He took out 2 wine glasses, opened the bottle of wine that had no mark at all, and poured it for Roland. I brewed it myself. This year is exactly 20 years old. The first batch in 1978. Oh, then isn't this wine older than me? Roland picked up the wine glass and sniffed it, then pretended to take a sip. Under the fat man's gaze, he slowly said, "It has a soft, smooth taste." Perhaps Francis Coppola was fooled by his professional appearance at the beginning, so when Roland tasted it, his eyes were full of expectations. But after hearing Roland's weird evaluation that did not match his appearance, his face suddenly showed confusion. After a moment of stunned silence, he rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "You fooled me." The annoyed words made Roland laugh. "Not only that," he added, "you took away the person who knows the most about wine around me, so I can't give you a professional evaluation. You know, I only know whether the wine is good or not. As for subdividing the taste, I don't have that ability." The honest words made Francis Coppola shake his head. He didn't respond, but poured himself a glass. As the wine went into his mouth, the fat man couldn't help but narrow his eyes. His fat cheeks bulged quietly, and a sense of enjoyment clung to his face. After a while, he said, "It's just like Ryan said, you don't know how to taste wine at all. You only know how to drink." Roland just smiled at such comments and was not angry. Moreover, he really only knew how to drink, but not how to taste. This has nothing to do with personal quality and self-cultivation. It's simply that the time for enjoyment cannot keep up with the speed of wealth expansion. If you let him drink every day for 20 years without distraction, he will also be able to taste. Since Roland can't taste wine, Francis Coppola can't communicate with Roland in the traditional way of tasting wine and chatting and boasting. He put out his cigar tray and put the bottle of wine in the middle of the table, motioning Roland to do it himself. Then he lit a cigar, and in the familiar smell of tobacco, he got to the point. "Did you get the copyright of the Virgin Suicides?" When Francis Coppola raised this question, Roland, who had just lit the bezel of his cigar with a long match, laughed. The reason why he didn't want to see Francis Coppola after coming to New York was because he felt that this bearded man would talk to him about his daughter, and he himself didn't want to get involved. But now that the matter has come, he can't hide away. "Sophia wants it. Can I not get it for her?" "Then do you know that she has approached George about this matter before?" "Of course, she told me everything clearly. She feels that after finding George, you will still be able to intervene in this project and help her manage it again and endorse her. So after she saw me on the Star Wars crew, she asked me to help." Although David didn't talk to Roland about the Virgin Suicides, everything was clearly stated in the annual report that David gave Roland. Just like Roland wanted to take the filming rights of The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit from Miramax, the copyright holder of the Virgin Suicides had no intention of resisting at all. Well, this is normal. As the largest independent production giant in the industry, the Weinstein brothers don't want to provoke Roland, let alone challenge him. But it is precisely because of this smooth progress that the entire project has been promoted very quickly. If nothing unexpected happens after the Oscars, it can be officially approved and funded. "So what you mean is that you support her?" Francis Coppola pursed his lips and asked. At first, Francis Coppola felt that, since his daughter wanted to make a movie, it meant that all the cards were in his hand. If she wanted to make a movie in Hollywood, produce and distribute it, who would not give him a face? Even if his daughter said no, he would find a way to intervene in the other party's project, especially after learning that the copyright of the Virgin Suicides had already been bought by someone else, and his daughter was going to ask Uncle Lucas for help. He was even more happy to wait at home. What is the relationship between him and George Lucas? They have been brothers for many years. They are so familiar with each other in things from left hand to right hand. Francis Coppola has also thought about it. When the movie starts shooting, he will show up and give his daughter a surprise. He must let his daughter know that dad loves you. 3. However, since he learned that Roland had bought the copyright of the Virgin Suicides, his plan was shattered in an instant. Although Roland was Spielberg's student, he was still a young man. In the past 8 years, Roland had always filmed whatever he wanted to film. If Roland was persuaded by Sophia and stood on her side, then this matter would be difficult to handle. With money and channels, Sophia can really work alone. Therefore, after knowing that the project was about to start filming, Francis Coppola, the daughter slave, hurriedly pulled Roland off the plane to Seattle. However, when he put his hands on the table, looked at the sea, and thought about how to pull Roland to his side, Roland, who had already taken a puff of cigar, answered naturally, "Who said I support her? Before she talked to me, I had never read the book The Virgin Suicides. Besides, even if I wanted to support her, I don't have the ability. Warcraft Pictures is just an empty shell. The last time we made 7 Deadly Sins, it was Catherine who helped to set up the crew. Not to mention that there is not even a qualified producer in the company. I don't even have cameras, film reels, and developing rooms. Why, you want to take over now? That's perfect. You can take the producer's position. I'll invest the money, and you guys can just shoot it yourself." What? The neat and tidy words caught Francis Coppola, who was well prepared, off guard. He thought that when Roland knew the inside story and still helped his daughter get the copyright, it meant that he was supportive. But he didn't expect that this guy would get rid of the project so quickly. Turning his head to check, when he found Roland shaking his wine glass and looking at him with a smile, all his questions turned into a happy laugh of understanding. "Hey, no wonder George and Stephen both said they like you. If that's the case, then I like you too." After taking a look at Roland, Francis Coppola immediately understood that this guy was on his side. If Roland knew what he was thinking, he would definitely roll his eyes helplessly. Unless his brain was hollowed out by zombies, why would he stand on Sofia Coppola's side? Of course, if possible, he didn't want to stand on either side, because this kind of family affairs is the most troublesome. Just when Roland thought that the fat man called him over just to continue loving his daughter, Francis Coppola, who got a satisfactory answer, did not mean to be stingy, and continued, "I heard from Stephen that you want to go for the Oscar." Yes. This is not a secret, and the fat man also has a bunch of influencing factors, so Roland nodded happily. "I also heard that you made a deal with the Big Six." Francis Coppola continued, "And in the deal with Warner, the book called Harry Potter will not be available until February of this year?" "Yes. Is there any problem? Don't tell me you have read it." Roland nodded again, but said casually, "George gave you the book, right? This book is published by Lucas Books. Don't guess, I haven't read it." How could Francis Coppola not know what Roland was thinking? Seeing Roland's guess, he didn't beat around the bush, but said, "Originally, I was thinking that, if you refused me, I would exchange this project with you for the New York Times bestseller list, but who knew? You gave me the Virgin Suicides directly. However, after calling you yesterday, I have already contacted the New York Times, so even if it is no longer a deal now, I have to tell you the whole story. Yes, since Francis Coppola has decided to love his daughter, he cannot accept failure. Before, he thought Roland might stand firmly with his daughter, so he wanted to use both soft and hard tactics to make Roland feel the love of a father. So when he knew that Roland's new book must be a big seller, he thought of letting the New York Times bestseller list endorse the book, so that Roland would not have to worry about buying and selling out of her own pocket. However, Roland did not give him this opportunity at all. But it doesn't matter, no matter it is a cold deal, it's still a favor. Anyway, it's all about exchanging resources, the essence is the same. But when Roland heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. This is really a father's love like a mountain. Just sitting here and listening, he felt that Sofia Coppola would not be able to bear it. Of course, whether that guy can afford it or not has nothing to do with Roland. When he heard Francis Coppola mention the New York Times, and said like eating candy, that he could manipulate the bestseller list, a question mark suddenly appeared on his forehead, and his eyes were full of curiosity. Are you familiar with the New York Times? As soon as this question came out, Roland felt something was wrong. He remembered another thing. At George Lucas's 50th birthday party, he showed these people the scripts of the Spider-Man trilogy and Titanic, and at that time, these guys had already said that the New York Times would frantically cheer for the movie after it was released, and now, Francis Coppola said that he was very familiar with the other party, so since last year, the crazy publicity in the whole of America has nothing to do with these old guys. Roland was full of doubts and curiosity, and in the face of his inquiry, Francis Coppola smiled, his grey beard trembled, and words of emotion came out in an instant. Roland, some old things are meaningless for you to know now. But I don't know, my heart is itching. In order to clarify the problem, Roland licked his face and poured wine for the old man. Besides, I'm not asking about the truth of the Titanic back then. I just want to know the relationship between you and the New York Times. This is not a secret, right? Of course, I don't mind if you reveal a little about the relationship between the New York Times and the Morgan family. Anyway, I won't ask about the Titanic sinking. That has been concluded. Roland's questioning made Francis Coppola purse his lips, looking at the guy who was holding the wine glass straight to his mouth. For the first time, he understood why Spielberg always said Roland is shameless. As a result, the wine glass was drank in one gulp, and when the glass was put back on the table, words full of nostalgia flowed out. Okay, let me tell you a story. It should be 1858, right? A Jewish immigrant from Germany was born in Cincinnati, Ohio. When he was 19, he borrowed $250, bought a newspaper on the verge of bankruptcy, and became a publisher. But he was not successful at the beginning and soon went bankrupt. Later, he cooperated with another businessman to revive the bankrupt newspaper. Perhaps it was God's blessing. 3 years later, he got back the ownership of the newspaper he had cooperated with. In the following period, his business grew bigger and bigger. He founded the Southern American Daily News. By 1900, he was already a director of the Associated Press. In 1896, this guy learned that the New York Times was about to go bankrupt, so he had the idea of acquiring it, but because the price was high, he raised funds everywhere, and at this time, John Morgan lent him money. Unlike the bank loans now, at that time, he met John Morgan himself and got $50,000. At the same time as the acquisition, he also reached an agreement with other shareholders that, if he could turn the New York Times from loss to profit within 4 years, he would get 51% of the shares of the newspaper. Then, under his management, the newspaper turned losses into profits, and the so-called classic reports, such as the Russo-Japanese War in 1904, where the latest news could be obtained within 19 minutes after the outbreak of the war, and the report on the sinking of the Titanic in 1912. Think about it with your little brain. Didn't we tell you before that the global news agencies at that time all followed the Morgan family's route? Don't you think it's unreasonable that he couldn't get the news? And if you really want to cover up something, aren't we using our own media to help you erase it now? At this point, Francis Coppola smiled at Roland, picked up the bottle, and poured himself a glass of wine to moisten his throat. He then continued, what happened after the New York Times is no longer a secret, so there is no need to say more. If you want to ask about the relationship between us, I can only tell you that Michael Bloomberg, who had dinner with you a few days ago, is also very good friends with them. As I just said, the German Jew who bought the New York Times was Adolf Oakes, and in 1884, he married the daughter of a Cincinnati rabbi. You should know what a rabbi is. He is a special class in our Jewish nation, a symbol of teachers and wise men. And Adolf Oakes, his wife's father, is a rabbi. Not only that, he is also a well-known leader of the American Reform Judaism and the founder of the Hebrew Union College. Their descendants are all Reform Jews. And Mike Bloomberg is now the backbone of the Reform Party. As for us, Your teacher Stephen was born in Cincinnati, the hometown of the Reform Institute, which has the Hebrew Union College, the Israel Weekly, and the Jewish Archives. The hospital where he was born is the oldest Jewish hospital in America, Avondale. Ordinary people can't be born there. A lot of information about Schindler's List comes from the Jewish archives there. Or in other words, when Martin Scorsese was asked to shoot Schindler's List, and he didn't shoot it, we all set our sights on Stephen. We are all family, so isn't it right for us to help each other? He shot it, and it sold very well, and we were very happy too. In the same way, who in our circle doesn't know that you are his favorite student? How can the New York Times not give you face? Now, I'm just going to help you get the resources that originally belonged to you. Okay. When Francis Coppola finished another glass of wine and winked at him, Roland finally understood what it meant to stick together. Adele Folks, who saved the New York Times, was a Jew. His father-in-law was a well-known leader of the Reformed Jewish community and the founder of the Hebrew Union College. Together with the Morgan family, he brought the Titanic, the sinking of the century, to the public. Decades later, James Cameron, who filmed Titanic, was Ronald Perelman's man. He was on the same side as Michael Bloomberg, and Michael Bloomberg was the backbone of the Reform Party. No wonder in Roland's previous life, when Titanic was about to sink, the New York Times helped promote it as if his own mother had died. No wonder there were so many versions of Titanic, but only James Cameron was able to receive preferential treatment from the media. It turns out that after all the twists and turns, it's still a family dealing with the same thing. Roland didn't understand before why none of the paper media dragged their feet, while the cable TV news networks controlled by the Big Six helped them cheer for him. Now, he understands that whoever drags his feet is breaking the rules. Without Roland, the New York Times would also endorse James Cameron. With Roland, the media groups that are almost completely occupied by Jews will help endorse for Spielberg's sake. There is no reason, because this is the rule. Just like Spielberg founded DreamWorks, challenged the Big Six, and finally failed, but he is still alive and kicking. Even if your own people infringe on your own interests, it only blocks your room for advancement. No one will do things that are not necessary. As for Roland, after he invested in 7 Deadly Sins, he has been maintaining the rules. Rules, I like rules. Turning the empty wine glass in his hand, Roland sighed with emotion, but the next second, he had another question. Wait, these things shouldn't be secrets, right? You don't have to hide them from me. Then isn't it, because you are young, and in a high position, and you are inflated, and get into trouble? Francis Coppola rolled his eyes at Roland and said, if you knew before that those media would not blackmail you, then what if you acted recklessly and offended the wrong people? You are slandering me. Am I that kind of person? Roland was unhappy. Why not? Francis Coppola counted with him on his fingers. On Christmas Day in 1990, when we went on vacation to Hawaii, you caused a commotion at the airport. That's just because the people like me. Okay. What about when you hooked up with the daughter of a New York real estate developer while filming Home Alone 2 in 1991? That was obviously a trap set by Carl Icahn. Okay, but when we were filming Jurassic Park, you asked Steven to change the settings of the 2 children. I just wanted a project. Does that count as causing trouble? If that doesn't count, then at George's 50th birthday party, Steven said in person that you are a good painter, but you can only draw portraits, especially portraits of women. How do you explain that? I have no professional training, and I can't find any reference objects at home. So you just drew your sister? Oh, shit. Did you draw Ashley, Mary, or Lizzie? Damn. I didn't expect you to be such a pervert. Upon hearing this, Francis Coppola crossed his arms and protected himself. Roland was stunned by this situation. Who wanted to refute? After a while, he rolled his eyes and pouted, and laughed unhappily. You are almost 60 years old. Why are you so childish? What do you mean by childish? It means to always keep a childlike innocence. Francis Coppola, who put down his hand, also laughed, but he did not show weakness and continued. Look at you. Your clothes are either black or white, and mine are purple. Fashion. Yes, purple, fashion. Damn, I'm wearing the same clothes as the purple potato spirit. Roland laughed twice and didn't bother to pay attention to this old man. Just as he patted his butt and stood up to go find Kate, the old man who didn't get a response got anxious and patted his thigh. Hey, don't go, we haven't finished talking yet. Asking you for the virgin suicides is the first thing, and getting the New York Times to endorse your Harry Potter is the second thing. There is also a third thing, which is also the last thing, and you haven't heard it yet. What? There is another thing. Roland, who felt strange, looked at the fat man with a suspicious look. Can't you finish it all at once? You made me waste a lot of time on the issue of the New York Times. Francis Coppola is not to blame. Okay, it's my fault. Roland was too lazy to argue with him and sat back down. What's the matter? It's not your family matter again, is it? Hey, you really guessed it right. It's really my family matter. Seeing the fat man nod seriously, Roland's heart suddenly felt like 1,000 horses galloping through. Before he could say that he was too lazy to listen, the fat man said again, but this family matter of my family is also related to you. Does Nicolas Cage know? He wants to trouble you with something. Note, Francis Coppola is addicted to alcohol and has a lot of wineries under his name. In 2006, he won the best winery from the American Wine Love magazine. He is very coquettish in private. TMZ has photographed him wearing gay purple at parties more than once. The New York Times is indeed controlled by Jews. The current Salzburg family are descendants of Adolf folks and are also reformists. And Michael Bloomberg and other Jews are all reformists. As for Morgan's money, it was torn out when the Washington Post and the New York Times were arguing and accusing each other of fabricating news. The content of this chapter corresponds to the 167th chapter of the previous article. What was not said before is now completed. Spielberg was born in the oldest Jewish hospital. These things are mentioned in his personal biography. Of course, he also mentioned that it was a neutral hospital, but Cincinnati was the base camp of the reformists. When I was young, it was the reformists who were preaching. Chapter 242, Blood-Soaked Buns, Stirring Public Opinion. Nicolas Cage. I have no conflict with him. After hearing this name, Roland's first reaction was that he was accused of a black lawsuit. There was no way, because he still clearly remembered that when he discussed the release schedule of Spider-Man with James Cameron, in order to avoid Independence Day and Twister, he deliberately picked a soft persimmon among all the persimmons. The one that was blocked and hit hard by him at that time was Nicolas Cage's The Rock. Although the movie finally recovered and made a profit through the disc market, it was a mess at the box office. The global box office of more than 300 million in the previous life was missing. Even if the screening time was extended, the final box office was only over 100 million. After that, Roland was very careful of this guy and didn't want to run into him. After all, everyone is one of us, and it's not good to fight back and forth like this. However, Roland felt that he had no problem, but Francis Coppola felt that Roland's problem was too big. The old man looked at Roland for a few more times with his belly bulging, and then shook his head with emotion and said, I haven't said the specific things yet. Why are you clearing yourself first? I heard before that you are the guy who hates trouble the most in Hollywood. I didn't believe it at the time. I thought they were joking. Now, you really don't want to cause any trouble at all. It's not that I don't want to cause trouble. I just don't want to cause some inexplicable family affairs. Roland secretly complained in his heart, but on the surface, he shrugged. Francis Coppola didn't want to dig deeper because of his indifferent attitude. He touched his chin and got to the point. The failure of The Rock in 1996 had a certain impact on him. But, after all, he was against you, so the industry didn't think much of him. So after The Rock failed, Jerry Bruckheimer still found him and invited him to participate in the Con Air project. After reading the script, he gladly accepted the job, and last June, the film was officially released with an investment of $75 million. It was because of this that he admired the director of Con Air very much, because before filming began, he gave him a lot of suggestions. He asked to include the scene at the beginning of the film that described the 8-year prison life of his character Cameron. You are an actor, and you should know that if the director modifies the script according to your ideas, you will definitely appreciate him, right? At this point, Francis Coppola blinked at Roland. Roland, on the other hand, responded with the most understanding laugh. Roland may be the actor with the best temper in the world, and he also admires all the directors he has worked with, because the directors who have worked with him have basically revised the script for him. Of course, appreciation is just an opportunity, not the point. Francis Coppola continued, after getting a response. The point is that after the success of Con Air, the director Simon West found Jerry Bruckheimer and told him that he had always had a wish in his heart to make a movie and hoped to get his support. But after hearing about the project, Jerry Bruckheimer did not respond immediately, but shirked it. So, Simon West found my nephew. And after hearing the ideas Simon West expounded, although my nephew felt that it was inappropriate, he still decided to help. You know, the previous second he just said to others that I admire you very much, and the next second he turned his face and said that this project would not work. That's not how things are done, right? So he went to Amblin and Kennedy/Mars Hall, but they were not very interested. After asking around, he got rejections. So, he asked me to ask you if you are not interested either, then. He can only tell Simon West this bad news. Francis Coppola talked in circles for a long time, and Roland was confused. If you want to talk about the project, just talk about the content directly, a straightforward yes or no. How easy is that? Why do you have to go around in circles, like constipation, to explain the whole story? However, when Francis Coppola emphasized the word bad news at the end, Roland, who already felt something was wrong, became alert. If it wasn't a difficult project, this guy would never hint at him so obviously. So, Roland, who wanted to complain, are you old and your thinking is not quick? Put away the idea of teasing and joking. After staring at the old man for a long time, and confirming that the guy was really serious, he asked quietly, is this project a trap? Even Steven and the others don't do it? It's a trap. No, it's not completely a trap. I don't understand what you said. Can you be more specific? This project is based on real events. How real? 1993 feet, Somalia, Super 61. Damn. When Roland heard the three referential nouns from Francis Coppola's mouth, he was about to explode. Time, 1993. Location Somalia. Codename, Super 61. Isn't this the Black Hawk incident? Since 1840, Somalia has been invaded and divided by colonial empires such as Italy, Britain, and France. In 1841, Britain occupied Italian Somalia, and 8 years later, it was handed over to Italy. In 1860, British Somalia and Italian Somalia became independent one after another, and then merged to establish a country. In 1969, Syed came to power and implemented a policy of comprehensive closeness and dependence on the bear. But after the guy who announced the disintegration of the bear came to power, the bear began to adopt a contraction strategy, cutting off aid to the vassal states in the 3 continents of Asia, Africa and Latin America, and achieving reconciliation with America. Under such circumstances, Syed, which had previously relied on aid from Russia to suppress its civil war opponents, collapsed in January 1991. After Syed was overthrown, Somalia quickly fell into a large-scale warlord melee, resulting in a large number of civilian casualties and escape. In 1992, the whole world saw the skinny Somalis on TV, and the international community believed that something should be done for the Somalis, so relief supplies began to arrive in Somalia. But in the process, the relief supplies for the poor were snatched by warlords. As a result, the United Nations decided to launch a peacekeeping activity called Operation Restore Hope. The purpose of this operation was mainly to solve the Great Famine in Somalia and then disarm the warlords in Somalia. However, the Somali warlords believed that the United Nations peacekeeping force led by the US military was not to help the Somalis out of humanitarianism, but to obtain oil mining rights. As a result, shortly after the United Nations peacekeeping force entered Somalia, the Somali warlord armed forces clashed with them. In June 1993, a gun battle broke out between the warlord troops and the peacekeeping force, shooting and killing more than 20 Pakistani peacekeepers. After this incident, the United Nations authorized the peacekeeping forces to take some necessary measures, including the arrest of the culprit behind the incident. Because the US military had also been attacked before, in August of that year, they dispatched hundreds of Delta Force soldiers to capture the leader of the Somali armed forces, aided. In October, the US military, which received intelligence, dispatched several Black Hawk helicopters carrying 160 Delta and Ranger Special Forces soldiers to land on the streets of Mogadishu. 24 Somali armed personnel were captured in a nearby building. However, during the retreat, they suffered a counterattack from AID's armed forces. During the battle, a Black Hawk helicopter was hit by a rocket and crashed. When the rescue team rushed to the crash site of the helicopter to try to save the surviving US troops, another helicopter was shot down. In addition, a search and rescue helicopter was damaged. At the same time, a 5-ton operating truck was blown into pieces by a rocket. 160 American soldiers who participated in the operation were trapped in the streets of Mogadishu. In order to save people, the US military sent another full company, and the rescue operation lasted until late at night. When the US military returned to the base, they found that they had lost a total of 18 people, injured 73 people, captured 1 person, 2 helicopters were shot down, and 3 were injured. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that when the bodies of American soldiers were dragged through the streets by AID's armed forces the next day, American public opinion was in an uproar, and Laza Perton was angrily criticized by domestic media. International public opinion including Britain, Egypt, France, and Germany also believed that what the US military did was beyond the scope of their humanitarian mission, and was conducting a dirty war. Under a lot of pressure, the two sides negotiated, and AID handed over the captured pilot Durant and the body of the US soldier. The US military released all AID's prisoners, and no longer targeted AID's faction. Until March 1995, the last batch of peacekeeping troops withdrew from Mogadishu. The peacekeeping operation, which lasted 27 months and cost more than $2 billion, ended in failure. This operation killed more than 100 peacekeepers and nearly 10,000 Somalis. To put it bluntly, this is a shame. And to put a shame that has only passed for 5 years on the table, this is like an old man hanging himself. He has lived enough. Thinking of this, Roland looked at Francis Coppola and cursed. Oh, fuck. Isn't this project a pit? If investing in the Virgin suicides costs money, then investing in Black Hawk Incident is a life-threatening thing. Although Roland knew that Black Hawk Incident was indeed made into a movie in his previous life, and the reputation was good, although the box office did not recover, the sales of DVDs and videotapes were very good, but this would not be the reason for Roland to take on this project. Because the film Black Hawk Down is more complicated than Schindler's List, and there are too many stacker holders involved. No matter who shoots it, it will be a disaster. Since you can't make money by taking this thing, and it is easy to get into trouble, then only a fool would do it. Francis Coppola was not surprised by the straightforward refusal. After all, he also knew that this matter was very tricky. With Roland's refusal, the third question ended, and the topic between the two did not extend further. Since the matter has been discussed, Francis Coppola no longer occupied Roland, and took him to find Kate, who was looking at famous paintings in the collection room, and then he and his wife accompanied the two of them around the mountaintop mansion. The extremely luxurious decoration made Kate smile, and Roland, of course he agreed. Whether it was the Italian black and gold background wall in the living room or the 2-foot-tall golden deer in the tea room, as long as Kate thought it looked good, Roland would offer to get the same material and work with her on the design. Because there was no cover-up, the promises were heard clearly by the old man and his wife. Francis Coppola smiled repeatedly at the intimate words and doting gestures, but when he turned his head, he found that his wife was looking at the young couple standing side by side with starry eyes. Shit. It's over. The old man knew that Roland was very rich now, and he could build a mountaintop mansion whenever he wanted, so even though Kate had a lot of ideas, Roland just changed the materials and built it hard, but he himself couldn't do that. If his wife wanted this, and that like Kate, he would have to pay with his life. So, after glancing at the time, he said, it's already 7 o'clock. How about we have dinner first and then watch? On the way to the restaurant, he deliberately dragged Roland behind, constantly hinting that I'm not as rich as you. Women are unreasonable. Don't show your affection in front of my wife. If I go bankrupt, I will go to your house for dinner, and other slightly threatening but cowardly words. Roland, who understood, did not pester him and force him into a dead end. After dinner, he said goodbye to Kate and returned to the hotel. What did he talk to you about today? As soon as he returned to the hotel, Kate asked about the situation after being sent away by the other party. The 3 things Francis Coppola said were not confidential, so Roland did not hide them and told the other party everything. The power transfer of the Virgin suicides and the firm endorsement of the New York Times are all within Kate's acceptance range, but she has some doubts about Black Hawk Incident. Is it really impossible to shoot Black Hawk Incident? It's not impossible to shoot, but this matter is too sensitive. Roland said truthfully, I know it's sensitive, but what I mean is, aren't sensitive topics your favorite things? Since she decided not to be an actor and to take good care of her man, Kate worked hard in the position of producer. Although she did nothing in the project of Saving Private Ryan, she has studied all the projects invested by Roland in the past year. Isn't your favorite thing to do to find the right opportunity for a bad project? 7 Deadly Sins, Forrest Gump, Shawshank Redemption. It's all like this. Kate's words are actually not that bad. Roland's favorite thing to do is not to make a good movie at all, but to follow the current events and become the pig on the vent. But the problem is, whether it is 7 or the Shawshank Redemption, their success has nothing to do with Roland. Roland just knew that they would be a big hit, but he only knew why they were a big hit after he made them. But unfortunately, Roland knew that this kind of self-aware truth could not be said directly. So, he could only explain in a roundabout way, the Shawshank Redemption was an accident. 7 Deadly Sins was also an accident. Except for Forrest Gump, other movies are actually not something that people can directly control. We can only say that at a certain time we did something, but God made him go to an extreme. Just like Platoon. No one knew that the president would launch an airstrike on Libya that year. The foreign war that year brought the anti-war sentiment in America to a peak. As a result, Platoon was invincible that year. Whoever touched it would die. The opponents at the same time were unlucky. Since we are talking about the circumstances under which war films can be successful, Roland extended the topic. If you want to make the Black Hawk Incident valuable, it must encounter some big things when it is released. But the problem is, how many big things can there be? Besides, the only thing that can make a war movie sweep the world is war itself, and it is best not to fight a war. The voice stopped abruptly at this point. Just as Roland kept denying the value of Black Hawk Down, he suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute. Wasn't the Black Hawk Down in his memory a movie 4 years later? It was originally released at the same time as Spider-Man. Because of the September 11th attacks, Spider-Man was forced to move the release date, but Black Hawk Down was released on time. Then, a movie that was not favored by everyone, sold 172 million yuan at the box office during a rubbish period, in the midst of national grief. Although the movie was a huge loss, based on the investment of 92 million yuan. But, this should also be considered the right time, right? If it is packaged a little bit, and released before the September 11th attacks, there will be much more room for maneuver. Before the September 11th attacks, promote the film in the form of anti-war, preaching how cruel war is, and unnecessary intervention will only kill your children, husband, and father, and after the September 11th attacks, directly turn against the war, saying that blindly tolerating and negotiating will not solve any problems, and tolerating those terrorists is cruel to yourself, and is to hand over your own life and the lives of your family to them. You must kill them with thunder and lightning, and only the death of those people can bring peace and prosperity to America. In this way, isn't it in line with current events? Before the September 11th attacks, the American people's desire for war was not strong, so it was the right position to advocate anti-war. However, after the September 11th attacks, the American people's desire for war was unprecedentedly high. If it was accompanied by the shame of Black Hawk Down, it would arouse the people's war sentiment even more. Of course, the most important thing is that the anti-terrorism war has kicked off in less than a month, and during the war, the then president repeatedly stated that Black Hawk Down was his favorite movie. If Black Hawk Down can help him stir up public opinion, then it doesn't matter, even if it still loses money. because it is in the interests of the president and the interests of the military capital behind the president. As long as they are happy and willing to meet Roland, then this business is a bloody profit. But this is eating human blood buns. The point is that if the truth is revealed, stirring up public opinion and promoting the pot of national war, no one can bear it. Note, it is true that Nicolas Cage asked to change the role of Con Air. After Con Air, Simon West found Jerry Bruckheimer and told him that he wanted to shoot Black Hawk Incident, but was rejected by the other party. So Simon West had no choice but to find Nicolas Cage, but was still rejected. At that time, no one in Hollywood was willing to invest in the filming of Black Hawk Incident because they thought it was causing trouble. Even the book was not published by a publisher. After the bombing of the US Embassy in Kenya and Tanzania in 1998, the publication of Black Hawk Down, a modern war story, was put on the agenda. In March 1999, it was officially launched. After the book was launched, Simon West found Jerry Bruckheimer again, and the other party decided to buy the book for filming. But soon after buying the copyright, Simon West turned around to shoot Tomb Raider, so the project of Black Hawk Down fell into the hands of Ridley Scott. The project of Black Hawk Down is extremely sensitive. The US Department of Defense was involved in the entire process from project establishment to release. The script alone was overhauled 3 times. There is a certain gap between the entire movie and CNN's initial report. Bush Jr. did endorse it, so the article's use of current affairs for publicity is feasible, because in reality they only did the second half, but did not defect. Chapter 243 Send it directly and spiral up to heaven. What are you thinking about? After finding out that Roland was in a daze, Kate pinched him with her toes. Ah. Roland shuddered in pain, and when he came to his senses, he shook his body, and the sound of water splashing came out. At this moment, the two were taking a bath in the bathtub, one on each side, and being frank with each other. Why did you freeze in the middle of your speech? Seeing Roland's expression, that seemed to be like seeing a ghost, Kate asked with concern, didn't you just say that it's best not to fight a war? And then, do you mean that the Black Hawk Incident will definitely not be filmed? It can't be filmed? Almost. Roland was almost scared to death by his own imagination, and his mouth trembled when he spoke. He panted and tried to act like it was stuffy here, and he wanted to be quiet, but before he climbed out of the bathtub, found a place to calm down, and tried to figure out why he had such an amazing idea, Kate, who noticed the abnormality, had already slid over, looked at the pale face, and asked with concern, "What's wrong with you?" "What's wrong with me?" Of course I was frightened by my own idea of taking advantage of others. Roland, who had come to his senses, complained about himself, but in the end, he still gave the other person a false smile. "It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Do you think I'm lazy?" Kate was not a child. Roland's evasive gaze would not fool an actor, let alone an ordinary person. She picked up a dry towel and wiped Roland's face. At the same time, Kate, who was kneeling on his waist, did not stop talking. "Do you have an idea? Can you tell me?" "Really not." My mind just went blank. The slightly curious inquiry coupled with a little bit of coquettish voice gradually calmed down the emotionally fluctuating Roland. He smiled and continued to deny, but Kate did not give up in the face of his cover-up. She glanced at him. "Really?" "Yes." Roland lied for the 3rd time. "Well, if you don't want to talk, forget it." Kate had already wiped the sweat off Roland's face. As she stopped talking, she put her hands on Roland's shoulders. Her long chestnut hair hung down, and some of the ends of her hair, because they were wet, stuck to the sides like a shabby pendant. When she supported herself with her hands and straightened her back, everything that grew out of the water was presented to Roland. Coupled with her friendly face, the trusting smile on it, the persistent eyes and the attitude that she would not get up today if you didn't tell me, Roland, who was curled up in the bathtub, gave up. The hands that Ben had placed on the bathtub were taken back by him, and he took them up, saying with emotion, "I just suddenly felt that it is better not to fight a war. It is just a beautiful vision, because almost every president will start a war during his term of office. If I were to take over the project of Black Hawk incident, then what I should worry about most should not be whether the war will happen, but how to present the incident of Black Hawk Down more objectively, because this kind of movie, no matter which angle it is shot from, will cause dissatisfaction on the other side. Telling the story from the perspective of the hawks will inevitably offend the doves. Telling the story from the perspective of the doves will definitely make the hawks feel that I'm criticizing them. So, this is the difficulty of the whole project. Roland still did not tell the truth, but he also told the truth. Let's not talk about the distant past, just talk about the recent past. Since 1980, America's foreign actions have been continuous. In Operation Rage in 1983, the armed forces of Grenada were disarmed in 4 days. In the self-defense operation in 1986, when France and Spain refused to open their airspace, they refueled in the air and massacred Libya. Operation Just Cause in 1989 occupied Panama. Operation Desert Shield, Operation Desert Storm and Operation Sea Interdiction from 1990 to 1991 formed the Gulf War. Under such circumstances, if Roland told Kate that there would be no war, or that war would be unlikely to happen, that would be a real lie, because even a radio host knows that if America is torn off the face of the earth and thrown into a trash can, then the world will be at peace. As for the views of the doves and hawks, that was indeed Roland's rhetoric to fool Kate. But before Roland could praise his own wit, Kate, who had been waiting for the answer with a smile, touched his cheek and continued in an inquiring tone. So it is this kind of question that bothers you? But why do I feel that if Stephen knew, he might take off his shoes and beat you? The famous French director François Truffaut once said, some movies claim to be anti-war films, but I don't think I've seen a truly anti-war movie. All war movies end in pro-war. And your teacher Steven Spielberg also said, all war movies, whether good or bad, are anti-war movies. War movies, whether anti-war or pro-war, are determined by public opinion. If Capital thinks it is anti-war, then it is anti-war. If Capital thinks it is pro-war, then it is pro-war. If it was before Titanic was released, I might believe what you said just now, but now, you are manipulating public opinion yourself. Do you think I will believe what you say? Well, the smarter the woman, the more uncomfortable the man. Kate is not stupid, as someone who could tell that Roland was acting when she first dated him. She always knew that Roland was hiding a lot of things from her, but she didn't care about the details. Who doesn't have a little secret in life? Sometimes she didn't ask, because she didn't want to ask, but now she wanted to ask purely, because she was really curious about how Roland had made so much money, and built so many relationships through public opinion over the years. Of course, although she hoped to see her curiosity satisfied, if Roland really didn't answer, she wouldn't cry, make a fuss, or go to Ur. After sharpening her soft knife 2 or 3 times, she would let Roland go if there was no result. However, Roland had not even made it to the 3rd round, and he had already pointed out the key issue. Well, actually what I'm thinking is, if a war movie jumps back and forth between the hawks and doves during the publicity stage, isn't this a bit too arrogant? Will the hawks and doves join forces to kill him? Kate was stunned by this question. Isn't the propaganda tone of a war movie set from the beginning? Like the Green Berets, it was a movie made by the American military in response to the anti-war sentiment in the country. And the goal of All Quiet on the Western Front and Platoon from the beginning was to strike down the pro-war momentum. Kate felt that Roland was a little whimsical, because in the subject of war movies, there is no such thing as pleasing all parties. Because filmmakers can implant any position information they want to convey in the film, but how to make the audience understand it smoothly, that is to decide the direction of guidance from the beginning. What's more, if you want to jump back and forth, there is no such thing as hawk first and dove later. If it is hawk first and dove later, then there is a war first, then a pro-war movie is released, and then the war ends during the release period. The anti-war sentiment in the country is strong, and then anti-war sentiment follows the trend. But this situation is impossible to happen, because the jump is too abrupt, and since the war has already started, it is impossible to make any pro-war movies. Only anti-war propaganda can make money. In this way, there is only one possibility, dove first and hawk later. But this, during the release of a war movie, a war happened to occur. But even if a war occurred, I don't think it's a good idea to change the tone of the promotion. If you start promoting from a dovish perspective, then after the war breaks out, it's best to admit that you're unlucky and lose money, because if you jump to the hawkish side, it will inevitably give people the impression that you're eating blood money. You know, Steven wouldn't take the salary for Schindler's List because it's really hard to make money with this kind of subject matter that can be connected to reality. And there's another problem, that is, when the tone of the promotion is changed, the manipulation of public opinion is too obvious. In the past, it might not matter, but in things like war, it's a big trouble. Because if you start a war and win in the end, that's fine. But if it's in a stalemate or fails directly, then the hands that manipulated public opinion to make money will definitely be held accountable later. Because by then, everyone needs someone to take the blame, and the guy who dares to incite public opinion is the best scapegoat. At this time, don't even think about finding a scapegoat, because the people are not fools. Only companies have such power. Well, it seems that you have the same idea as me. Looking at the guy who frowned and thought seriously, Roland smiled and leaned over to peck him on the cheek. Although jumping back and forth can make you eat the blood of others, the price of being repaid later is too high. So high that this business is simply a losing business. Don't say that. If you win Black Hawk Down and release it on September 11th attacks, you can gain the favor of the commander-in-chief and the military capital. But if something goes wrong, these guys who have gained vital interests will not take the blame. The only unlucky ones are the guys who eat the blood of others in public. It seems that everything Roland thinks is very beautiful, and he can even replicate the success of the Shawshank Redemption. But in fact, everything is just a castle in the air, unrealistic, and too risky to do. But just when Roland was about to put away his unrealistic idea and say goodbye to the Black Hawk Down project, after hearing his affirmative admission, Kate looked at him strangely with her beautiful eyes. Why did you suddenly think of such a strange question? But the next second, she followed Roland's train of thought and her mind was opened up. But your idea is quite interesting. If a film company that does not control the media makes a war movie and then promotes it according to the dovish anti-war ideas, and then during the release of the movie, it encounters a war that is unanimously supported by the whole nation, then as long as some media deliberately publish a few hawkish pro-war propaganda articles based on the war movie that is being shown, then this film company can be declared dead. Right? Because after every war, the people will inevitably have anti-war sentiments, and at this time, the guys who need to bear certain responsibilities for the war can't just put the blame on that film company, right? At that time, the film company will be accused of deliberately inciting public opinion in order to make money. Once the state machinery is activated, it will be a piece of cake to deal with a film company that does not control the media, right? By that time, no one will care whether the matter is true or false, because the commander-in-chief who started the war, even if he has the merits after the victory, does not want to be blamed by others. The military-industrial complex also hopes to see someone taking the blame for their crimes, so no one will care whether the film company is wronged or not, because its death is in everyone's interest. However, if this approach is used on a film company that does not control media opinion, isn't it a bit too wasteful? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Roland, who wanted to carry Kate out of the bathroom and finish his bath, slowly opened his eyes wide and an unbelievable look shot out from his pupils. A chill appeared from his coccyx, along the spine, and jumped up to the top of his head. Can the repeated jumping sideways approach prompt the state machine to kill a film company that does not control media opinion? Isn't this a package tailored for Sony? Roland wants to kill Sony. Oh no. To put it more literary, Roland wants to help Steven Spielberg, who has given him the greatest support for many years, realize his wish. So he wants to dismantle Sony, and in this case, he just made a rough plan. First, he held Steve Jobs' thigh and watched him fight Sony Music Entertainment. Second, he held Bill Gates' thigh and tried to fight Sony Computer Entertainment by monopolizing games. Finally, they held on to Steven Spielberg's thigh, took away the copyright, and watched Sony Pictures Entertainment slowly die. However, this plan actually had a big problem. There was no trick that could form a fatal blow to Sony. But Now it's different. As long as you find a way to get Sony to invest in the filming of Black Hawk Down, and find a way to let it be released in September 2001, before the September 11th attacks, it will be a fatal blow to Sony. Before the movie is released, you know that anti-war propaganda should be carried out. After the movie is released, you can contact the media and frantically send pro-war public relations drafts for Black Hawk Down. What tolerance is a repeat of tragedy? What retreat is facing death? What bloody lessons tell us that only by defeating the enemy can we gain peace? Anyway, pro-war remarks can be made to death. As long as you incite the people's war sentiment, Sony can choose a feng shui treasure land and lie down directly. As for whether it is possible that the incitement will fail, this problem will not occur. Just imagine, a week ago, the whole of America was showing the bloody and shameful movie Black Hawk Down, and people were reflecting on whether the president's policy was wrong. Then a week later, the September 11th attacks appeared. There was no need to incite the war sentiment. It had already risen. In this case, Sony has already taken the blame. Then, Roland only needs to move a stool, shake his legs, and eat melon seeds. Because after the war, when people's anti-war sentiment rises, he doesn't need to do anything. A lot of people will take the initiative to liquidate Sony. The first to bear the brunt will be Microsoft. As a guy who wants to monopolize everything he does, Bill Gates will definitely use this opportunity to put the big hat of foreign capital inciting public opinion on Sony. The next is Warner and Universal. Sony's death will leave Sony Music Entertainment empty. No matter who swallows this piece of fat, there will be a chance to compete. Finally, there is the president who likes Black Hawk Down very much, and the military capital behind him. Even if the war is won, he will send Sony off. Because he absolutely does not want to see his father fail to be re-elected, because of the victory in the war happened to him. Now, Sony is taking the blame, so the victory in the war is due to his command, and the economic impact is instigated by Sony. When all these guys want Sony to die, then Sony must die. At this time, Roland, who has always been harmless, feels that he has a chance to find Carl Icahn and ask them to help and support him, and together with Steven Spielberg and others, take over Sony Columbia TriStar Pictures. Just like when the DuPont consortium was developing, it asked competitors to take a plane directly. Roland felt that, if Black Hawk Down was used well, it would be possible to bury a mushroom egg under Sony's buttocks, send it directly, and spiral up to the sky. Hey, what are you thinking about again? Just as Roland's brain was spinning rapidly, trying to complete the plan of dismembering Sony with 3 knives, Kate, who looked at him in a daze again, raised her hand, and waved it in front of Roland. I was wondering how you could have such an amazing idea. This time, Roland was so happy that he didn't show the fear he had shown before, and he just said something without hesitation. After seeing that Roland's smile of emotion really matched her amazing idea, Kate didn't ask any more questions, but rolled her eyes at Roland and said, "Didn't you joke with me first?" Yes, I joked first. Roland nodded his head like a pile driver, kissed Kate on the forehead, and then hugged her, and walked out of the bathroom. His action also surprised Kate. Hey, don't you even take a bath towel. The bed will get dirty. It's okay if it gets dirty, just get a new room. It's troublesome to get another room. I don't mind the trouble, but I don't want to bother in the middle of the night. Believe me, I will take care of all this. You don't have to worry. Roland, what's wrong with you today? I think you're so weird. Me? Nothing's wrong with me. I just think that I always don't tell you that I love you. Isn't it a bit too much? I love you. Note, Francois Truffaut's statement that there are no real anti-war movies in the world comes from an interview with the Chicago Tribune in 1973. Spielberg's statement that all war movies, whether good or bad, are anti-war movies comes from an interview with Saving Private Ryan. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, Life and Death of the Enterprise. Kate's pressure. Q. American capital wants to kill a non-American Fortune 500 company. What is the simplest and most effective way? A. Use the state machinery to crush it. When Roland found that he seemed to be able to use Black Hawk Down to forcibly dismember Sony, a memory of his past life slowly emerged. He remembered a book he had read that year, a book about how America disintegrated other countries' business giants through non-economic means, and the title of the book was The American Trap. Alstom, a French company, is a leading company in the fields of rail transportation, power equipment and power transmission infrastructure in the world. It is famous for its innovative and environmentally friendly technology. Of course, its giant status is also acquired through mergers and acquisitions. After acquiring the power transmission and distribution business of EG, a German company, in 1998, Alstom jumped to the second place in the global power transmission and distribution industry. Then, it merged with the leader of electrical engineering contracting and industrial control systems, Sigtech, and its strength increased greatly. At that time, it had an annual turnover of more than 16 billion US dollars, 110,000 employees, and business in more than 60 countries and regions. At that time, the most popular saying in the world was, 1 out of every 4 light bulbs in the world is powered by Alstom's technology. Even in that unspeakable country in the East, many energy and power transmission and transformation equipment are Alstom products. This includes some industrial equipment in the Three Gorges Dam. However, becoming big means being targeted. Since Alstom's crazy global expansion has already threatened General Electric, America began investigating Alstom in 2010, with the aim of finding out how Alstom used unfair methods to obtain billions of dollars in business orders outside of America. That's right, America didn't even ask is it, but directly asked why. If this approach was put on Bahu, it might have been shut down long ago. Americans have always suspected that Alstom has provided at least $75 million in benefits in countries and regions such as Egypt, Saudi Arabia and Indonesia, and finally won a total of $4 billion worth of contracts. Part of the benefits were paid into the accounts of Indonesian officials in the name of consulting fees using American bank accounts. In this way, the FBI followed the clues and traced them all the way to France. As for why they could investigate, that's because America has always practiced long-arm jurisdiction. The newly revised Foreign Corrupt Practices Act in 1998 has a clause that regardless of where in the world, at any time, as long as a company has ever traded in US dollars, signed contracts denominated in US dollars, or sent, received, or stored emails only through email servers located in America, the American government believes that it has jurisdiction over the company. It is precisely because of this law that Alstom naturally became the target of investigation, but after 2 years of investigation, there was no result, so they took the initiative to arrest Frederick P. Ruxy, Alstom's vice president of international sales, who appeared at New York's Kennedy International Airport in 2013. However, they did not interrogate him immediately. Instead, they locked him up in a heavily guarded prison in Rhode Island that holds violent criminals. After 3 months in prison, Frederick P. Ruxy, who knew nothing, was notified by the prosecutors to attend a plea hearing. Before the plea hearing, the US prosecutors told him that he had 2 choices. The first choice was to insist on not pleading guilty and accepting legal trial. This road is very dangerous because the prosecutors in the case are trying to get the court to sentence him to 15 to 19 years in prison. In addition, he was told that the preparations for the trial would take at least 3 years, and the various expenses would cost at least millions of dollars. The other choice was to plead guilty, cooperate with the authorities, and only stay for a few more months before he could get out. As an executive of a Fortune 500 multinational company, he was imprisoned with a death row inmate for 3 months, and he only knew his crime from beginning to end, and he didn't see any actual evidence. If this kind of thing is told to others, it would be like snow in June. The point is, in the absence of evidence, if he cooperated, he would have to stay for 21 years, and if he cooperated, he would only have to stay for a few months. Anyone knows what to choose. So he gave out the list of people the FBI wanted to know. With his confession, several more people were added to the arrest list. Three former colleagues of Frederick P. Rugsy and Lawrence Hawkins, vice president of Asia, were all arrested by the FBI. After they were arrested, the FBI used the same trick again, and those guys also turned against one after another. Under this circumstance, the American prosecutors obtained a 49-hour secret conversation recording inside Alstom. After obtaining strong evidence, and after many negotiations, Alstom finally reached a plea agreement with the American Department of Justice on December 22, 2014, admitting that it had bribed and was fined $772 million. However, Alstom could not pay the fine at that time. Due to the continuous arrest of senior executives, Alstom's power business revenue in fiscal year 2014 to 2015 was €13.33 billion, with a net profit of only €104 million, and the transportation business revenue was €6.139 with a net loss of €823 million. In this case, if it wanted to pay the fine of $772 million, it had to sell assets. The only buyer of the assets was General Electric. Why? Because Alstom could only sell its assets to General Electric. Shortly after Frederick P. Rugsy pleaded guilty, General Electric made a takeover offer, and after the possibility of a deal emerged, the American Department of Justice took the initiative to release the news that the legal pressure facing Alstom seemed to be alleviated. After seeing hope, Alstom did not immediately promote negotiations, so Alstom executives were immediately arrested. On the day of the arrest, Alstom, knowing that the situation was irreversible, took the initiative to find General Electric to reach a deal. After that, as the news was released, Alstom's people were never arrested by the American authorities again. On the same day that the deal was officially signed and reached, the bail applications of those executives were also approved by the American authorities. Not only that, in order to ensure that GE could acquire Alstom, the US Department of Justice also stipulated that the fine of $772 million must be paid by Alstom's unacquired French assets, and must be paid in full within 10 days after the fine is issued. This is simply a huge pit for other companies such as Sanling that want to acquire Alstom. However, after GE and Alstom officially signed the acquisition agreement, GE, which promised to help pay the fine, was lenient with the US Department of Justice. The fine that should have been paid in December 2014 was not paid until September 2015. That day happened to be the day when the EU Antitrust Department officially approved the acquisition. If the EU does not approve, the US Department of Justice will not get the money. If the US Department of Justice does not get the money, the EU will have to approve it. In 2010, Alstom was one of the Fortune 500 companies, ranking 290th. In 2012, it ranked 404th. In 2015, it ranked 482nd. After that, it was gone. In 2015, the French Minister of Economy said during a questioning by the French Congress, "I sincerely believe that the American Department of Justice put pressure on Alstom's top management, which led to the sale of the company's assets to General Electric, but we have no evidence." The speaker on the stage at that time was Emmanuel Macron. What is the fastest way for a company to expand? Acquisition. What if the acquisition fails? Point a gun at the other party and make him choose sell or die. No matter who is the president of America, whether he is a member of the Elephant Party or the Donkey Party, Washington will protect the interests of a few industrial giants: Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, ExxonMobil, Halliburton, Northrop Grumman, General Dynamics, General Electric, Bechtel Engineering, United Technologies, etc. But the positions are different, and it seems to be tight and loose at times. If you want to fight against this kind of crushing from the national level, you can only hope that the state machine behind you can help you crush it back. Unfortunately, France can't help Alstom, and Japan can't help Sony. Joining Apple, Microsoft, and DreamWorks, Sony Music Entertainment, Sony Computer Entertainment, and Sony Pictures Entertainment's cash flow. When the state machine crushes it, Sony has only one way to go, which is to dismantle and sell assets. Potential buyers are also obvious. Admittedly, industries such as Sony Music Entertainment, Sony Computer Entertainment, and Sony Pictures Entertainment are simply not comparable to military giants. and Roland can't use the state machine in a more crude and simple way like them. But it doesn't matter. With Black Hawk down, it becomes extremely simple to deduct charges. When the opportunity arises, the hand that pushes the state machine will naturally appear. It doesn't matter that Roland is incompetent, because this kind of thing can let capable allies take the lead. Microsoft is obviously the capable guy, and at the same time, Sony's semiconductors will also be tempted. Roland is not greedy, he just wants Sony Pictures Entertainment, which those giants look down on. No, he helped Steven Spielberg, the backbone of the Jewish people, to take over Sony Pictures Entertainment. As for himself, he knows nothing. He just helped the right friends at the right time, found the right project, let the right people invest, and released it at the right time, to realize the right asset appreciation for everyone. He himself is just a weak, pitiful, helpless, and particularly greedy little cat. Yeah. The crisp sound spread throughout the guest room. Stop eating, the voice suddenly rose. Kate held her chin with one hand, looking at the messy dining table in front of her, and the paw that wanted to have another one, her face full of disgust. You are an actor who eats so much, aren't you afraid of getting fat? Or is it that the secret of you not getting fat is because you vent the calories on me? Although his arm was hit, Roland was not angry. He showed a smile on the other party, pretending to be unintelligible, but then the hand speed suddenly increased. With a thunderbolt, the bell of the bell was not as good as the bell, and the last cow on the table was stuffed into his mouth. At the same time, it was really owed to the crime when he lifted the milk and drank it slowly. It was really a bad look. Interests, when I got practical inspiration from Kate's body last night, Roland, who was extremely excited, was very happy. Or, the idea of Black Hawk Fall made Roland find more happiness on Kate. Syak. Roland was very happy physically and mentally. Kate, on the other hand, suffered. Last night, Roland, who had transformed into a Tauran chieftain, first activated his endurance aura, increased his attack speed, and after using a flat attack to knock out half of Kate's health, he used the shockwave and combined it with the war trample to brutally harvest her. But after a set of combos, he found that Kate had chosen the Swordmaster, and all her skills were used on the opponent's illusion. So Roland, who was angry, fought with her for several rounds. The two sides fought fiercely. Roland activated the endurance aura, and Kate triggered a fatal attack. Roland threw out a shockwave, and Kate jumped back with a swift step. In the end, seeing that she was about to lose, Kate decisively threw out a blade storm, wanting to die with Roland. But the problem was that after Roland fell to the ground, after being hit by the ultimate move, he triggered rebirth, and revived with full health. Because of this, Kate, who was weak and lazy and just wanted to sleep, didn't give Roland a good face after getting up this morning. And now, after being provoked by Roland in person, she snorted and didn't bother to pay attention to him. She rolled up, lay down on the sofa in the living room, picked up the remote control, turned on the TV, and her look of "I'm in a bad mood, don't mess with me" was vividly presented in front of Roland. Unfortunately, perhaps it was Kate's bad luck, or perhaps it was Roland's good luck. As soon as the TV was turned on, the CNN logo appeared on the screen. Not only that, a bad news also reached the ears of the two. Yesterday, the Paula Jones sexual harassment case had a major development. The witness in the case, former White House intern Monica Lewinsky, was accused of having an affair with President Lauser. According to sources, the written testimony submitted by Monica Lewinsky that she had no dealings with the president may be false. Her close friend Linda Tripp said that the reason why Monica Lewinsky denied the relationship between her and President Lauser was because President Lauser had hinted at her, and she herself had audio evidence. After learning about this, Attorney General Janet Reno decided to authorize independent prosecutor Kenneth Stair, the special prosecutor of the Whitewater case, to investigate the relationship between Ms. Monica Lewinsky and President Lauser. As soon as the news came out, Kate, who was lying on the sofa and wanted to watch TV, turned pale. Roland, who was looking at her, also turned his eyes to the TV. Since the beginning of January, when Titanic set a record of over 100 million yuan in daily box office, Lauser's Zippergate also kicked off. Unlike the fairy tale love that everyone envied, Lauser Burton was now controversial. Although Alsepperton was already famous when he was the governor of Arkansas, and his reputation as a playboy became the target of attack by his opponents during his first election, he is now the president of America after all. He was transferred to the Ministry of Defense to cover up the scandal, which was already an extremely dereliction of duty. Falsifying testimony to hinder judicial justice has even lowered the moral issue to the bottom line of the law. Of course, this matter has nothing to do with Roland. For others, this is a big melon, but for him, it is just one thing. After taking a look, he turned his eyes back to Kate. But Kate didn't think so. The sudden appearance of the scandal made her purse her lips. After the news jumped, she turned her head and looked. When she found that Roland was looking at her, her complicated expression was poured out without reservation. It has been 2 years since they started dating in early 1996. In the past 2 years, they have done everything they should and shouldn't do. Not only that, both sides have met their parents, and Kate will help with the childcare work that only one family can do. Although Kate has not calculated it, she knows in her heart that Roland has spent a lot of money on her. Roland pays for daily expenses and buys holiday gifts. After she has spent all the film remuneration she has earned over the years, she now holds Roland's secondary card. Next, Roland will buy land and build a house, and she will also participate in the design. But even so, Roland has no intention of giving her a diamond ring. Although she knows that diamond rings are just an IQ tax, the problem is that they are also a symbol. No matter how good Roland is to her, she will feel uneasy without the oath symbol, especially after she has decided to give up the acting profession. This kind of uneasiness has increased exponentially. Now, the whole world knows that I live in your house, but my hands are still bare? Isn't this a joke to others? Isn't this providing opportunities for others to take advantage of? If Kate herself was avoiding this question before, and she didn't want to put pressure on Roland, then now, after reading the romantic news about Alsepperton, and finding that Roland was still staring at her and smiling heartlessly, the pressure in her heart increased exponentially. She did think that Roland didn't want to give her a ring, because he felt that he might break up with her at any time. But, if Roland was really ready to break up with her all the time, then there was no need to bring her home. This extremely contradictory behavior made her unable to guess Roland's thoughts. If she couldn't guess, she would be annoyed. Unfortunately, after staring for a long time, she finally didn't speak. But when she looked away, she silently asked in her heart, "Is it difficult to give a ring?" If Roland knew her thoughts, he would definitely apologize. Giving a ring is not difficult. The difficult part is to give the ring at the right time. Note, The American Trap is the book on the market that most clearly describes the case of American giants pushing the state machinery to expand capital. If you think Sony cannot be dismantled, you can read a bunch of real cases such as Alstom splitting case, $9 billion fine for BNP Paribas, and Alcatel dismantling case. Since 1998, the steps of American capital to dismantle foreign giants have not changed. I just followed their steps step by step. First, the cash flow of the target enterprise was destroyed, and then a had was put on it to let the judiciary intervene. Then, an investigation was filed, and a sky-high fine was issued, forcing the target enterprise to sell its property and pay the fine. The current Huawei case is the same. The outcome of such a case is not determined by a single consortium, but by the country. Japan is obviously no match for the United States. Sanling Heavy Industries, Panasonic, who has not been slaughtered by the United States. The US-Japan Semiconductor Trade Agreement was signed in 1986, and in 1987, it was immediately declared that Japan did not comply and imposed tariffs. After a series of combined punches, Japan's semiconductor share plummeted. Although there are many steps in the routine, it all comes down to one word, that is, robbing. Frederick P. Ruggs's experience was confirmed by a report in the People's Daily. It doesn't matter whether it is illegal or not. If he thinks you have violated the law, then you have violated it. In addition, it was pointed out in the commentary article of Xinhua News Agency that the CEO of Alstom received a clear signal from the United States when he was investigated. If he does not cooperate, he will be the next to go to jail. Chapter 245 Golden Globe Award, Our Own People. However, Kate's disappointment did not last long, as it was dispelled by other reports from CNN. At the Golden Globe Awards ceremony that ended yesterday, Titanic beat LA accusation to win the Best Picture in the drama category. James Cameron took the top spot as no surprise, winning the Best Director award. Peter Fonda won the Best Actor in the drama category for The Beekeeper. The Best Actress in the drama category went to the hottest Hollywood actress Kate Winslet, and this was the 12th time that Titanic had won a big victory since its release. Unfortunately, last night, the newly crowned Golden Globe winner Kate Winslet and the winner of the Best Actor in the drama category Roland Allen, who was nominated for Best Actor, did not attend the award ceremony in person, and James Cameron, who accepted the award on his behalf, gave the reason that Roland and Kate are still in New York. They have been busy with disaster relief and reconstruction recently and cannot get away to the scene. They are deeply sorry for this. Although we regret not seeing the live performance of this couple in love, their charitable deeds are still worthy of our recognition. According to our understanding, Roland has been doing charity for a long time. Every December, the Hollywood Awards season will officially kick off. The National Board of Review Awards, the National Society of Film Critics Awards, the Critics' Choice Awards, the Golden Satellite Awards, the Chicago Film Critics Awards, the New York Film Critics Awards, the Los Angeles Film Critics Awards, the Directors Guild Awards, the Screen Actors Guild Awards. Awards that are dazzling enough to announce the winners intensively. Hollywood at this time is like London 100 years ago. Stars from all walks of life come out in droves. They will hold a variety of dinners under various strange names. The guys with voting rights have become the objects of flattery from the people who rush for awards this season. At the same time, the unspoken rules that occur during the award season can account for more than half of the amount of the year. After all, everyone has a dream. Only Roland, a salted fish, does not care about awards. Of course, the story in this is not as good as the Gambling King's Legacy War. Because many awards were announced in early December, Titanic was not released at that time, so it missed many awards. However, when Titanic officially set sail, or in other words, as Spielberg pulled his old face and helped Roland and the six majors reach all the deals, the endless Oscar wreath of fame fell into Kate's arms, as if it were free. For example, in New York, the headquarters of Time Warner, the New York Film Critics Association Award gave Kate the Best Actress award. Not only that, she was also evaluated as contributing a breakthrough performance in Titanic, which is the biggest surprise of the year. Then there is the Chicago Film Critics Association Award. They have cooperated with ABC for many years, so they naturally know how to choose. Roger Ebert, who had a good cooperation with Ronald Perelman in 1991, even commented on Kate at the award ceremony. There is no doubt that she has proved to the world that she is the best actor of the year. In addition, the Los Angeles Film Critics Association Award also gave high praise while presenting the awards, although these awards were accepted by James Cameron on their behalf. That's right, because the time for the announcement of major awards was too intensive and the award ceremony was too compact. Roland was too lazy to be a frequent flyer. Today, Chicago, tomorrow, New York, and the day after tomorrow, Los Angeles, flying around, wasting all his time in the sky. So James Cameron, who was present at every show, became his commissioned object. Before, every time she won an award, the old man would call to inform her. Once or twice was fine, but after 3 or 4 times, Roland, who didn't want Kate to know that he was helping her win awards, told the old man to shut up. Not only that, what they did every day was either having dinner with this big shot or visiting that big shot's house. Every day they talked about topics that had nothing to do with the entertainment industry, but were more valuable. In addition, Roland used the excuse of a peaceful vacation to coax Kate to hand over all the communication tools to her assistant. So even Kate, who had decided not to film, forgot the time of the Golden Globe Awards. Now, when she learned that the Golden Globe Awards had been awarded last night and she had won the Best Actress, not only that, but she had also won 11 major awards before, the depression in her heart was swept away. Roland didn't give her a ring. That thing is just a symbol, okay? Compared with the sincerity of the heart, that thing is not important at all. She had been lying on the sofa, looking at Roland with complicated eyes. Now she sat up, with an unexpectedly excited smile on her face. She hooked her finger, and called out to Roland, "Come here, come here." Roland sighed quietly as her mood fluctuated like a change of face. Roland's good mood just now was replaced by depression. As he moved closer, he complained about CNN in his heart. "You are obviously a serious media. Why are you publishing entertainment news so early in the morning?" I have tried my best to isolate Kate from the world. How come she still knew about the award? But even though he was depressed, Roland did not show it. While sitting next to Kate, he asked knowingly, "What? Didn't you just complain about how much I ate?" Kate ignored Roland's complaint, but pointed at the TV and asked excitedly, "Did you do this?" "What? Golden Globe Award? I don't know." Roland pretended to be stupid. His behavior made Kate believe that Roland was responsible for her first Golden Globe Award, or perhaps her last Golden Globe Award. "You're lying. If you didn't know, you should be unexpectedly congratulating me now." "Oh my god. You acted wrong." Roland's cheeks trembled unnaturally after he said this. "This is my first time doing this, and I have no experience. It's ruined, ruined, ruined." He was inwardly nagging, but he couldn't be cowardly on the surface. "You know, I'm not interested in awards." "You're not interested in awards?" Before Roland finished speaking, a different kind of brain circuit that belonged to a woman had already appeared, but this time, Kate didn't use a questioning tone, but smiled and lay on Roland's shoulder, her head slightly tilted, with a look of certainty. "So what you mean is that the awards I'm interested in are not important to you, so I'm not important to you either? Huh? What kind of logic is this?" Roland's scalp tingled. "How is that possible? Your hobby is my career." Oh, Kate stretched out her hand and pinched Roland's face and asked with a smile, "So you admit it?" "Ah." Roland had no choice. "I just want to give you a surprise." "Really? Then why didn't you take the initiative to tell me that I won the award?" Kate didn't believe it and moved forward. "If there is no surprise revealed by you personally, is it called a surprise?" The breath she brought out when she spoke sprayed on Roland's neck, making him feel itchy. He glanced down, and his pupils full of joy were full of conviction. In order to prevent his plan from being exposed, he had to rack his brains and come up with a remedy. According to the previous arrangement, if Francis Coppola hadn't been there, we would have gone to Seattle yesterday. This morning, we would have visited the Microsoft campus and met with Bill Gates. Do you think he would give up this topic after seeing us? Isn't it a surprise that the world's richest man is the first person to congratulate you? I originally wanted to let you know the news through Bill Gates, but Francis Coppola disrupted my plan, and your idea last night was too crazy, so, yes, it's all Francis Coppola's fault. I'm a fucking genius." After making up the story, Roland was excited. Although Kate is not a simple-minded guy who can blame Roland for having a realistic basis for everything he said. In addition, the arrangements for the past few days were open and transparent, so when Roland expressed his regret, Kate, who was lying on Roland's shoulder, opened her arms and hugged him directly. She turned into a little kitten and rubbed her head in Roland's arms. "Is this compensation for me?" Although her silly laughter was not strong, it showed her inner joy. "You lost a lot for me." Roland asked, "Do you like it?" "Yes," Kate responded, but her mood was not high. Just when Roland thought that this guy only had Oscar in his eyes, the body in his arms suddenly shook for a moment. The next second, a sharp pain made Roland roll his eyes. Before he could make friends with the little question mark, Kate had already raised her head. Although she leaned over for only half a minute, her eyes were already red. After their eyes met, she giggled. "You know what? I can't wait to go back to Los Angeles to see the trophy." She seemed to feel that there was something wrong with her words, but it was more like she remembered that she had the conditions to leave at any time. So before she finished speaking, her tone, which was still stable, suddenly rose. "No, we will go back today. Go, 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 go back to Los Angeles." As she made the decision, she jumped up, pecked Roland on the cheek, and turned around to tell the assistant to pack up. Looking at the guy humming a little tune and mumbling Golden Globe Award, Golden Globe Award, Roland, who was sitting on the sofa without moving, also laughed happily. He could see that Kate was really happy. Although the influence of the Golden Globe Award is not as high as that of the Oscar, Kate, who has repeatedly stated that she wants to win an Oscar, does not actually expect Roland to help her publicize an Oscar. After deciding not to act, the Oscar is a dream that she has given up with her own hands, and the Golden Globe Award is the biggest possibility after the dream. When this possibility suddenly came, the joy could not be concealed at all. Kate and Roland had met too many bigwigs in the 2 years they were together, and Roland could crush the Golden Globe Awards with just a business. Otherwise, Kate might have been stunned the moment she learned that she had won the award. Just as Kate turned her joy into motivation and excitedly packed her things, Roland, who was leaning on the sofa, was looking forward to Kate's reaction after winning the Oscar. Maybe she will faint from excitement, or will she hug me and cry? Hey, no matter what the reaction is, my glorious image should remain in her heart forever, right? Just when Roland was expecting how Kate, who was wrapped in happiness, would repay him, the guy who had to sort out his underwear by himself, leaned on the door frame between the bedroom and the living room, and shouted at him, hey, 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 who told you to sit there? Don't think you can stop working, just because you gave me a surprise. Come here, you take care of these things. Well, it seems that my status has not improved at all. Roland shrugged and sighed helplessly. When he pretended to be depressed and walked into the bedroom, Kate jumped on his back like a rabbit, and then lay down. Not only that, she also found a reasonable excuse for her laziness. You were greedy this morning. Working only helps you digest better. Yes, you lying on me is just adding weight to me. Roland muttered in his heart, but didn't say it out loud. Although Kate often said that she would not deliberately lose weight and that fat was the best gift from God, Roland believed that if he dared to joke about this, he would really turn a happy event into a funeral. Women can say that they are fat, but men must never say that women are fat. While the two were sorting out their personal belongings, the assistant who was helping to clean up in the living room had already become accustomed to all this. In the past 2 years, Kate has always been bullying Roland like this, and Roland's temper is even better. The doting that can be shown anytime and anywhere makes the assistants feel emotional, and now it is just magnified again. Put the scattered items into the bag, put the scattered bags together, and just as the assistants were cleaning the surroundings and grabbing the remote control to turn off the TV, the CNN anchor stopped talking in the middle of the report. Recently, the Wittelsbach Blue Diamond, which has at least 350 years of history and was once the jewel in the crown of Austria and Bavaria, was sold to an American businessman by its owner, jewelry tycoon Joseph Como, for £15 million, nearly $30 million US. This pearl in the Bavarian crown was produced in the small country of Golconda in eastern India. Weighing 35.56 carats, and the color rating is fancy deep grayish blue, the same as Heart of Hope, VS2 Clarity. Both in color and clarity are comparable to the famous Diamond Hope. But unfortunately, Joseph Como was unwilling to reveal the name of the buyer. He only told reporters that this blue diamond with an ancient history will continue to be legendary, and under the reporters' questioning, he only disclosed some transaction details. First, it was the American businessman who bought the Wittelsbach Blue Diamond and also bought a 2.09 carat heart-shaped red diamond from him, $1.43 million per carat, and the transaction price was close to $3 million. Second, the other party also received a bunch of 3-carat diamonds with F color and VS2 clarity. All the diamonds added up, the total transaction amount reached $50 million, and all this was because of love. We don't know which American businessman would be so generous, but to spend $50 million for love, then this businessman must love his wife very much. Kate suddenly had an idea and decided to go back to Los Angeles to see the trophy, which actually disrupted Roland's schedule. But if it was disrupted, it was disrupted. He had money, free time and no pressure, so he flew back with her. After going to James Cameron's house and taking back all the 12 trophies that belonged to Kate, a celebration party belonging to the entertainment industry naturally appeared. It seemed to be a tribute to the identity of the deceased actor, but it was more like showing off her man to her friends. When sending out invitations, Kate personally called all her friends. Since she wanted to have a good time, Roland also called people to show his support. He chose the party location in Fox's Century City. As for the expenses, since it was a celebration party, Roland pushed all the costs to Fox. During the party, Leo, who had just signed Fox's new project The Beach, came to show off again. Roland, although Boogie Nights didn't win me an award, The Beach will definitely do it. The Beach is aiming for awards. It will start shooting early next year and will directly participate in the 2000 Berlin Film Festival. This movie is directed by Danny Boyle. You know Danny Boyle, right? The director of Trainspotting. Although your movies sell well at the box office, you can't compare with me in terms of awards. Roland nodded his head at the confident words, looking at Leo with a determined look on his face. Roland, who was squatting with him, said in agreement, yes, you are much better than me in terms of awards. You are the future Oscar winner. Leo felt very happy to hear the arrogant remarks, and Roland was very excited while flattering him. In Roland's previous life, Leo was implicated by Titanic. He only had the power of box office, but could not be crowned as a god by awards. In this life, Roland, who stole Leo's Titanic, was also implicated by this movie. Oh. This time, this broken ship is really poisonous. Leo has been running for many years. Roland can only turn his name into a brand. Oh. Who can stand this? While Roland sighed and chatted with Leo, he also remembered something. According to Sony's arrangement, Spider-Man 2 and 3 will be filmed after the publicity of Saving Private Ryan is completed. The specific time is set in August this year. According to the arrangement, the two movies will be filmed together and will not be finished until March next year. As the second male lead in the series of films, Leo, the villain in Spider-Man 3, will spend nearly 9 months of good time with me. At that time, I hope this guy can still brag about his achievements in awards in front of me. He is not a devil, he just broke another record, right? When talking about Spider-Man 2 and 3, Roland thought of Arnold Schwarzenegger. According to James Cameron, he will play Dr. Octopus in Spider-Man 2. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that he will become the governor of California in a few years. TSK. Thinking of this, Roland found an excuse to get away from Leo, holding a glass of wine, to find Arnold Schwarzenegger, who was chatting happily with James Cameron, and jumped on him with laughter. Oh, Arnold. Long time no see. What are you talking about with James? What? The Terminator series is being sold, and James wants to buy it back. You also want to continue to act. But the other part is asking prices too high, and you are trying to raise money? How much? 25 million? Hey, what are you still discussing here? Can't you just tell me directly? Nothing. 25 million is indeed a bit expensive, but who made us like it? Besides, this is your hard work. We bought it and made it ourselves. We can't let others cheapen it. You're welcome. You're welcome. You can make whatever you want. You all know I never get involved. How to get in touch with the governor of California? Publicly support his campaign? Donate money to his campaign account? For other candidates, it is indeed the case, but for Arnold Schwarzenegger, buy the Terminator series, give him a high salary, and let him get the box office share directly, isn't it? This kind of support is above board, and the funds don't need to be regulated. When Arnold Schwarzenegger takes office and cuts Sony, then they will all be his own people. Note, Leo's The Beach, as soon as it opens after Titanic. Cameron wanted to buy back the copyright of the Terminator series. 25 million was not much for him, but he happened to encounter the fourth divorce case, and then he could not afford it. Chapter 246 Opportunity. In 1996, under the leadership of Joe Amelio, Apple was rewriting the macOS to cope with the impact of Windows. When I took over last year, I found that what they wrote was simply garbage. So I killed the Mac operating system, based on the original classic macOS, and asked them to rewrite it, based on Northeast XT's OpenStep. While rewriting the operating system, the company will also have 2 new products on the market in the next 2 years. One of them, which will be launched this year, is the integrated iMac for the consumer and education markets. The other is the iBook notebook computer, which is expected to be launched on the market next year. Of course, these two products are the products of previous plans. After accompanying Kate to the celebration party for the Golden Globe Award for Best Actress in Titanic, Roland, who had recovered, flew from Los Angeles to San Francisco around the 25th and went to Apple in Cupertino. As the largest shareholder in the company, who only said yes to Jobs and no to all the voices against Jobs, Roland's arrival was warmly welcomed by Jobs. After asking Roland about his purpose and learning that Roland came to thank Pixar for the Toy Story peripherals it sent him last time, Jobs, who understood what was going on, accompanied Roland around the company. While introducing the company, because the villain Bill Gates was not present, the two of them directly talked about the unfinished topic last year. After knowing that Roland thought that digital Walkman would be the future of Apple, the two of them were like turtles and green beans, and they were in love. It's a pity that Jobs didn't have the idea of leading Apple to get involved in this field for a while. We have to wait for this potential profit growth point. The Korean company Sehun will launch a similar product this year. I need to see its effect and market reaction first, and then formulate the company's strategy according to the actual situation. So, if you want me to come up with an MP3 player in 2000, it is unrealistic. Moreover, before launching the product, I also want to know the attitude of RIAA, Recording Industry Association of America. The Home Recording Act should be challenged by other companies. Roland certainly knew the Sehun company that Jobs was talking about, because it is Samsung's industry. The predecessor of Sehun Group was the Synthetic Fiber Company, a subsidiary of Samsung Group. It was divested by Samsung in 1995 and merged and reorganized in 1996 to become Sehun Group. Its main business is the production of textiles, fiber film magnetic materials, R/O reverse osmosis membranes and pure water machines. Its sideline business is the digital technology imaging products that Samsung has always wanted to match Sony. After the reorganization, Sehun Group, which has its own mission, has been frantically developing the world's first MP3 player MP-Man F10. The benchmark is Sony's Walkman, but unfortunately, the storage space is only 32 meters. Although the eras are different, the size of the storage space and the things that can be done are also different. But this is an MP3. A 32-meter MP3 can only play 8 songs. Who would buy this thing? So the Sehun Group failed. Later, Diamond Company of America learned its lesson and launched the world's second MP3 player, RIOP MP300. Although they could not break through the technical limitations and still only had 32 meters of memory, they supported SD cards. So, Northern Mariana Islands 3 players really became popular. On Christmas Day in 1998, RIOP MP300 became the best-selling Christmas gift in America, selling 40,000 units within a month. This data made the record companies selling CDs panic. The Recording Industry Association, which was composed of Warner, Universal, and Sony music companies, sued Diamond Company, but the court believed that this kind of playback device was not illegal, so the Digital Music Copyright Protection Organization came into being. At this time, MP3 was really popular all over the world. But even so, the portable music market is still dominated by Sony Walkman. It was not until Apple acquired SoundJam MP, created iTunes, acquired Portal Player, bought the small hard disk patent from Toshiba, and joined forces with music giants other than Sony to create the iPod that Sony's cash cow was stabbed to death. At that time, it was already October 2001. From January 1998 to October 2001, this time span may be too long for others, but for Roland, it was just right, because he did not want Apple to fight Sony before the September 11th attacks. Because he is now the largest shareholder of Sony, if Apple and Sony fight in advance, Sony will definitely be alert. In this way, when faced with Jobs' rhetoric of keeping the troops in place, Roland naturally responded with the highest trust. It doesn't matter. I won't interfere with the company's operations. You can launch whatever products you want to launch and acquire whatever companies you want to acquire. Whoever says no to you, get out. I believe Apple will regain its glory in your hands. Although Microsoft now firmly controls the market share in the field of personal computer operating systems, I believe that Bill Gates will definitely not be able to do anything better than you in other fields. Absolutely. If you can beat him once, you can beat him a second time. Roland is a layman in the field of technology, and the face he shows now is no different from those Navo-rich investors. Except for giving orders on the general direction, he does nothing else. But this kind of behavior of being able to talk without knowing anything is very much to Jobs' taste. What Jobs hates most is that others point fingers at his decisions. Shareholders are shareholders. They can just look at the financial statements at home. Why do they have to participate in the company's operations? Occasional pain is inevitable. Since it is an investment, you have to be patient. Of course, it would be better if you can support yourself appropriately. Roland was obviously the perfect shareholder in his mind. Regardless of his hobbies or his profession, he would leave it to professionals after spending money. After 2 days in Cupertino, both parties hugged each other with smiles when they left. Compared with those guys who could personally send Roland on the plane, Roland and Jobs' relationship still needs to be improved. But compared with the targeting, when they first met, the relationship between the two parties, who had only met twice, improved quite quickly. After leaving Cupertino, Roland and Kate flew to Seattle again. Judging from the number of shares held, Roland is not even ranked in Microsoft. But he has someone behind him after all. Just by scanning his face, he can pry open Bill Gates' office. With Roland's arrival, this smiling tiger directly talked to Roland about the huge income last year. After learning that Roland took the money and acquired several game studios, the world's richest man laughed happily in front of the two of them. When we got together last year, you told me that you bought a Scottish game company called DMA Design. After I came back, I made a special effort to observe that company. The PC game released last November was very popular. That game called GTA sold 1 million copies in just 2 months. If you exclude the channel commission, this game has brought you at least more than 10 million in revenue. Although more than 10 million is nothing in front of Bill Gates, Roland's Blizzard Entertainment is a company he admires very much. Since its establishment, whatever they do has become popular. If they continue to develop at the current momentum, it won't be long before they surpass EA and become the largest game company in North America. Everyone likes to hear polite words, but unlike those guys who like to brag, Roland's favorite thing to do is to expose his shortcomings. Yes, the sales of GTA are indeed very good. However, since the game was produced without considering the impact of violence in reality, it attracted a lot of criticism after it was released. European countries all think we are promoting violence. But, isn't this kind of negative news the best advertisement? Bill Gates was not fooled and smiled and said, many young people buy games because of these criticisms. As the saying goes, different mountains and rivers, the same wind and moon. The criticisms from various countries are actually the same. As soon as GTA was launched, it was boycotted by a lot of adults. They felt that this kind of game that promotes violence must be banned. There is no way. Just like when shootings occurred frequently, these guys did not choose to ban guns, but chose to ban the sale of shooting games. Game manufacturers can never beat military industrial enterprises, so the vulnerable group of games must honestly take the blame. But while taking the blame, GTA became popular. Wherever the media reaches, there is a way to distribute the game. Why? Because the media is doing free advertising. Just like when young people are watching the news on C Station, they suddenly find that the computer desktop of the interviewee is actually a cute two-thorn monkey, and then the Penguin Group is full of requests for pictures and seeds, and thanks for the good life. The reason why GTA is so popular is that the exciting and violent content is deeply loved by young people. In addition, the more resistance, the more curious it is. Wherever GTA is criticized, GTA will be sold there. The more GTA is sold there, the stronger the media's criticism will be. The stronger the media's criticism, the easier it will be for GTA to be on the best-selling list. Although GTA is a cancer in the field, controlled by traditional media, does it matter? Even if it is not a cancer, those old men and women will not buy games. Therefore, their preferences cannot affect the decisions of young people at all. It can only stimulate those young people who want to resist to buy these games that they oppose. So, GTA is like Pony. The more people criticize it, the more money it makes. After briefly talking about GTA, which has not yet been launched in the United States, Bill Gates mentioned the new game that will be launched by Blizzard Entertainment. I heard that StarCraft will be launched in March this year. How is it? How confident are you about this game? When talking about StarCraft, Roland smiled. If we don't break the sales record, then we will fail. Wow. Is it to break the record of Warcraft? That is, starting at 2 million. Bill Gates laughed. Your growth rate is much faster than when I sold system copies back then. I heard that you hold an annual meeting and game competitions every year. If the sales of these two games are very good, I think you can actually organize players to hold competitions. Offline competitions? Roland didn't expect Bill Gates to have studied this kind of thing. Yes, of course there will be offline competitions, and Blizzard Carnival will also exist. As a major IP producer, Blizzard is a gold mine. It would be a waste if it is not used properly. Roland has already thought about it. After the filming of Spider-Man 2 and 3, he will start to think about making animated movies of Warcraft or Diablo. Whether it is Grom Hellscream, who orcs will never be slaves, or Diablo, the dread demon king who players fight against themselves in every generation, they are all worthy of being written about. The game CG of this era is not as exquisite as that of later generations. When players are playing the plot, they can only see a bunch of rough models fighting there, and sometimes there is only a paragraph of text. Although for many players, this is already a very awesome existence, but for Roland, this is far from enough. Since it is a Blizzard movie studio, it should look like a studio, right? Since the game CG cannot be appreciated by players, we can cut out the CG to make a movie and sell it to players. Since IMAX 3D technology is not mature yet, the special effects of this era cannot support the entire world of Warcraft, but it is still possible to polish and produce it according to the effects of Toy Story and make an animated film. As for Roland, he has never thought about cultivating talents in animation. Even if he has an idea, he can't shoot it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if Roland has no people. Isn't it better to outsource it to Pixar? Anyway, Jobs is not interested in Pixar, so it's better to give it to him instead of outsourcing it to Disney. He is one of them. It's not poaching at all. After briefly chatting with Bill Gates about the achievements of Blizzard Entertainment, Roland took the initiative to shift the topic to the console that Microsoft is developing. When Bill Gates learned that Roland was very interested in his own console and wanted to make games according to the console system, a conversation between the man and the concubine naturally appeared. Are you going to bring Warcraft and Diablo to our Microsoft home consoles? No, no, no. Due to the difficulty of operation, players will not be used to playing these two games on the console. Many of the studios I acquired are specialized in console games. If you are willing to provide us with engineering machines, I think games like GTA will be available on your consoles. Will they only be available on our consoles? Or will they be exclusive like Spider-Man? That depends on the final effect of the machine. If it is very good, I think they will only be available on Microsoft's consoles. Neither of them beat around the bush. Both sides knew what the other wanted. When Bill Gates silently listened to Paul Allen providing Roland with ways to make money, Roland was actually tied to Microsoft's chariot by an invisible rope. I help you make money and watch you develop, but in the end you run to my competitors. Aren't you just hanging yourself because you think your life is too long? In fact, Roland knew very well how cruel Microsoft was under the leadership of Bill Gates. Take the console for example. Bill Gates almost stabbed Sony to death with a knife. In 2001, Sony Computer Entertainment teamed up with Toshiba and IBM to develop PS3. Among them, IBM was responsible for the chip sale of the console. When signing the contract, IBM also deliberately left a backdoor in the contract, stating that IBM could use the chips it developed for other purposes, and did not clearly state that it could not be used on competitors. Therefore, the CPU specification details studied by IBM fell into Microsoft's hands. Not only that, the cell developed by IBM for Sony was a little brother, and the graphics processing was worse than the outsourcing of massage parlors. After seeing the effect, Sony urgently contacted NVIDIA and asked Tuang, who was skilled in knife skills, to develop a display chip for the PS3 console with cell architecture. Due to the tight time, when providing engineering prototypes to game developers, it was a development machine with only processors but no GPU. As a result, a bunch of PS3 first-run games all died violently. Of course, if we only look at the surface, we can say that IBM sold out Sony for money, and Microsoft just waved the big stick of money and gave too much. But after David Shipp, the chief architect of Xbox 360 and PS3 processors, left IBM, everything became clear. David Shipp himself admitted that on March 9, 2001, shortly after Sony released the news of cooperating with IBM to develop cell chips, Microsoft came to them and commissioned them to develop the next generation of host chips. Steve Ballmer, who was responsible for placing the order, had only one requirement, which was to surpass Cell. The most terrifying thing is that at that time, Microsoft didn't even launch the first generation of the Xbox host. Not only that, the antitrust lawsuit that has troubled them for many years has just been settled with the Department of Justice. Microsoft has not officially entered the host market, but it has already found a way to stab Sony in the back in the next era. As long as it can kill its competitors, Microsoft can do anything. More often, it just lacks an opportunity. On the surface, Bill Gates is harmless. But in fact, he is, just as Jobs said, an old sly. Compared to him, Roland is simply a white lotus that is pure and untainted in the mud, and not evil in the clear water. After reaching a verbal agreement, Leo Yinbi, who knew that content was important, but didn't want to do it himself, was very happy. Random revealed a little bit of the development progress, and Roland, who knew that Xbox could not be launched before 2001, breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Xbox was released after September 11th attacks, everything would be fine. After confirming that Apple and Microsoft, two companies that he could not control at all but could take advantage of, would not make mistakes, Roland's excitement was strengthened a lot. Since the launch time of iPod and Xbox coincidentally appeared after September 11th attacks, wasn't it God's blessing that gave him a chance? At the same time, he also knew in his heart that with Microsoft and Apple being so powerful, the next thing to do was to get the adaptation and filming rights of Black Hawk Down, and then find a way to let Sony produce and distribute it. Unfortunately, these two most important things are now, but can't be rushed. Note, the world's first MP3 player was produced by Samsung. I wrote before that Samsung wanted to learn from Sony, catch up with Sony, and surpass Sony. So, like Jobs, they started with Sony's flagship product. Unfortunately, they failed. The reason for the failure was related to the small stock of 32 meters, but the bigger reason was that they placed the new product in Japan, Sony's base. In the era of fierce competition among digital Walkman players, even Nike made this thing. The reason why Sony was defeated by iPod and did not continue its status as the leader in the industry was actually not related to Apple, but because Sony did not have a fist that matched its ambition. They wanted the right to speak in the industry, so they did not make MP3, but made their own standard ATREC 3 and let others pay for it. This behavior made the American giants extremely dissatisfied, so Jobs could use the industry monopoly method to defeat Sony without being investigated. In the book The Race for New Game Consoles, David Shipp, the chief architect of Xbox 360 and PS3 processors, admitted Microsoft's tricks, stealing designs, and delaying time. Microsoft was able to do this unscrupulously because Sony had DVD and Blu-ray standards at the time. They didn't come up with digital music standards, but they controlled video. If a movie wanted to make a disc, it had to pay Sony. So when Microsoft was dealing with Sony, IBM turned against it without a second thought. The media group that owned Hollywood studios also didn't stand on Sony's side. In reality, the iPod and Xbox were indeed released after 9/11. I didn't change any time, which surprised me. Chapter 247, Hot Potato, an Invitation. In reality, the Black Hawk Down project could not attract investment at all. Disney was willing to invest in Pearl Harbor, but they said no to Jerry Bruckheimer's Black Hawk Down. The reason was simple, the time was too close and the matter was too big, and the timid Disney didn't dare to do it. If you say so, it may give people a sense of exaggeration, but when Jerry Bruckheimer took the script revised by the US Department of Defense and went to Warner, Universal, and Paramount in the name of full support from the military, he was rejected. Seeing that the project really couldn't go on, Jerry Bruckheimer began to look for investment among his friends. At this time, Todd Garner, the former co-head of the production department of Disney Studios, who had a good relationship with him, and Hollywood producer Joe Ross, who had produced Angels, Married at Second Sight, and The Family, decided to take a gamble with him. In the end, in the $92 million investment of Black Hawk Down, there were only 3 joint investors: Revolution Films, founded by Todd Garner and Joe Ross, Jerry Bruckheimer's eponymous film company, and director Ridley Scott's film studio. It was a very outrageous thing to find no giants in a movie with an investment of nearly $100 million. What's even more bizarre is that after the filming, whether it was Revolution Films, Jerry Bruckheimer Films, or Scott Free Productions, they didn't dare to put their company logos in the film opening. That's right, they invested in the film, but they didn't dare to put their company logos. This is not cowardly, but they almost didn't tell the outside world that we really just paid out of our own pockets. If there are any problems with the film, don't come to us. If it is said that investment and production are very difficult, and no one wants to be blamed for provoking trouble, then distribution is even more ridiculous. When looking for distributors, even if they didn't invest in the film, Warner, Universal, Paramount, Disney, and Fox didn't want to get into trouble at the last minute, and the one who finally took over was Sony, the only non-American capital among the 6 majors. Many people always like to brag that Hollywood is too big and dares to shoot anything. How can perfectly respond to those licking dogs. There are many things that Hollywood film companies dare not shoot. Cursing the president and blowing up the White House, that's freedom? Too naive. As for why Jerry Bruckheimer was so stubborn to shoot it, who made him take the lead and make the American Department of Defense think that the Black Hawk Down they modified was so awesome? After the movie is released, who will remember that the American soldier who fell off the zipline was because of his own slip? Who will remember that this rookie who fell because of his own mistake was the culprit who caused the Super 61 to be hit by the RPG? The general direction cannot be changed, but the small details can still be corrected. Just like the New York Times made a big fuss about how gentlemanly the rich people on the Titanic were, the US Department of Defense does not want the shame caused by sending new soldiers to the battlefield to continue. They would rather take the blame for underestimating the enemy than allow the outside world to question the strength of their own army. Because once the American army is able to win, it will be impossible to be the world police. If you can't be the world police, how can you plunder resources from other countries? Underestimating the enemy will make the outside world feel that the American army just missed accidentally. As long as you take it seriously, it will still be an invincible army. Similarly, the crazy rescue shown in the movie can strengthen the image of the American army as a mad dog in the eyes of the outside world. If you kill me, I will kill your whole family. If I can hit you, I will never beep. Of course, the more the giants felt that Black Hawk Down was difficult, the easier it would be to get the copyright. However, the easier it was to get the copyright, the harder it would be to trap Sony. Just when Roland was silent about this matter, Bill Gates, who had taken him on a simple tour of the Microsoft campus, took the opportunity to invite Roland to his home for dinner. Although there was an antitrust lawsuit, the antitrust case had not been officially filed by the Ministry of Justice after all. In addition, Microsoft had won a great victory in the previous antitrust lawsuit against Apple, so at this time, Layenby was not panicked at all. Well, in fact, he was still a little panicked because they were being watched by the Ministry of Justice, and it was not easy for them to acquire Yahoo. If Yahoo was acquired at this time, then Windows plus Internet Explorer plus YAHOO would not be a natural monopoly. If Microsoft picked up something at this juncture, it would definitely be caught and beaten. Because of this, during the meal, Bill Gates did not talk about work, but asked about other things. Are you going to the Berkshire Hathaway shareholders meeting this year? 2 years ago, you complained to Ronald and the others that you didn't receive an invitation. As a result, Warren sent you an invitation last year, but you didn't show up because of work. He also sent you an invitation this year. You won't be absent again, right? What? Roland was stunned at first, then nodded and said, "Go. Why shouldn't I go?" If Bill Gates hadn't mentioned this, Roland would have really forgotten about the annual Omaha investment event. Every year, Berkshire Hathaway holds a shareholders meeting at CenturyLink in Omaha. All those who hold Berkshire Hathaway shares can bring friends along according to their shares. Because of this, in Roland's previous life, in that unspeakable oriental country, there were many investment companies that would do some tourism business, holding a small amount of Berkshire Hathaway shares, and then after obtaining the tickets to the shareholders meeting, they would sell the quota to go together. The prices were different for different locations, but the minimum was $150,000. After buying this service, those who go on time can listen to Warren Buffett, Charlie Munger, and Bill Gates bragging on the stage in a venue with 50,000 people. In the early years, if you didn't understand English, you were really in the dark. But as this kind of tourism business grows bigger and bigger, more and more people go to join in the fun every year. When the organizers see the number of people present, they really think there are so many shareholders, so they thoughtfully provide a large conference room with simultaneous interpretation, which directly satisfies those who are not good at English but rich, so that they can understand directly on the spot. As for whether these tour groups will lose money by providing this service, think about it. People use money to buy Berkshire Hathaway stocks, which is itself an investment that outperforms the market. In this case, organizing people to go on pilgrimage every year and charging per person is a year's income. Moreover, those who started early, in the early 2000s, invested their money in real estate, or continued to hold shares in the name of their family members to expand their business. What's more, some took advantage of the fact that the annual shareholder meetings were not open to the public. While providing tour group services, they also opened investment, consulting, and education companies, hung photos of their annual participation in Berkshire Hathaway in the company, and whenever a customer came, they would just use the story of Bill Gates' son-in-law. What about filming Buffett's charity lunch and cutting leaks by recommending stocks to Buffett? Those are all left over from these people. Of course, Roland can get in without signing up for a tour group now. After all, he is a real shareholder. He was too lazy to sell tickets, to open an education company, because it was too slow for him to make money. Just as he agreed, he remembered his deal with the Big Six. There were still a lot of interviews waiting for him over there, and he had to arrange the time. Wait, when is it opened this year? May 5th to 7th. Do you have a job? May? That was the promotion period for Saving Private Ryan, and I promised Paramount to participate in a talk show, but I don't know which day they will arrange it for me. Promotion? Paramount? Talk show? Bill Gates blinked, then smiled and said, "Isn't Paramount owned by Viacom? Isn't Viacom owned by Summer Redstone? If you are not satisfied with your time management, then I will call Summer for you. I think he won't make things difficult for you on this matter." Question: how easy is it to find someone on the Forbes Global Rich list? Answer: Bill Gates can just talk to him. Well, I think if I talk to Paramount myself, they won't make things difficult for me. After hearing Bill Gates' suggestion, Roland was sweating. At the same time, he was also a little surprised, but it seems that whether I go or not doesn't seem to have much impact, right? After hearing what Roland said, Bill Gates was a little surprised. How can it have no impact? With your current wealth, you should have been on Forbes a long time ago. Okay. It's just that most of the assets under your name have been calculated by Forbes to David Olsen, and many industries are not listed, so their value cannot be calculated at all. Take the 20,000 shares of Berkshire Hathaway that you hold, for example. 1% of the amount can put you in the top 20. If such a big shareholder doesn't go to the scene, do you think Warren will not ask questions? You know, in 1995, only shareholders from 49 states attended the annual meeting, and then the next year, he wrote in the shareholder letter, "Vermont, where were you at the time?" Besides, after Warren learned that among the guys who listened to your complaints at the time, there was a guy named Carl, he has always wanted to meet you, because he hates Carl the most. Every time he meets him, he looks like this. At this point, Bill Gates suddenly stopped, pouted, leaned his body, stared straight ahead, his pupils full of disdain, trying to make a look of keeping strangers away. After seeing this funny face, Roland slapped the table and laughed. "Oh, William. Is Warren really such a person?" The unmannered words also made Bill Gates retract his crude imitation, and responded with the same laugh, "Of course. Yes, on the surface, Warren Buffett and Bill Gates are both kind-hearted people with peaceful faces, but in fact, none of these guys are good, and each one is more cruel than the other. Just like what is said in Zhenguang's Iron Wen, kindness cannot lead troops, righteousness cannot raise wealth, kindness cannot be an official, affection cannot establish affairs, and benevolence cannot engage in politics. Warren Buffett is also a vengeful guy. Although he has been criticized by Carl Icahn for being too kind, the kindness of the stock god is only relative to the extermination of the Wolf King. Buffett does not kill the goose to get the eggs, but this does not mean that he will let the goose give birth to chicks. Not to mention, next to him, there is Charlie Munger, who dares to openly confront all investors. Of course, in addition to being involved with the Wolf King, Roland's Amazon and wealth are also the reasons why Bill Gates repeatedly hopes that he can go to the Berkshire Hathaway shareholders meeting. Amazon founder Jeff Bezos was very familiar with Warren Buffett when he was doing finance with David Shaw. When he was seeking financing, he looked for Warren Buffett. Unfortunately, Warren Buffett is an old-fashioned person who doesn't believe in the internet at all, so he refused. As for Roland's wealth, in the latest Forbes list of the world's richest people released at the beginning of this year, Bill Gates topped the list again with a net worth of $51 billion. Although Roland's wealth cannot be compared with his, it is not small. 20,000 shares of Berkshire Hathaway are worth $1 billion. The stocks of Yahoo, Amazon, Apple, and Microsoft add up to another $2 billion. Add in the $1 billion in cash that Bill Gates knows about. Even if we exclude the 3 companies that cannot be accurately valued, such as Blizzard Entertainment, Warcraft Film and Interstellar Records, Roland's wealth is $4 billion. Easily enter the top 100. It means that David has been helping Roland to block the knife. Otherwise, these wealth that cannot be hidden at all would have been exposed long ago. Is Bill Gates really thinking of recruiting Blizzard based on Roland's praise of him? Don't be ridiculous. What he said to Paul Allen before, "Some people are born to interpret success," refers to Roland's investment vision, or in other words, this luck that has never been exposed by the media. Why were those Jewish tycoons so kind to him from beginning to end? At first, it was because Roland had helped them do something, and now, it was because they knew that Roland was qualified to come to their house for dinner. In other words, Roland, a man with a clear mind, knew that what was gained from books was shallow, compared with the wealth gained from the stock market and the wealth gained from industrial giants. It was simply a world of difference. That's why he chose to stay alive and work hard to transfer his wealth to industry and create as many employment opportunities as possible for the public. It's not that Roland has too much money and has nowhere to spend it, nor is it that the current copyright operation model is not good, but in a capitalist society, every living person is also an asset that can be controlled by capital. The more human assets, the greater the voice. Of course, even if the net worth is very small, it doesn't matter, because these things can allow Roland to enter the community after the Berkshire Hathaway shareholders meeting. The shareholders meeting is actually a big exhibition of buying, and buying. The American media even called it the Woodstock of the capital world. It is not very meaningful in reality. However, during the shareholders meeting, the dinners of those institutions that have disclosed their identities and the individual major shareholders who do not want to disclose their identities are the real party. There are people working in the military industry, the chemical industry, the energy industry, the financial industry, everything. Roland thinks that, since he can't think of any way to lead Sony into the pit for the time being, it may be a good choice to go to a senior disco and relax. Note, in reality, except for Sony, the other 5 companies don't even want to touch Black Hawk Down. Jerry Bruckheimer and others themselves dare not gamble on the scale, because Hollywood has always had an unspoken rule that they can blackmail the police, politicians, CIA, and FBI, but they dare not blackmail the army as a whole, but can only blackmail a certain person. For example, in Fear, the villain is a person in the army, and the protagonist, the decent person, must also be a person in the army. This is all necessary common sense for screenwriters, otherwise they will be unlucky. Revolution Film Studio is a small company. They made Jet Li's The Pursuit. They have a very good relationship with Fan Guangtao. They organized XXX. It is true that the Berkshire Hathaway shareholders meeting was turned into a tour group by the Chinese. The number of participants in the shareholders meeting has been inflated by thousands of people in recent years. A large number of them are suckers who pay for tickets. The reason why they are called suckers is that there are tickets on eBay and they only cost a dozen yuan. It is true that Warren Buffett holds grudges. The words dissing shareholders for not attending were written directly in the letter to shareholders. Amazon is really not something that ordinary people can invest in. Bezos doesn't care about those venture capitalists. In addition to David Shaw, he also has a very good relationship with Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger. This is what Charlie Munger said at the Berkshire Hathaway shareholders meeting. What he wants is not money at all, but a backer. Chapter 248. What is leak? Schools in America generally adopt the semester system. The 9-month school year is divided into 2 semesters of 16 to 18 weeks. The first semester starts at the end of August and ends in mid to late December, and the second semester starts in early January and ends in late May. Only in colleges and universities will some schools adopt the quarter system. They divide the course of the year into 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn and winter. Each season corresponds to a semester. Each semester is basically 10 to 12 weeks. Students need to study at least 3 quarters a year to maintain their student status. Due to the short class time and frequent exams, students are under great pressure. But no matter whether it is elementary and middle schools or universities, no matter whether it is a semester system or a quarter system, after a relaxing and happy Christmas vacation, these guys will return to school one after another and devote themselves to relatively intense studies. Because of this, January and February every year are the time when various entertainment activities are relatively shrinking. With the Christmas holiday, a money-making monster, and the psychological pressure of resuming work, production, and school, the consumption desire of adults and children will plummet. But this year is different from usual. In the past, at the beginning of each school year, at the entrances of major bookstores and book rental markets, there would be a group of college students with sad faces, waiting to go to funerals. Because the prices of books are too expensive, and the school does not provide textbooks, buying any one of them will cost nearly 3 figures. If you are studying medicine, it will be even more difficult, and the unforgettable pain caused by the outflow of money to prepare all the books can fully prove that knowledge is indeed obtained from hard work. But this year, in the eyes of those adults who rent books at the beginning of classes, in order to save money, the situation is different. While these guys are queuing up and waiting for the staff to process the book rental procedures for them, a group of little guys of different heights and ages are standing on tiptoe in the locked sales area next to them, looking forward to it. What are these little guys doing? After taking a few glances, the college student, who was puzzled, said, "I remember that elementary and middle school textbooks are provided free of charge by the school, right? Unless these guys are private schools." Hearing this, the little sister who lived in the same dormitory with her turned her head to look at her. When she saw the poster in a child's hand, she understood and said, "Oh, you mean them? Buying Harry Potter?" "What? Harry Potter?" The blonde female college student did not search for this book in her mind. "What is that?" After saying this, the little sister's face also showed surprise. Turning her head to look at each other, she felt that her sister was just crawled out of that broken place in Mississippi. "How long have you not been online? Or have you not watched TV or read newspaper since the holidays? Don't you know Harry Potter? It took the first place on the New York Times bestseller list as soon as it was released. The recommender is George Lucas. He said that, after reading the book, he had a hunch that Harry Potter would be as popular as Star Wars." Steven Spielberg also came out to comment on the book. He said that the stories in the book made him find the good times when he was filming it. He can't wait to make this imaginative book into a movie. Do you know David Olsen? He is the father of the Olsen sisters. He recently said that after getting Harry Potter, the bedtime stories of the 3 Olsen sisters changed from Grimm's fairy tales, Andersen's fairy tales, 1001 Nights and Aesop's fables to Harry Potter. After listening to the first story, they clamored to know the sequel. And there is also a Harry Potter section on Yahoo. Many people are discussing where they can buy the book. Such a situation made the female college student exclaim, "This book is so popular? The last book that was so popular was Jurassic Park, right? If it wasn't popular, why would these people block the door of the bookstore to buy it? The little sister asked back and then said, do you want to buy a copy too? It's not expensive, just the price of a normal bestseller, $29.99. Even if you can't finish reading it, it doesn't matter, just take it back to your sister. Hehe. Upon hearing the price, the blonde female college student smiled and refused. Just kidding. The book is popular, but asking her to pay $29.99 to buy a book she doesn't even understand, isn't that like being struck by lightning? Money can't be wasted like this. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't buy it, you can still enjoy the excitement. In between the lines, she kept glancing at the book counter. After about 3 or 5 minutes, a toothache-inducing creaking sound suddenly arose. Just as the students queuing to rent books frowned and turned their heads to look, the beansprouts standing in front of the rolling shutter door were like little Che who heard the dinner bell, and they shuddered and instantly became energetic. Open! Open! The excited shouts were like a charge horn. Is it still the same counter? The affirmative question had already marked the direction. When the store staff nodded and opened the glass door, the men and women who had been waiting at the door for a long time rushed straight to the bookshelf with the cover poster of Harry Potter like Japanese invaders entering a village. Yeah, I got it. The watermelon-headed boy who was the first to grab the book shouted excitedly. But before he could start showing off, the 4-foot-tall boy was drowned by the black shadow following him. The men and women who squeezed in front of the bookshelf all stretched out their hands, trying to grab everything they could see. From the perspective of the bookcase lady, it was dressed up beautifully after a night of rest. However, as soon as it started business, countless tentacles emerged frantically, like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, hollowing out its body, and then, leaving only a mess on the ground and drifting away. Oh, shit. How many books did you buy? Why didn't I grab one? When those guys who grabbed the books were panting and rushed to the cashier to line up to pay, a fat man with a full sense of tonnage appeared in front of the bookshelf with a confused face. Because of too much collagen on his face, his eyes were squeezed very small. He could handle everything with a narrow gap on weekdays, but now his eyes were wide open. If I have to describe it, then at this moment, he was like being possessed by a fat cat. He roared and found that no one answered, so he turned his head and neck, wanting to find the clerk to argue. Just as he swept his eyes around, he suddenly found that the watermelon-headed man who had grabbed the book before had just climbed up from the ground. Because he was busy showing off, the young man was hit by the waves. When he hid aside and waited for the crowd to retreat, there were several shoe prints on his trouser legs and hem, and even his own shoes fell a few feet away. Seeing the lone Nike shoe, the fat man's eyes turned around, and then he picked up the shoe very close to him and handed it over kindly. Thank you, thank you. Seeing this, the ravaged watermelon head thanked him repeatedly. But when he took the shoe and wanted to take it back, he pulled it twice, but it didn't move. Countless small question marks appeared on the watermelon head's head when he cast a puzzled look at the fat man. The fat man who was holding the shoe tightly showed his fangs. Exchange for a book. What? I said, exchange Harry Potter for your shoes. As soon as these words came out, the watermelon head guy was shocked, and the book that was placed next to him was immediately moved under his legs. After staring at the fat man for a while, and seeing that the other part his words did not seem to be false, the little guy shouted angrily, shameless. Shameless? As long as I can buy the book. Fatty smiled proudly, hooked his hand, and said, give me the book quickly, or you will go home barefoot today. Such words made the watermelon-headed man breathe harder. Seeing that Fatty stretched out his hand to grab it, he was unwilling to give up. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He quickly turned his head and shouted to the security guard at the door of the store, help me. Someone here wants to burn books. Oh, no. He has taken out a lighter. The heartbreaking roar attracted the security guard. Looking at the guy approaching with an electric baton, Fatty, who was still smiling on his cheeks, panicked and pulled back his shoes. He first glared at the watermelon-headed guy and yelled, motherfucker. Then he raised his hands and shouted, wait. This guy's lying. I didn't burn any books. I just wanted to make a deal with him. But the security guard didn't think so much and pointed the electric baton at him and said, "Kid, please put down your weapon." Speaking of weapons, the white man looked at the fat man's hand again, and the obvious logo made him frown. Put down. Nike. Yeah, fat man shouted excitedly, "I'm holding Nike. Ha 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 ha. So cute. These two guys are so cute." After witnessing the scene of the big bullying the small and finally overturning, the surrounding college students all laughed. It seemed that she thought these kids were too funny, but it was more like she thought their behavior of snatching books was too exaggerated. So while shaking her body and trying hard to hold back her laughter, the female college student complained to the little sister in front of her, "Don't you think these kids' behavior is really stupid? It's just a book. Is it necessary to make such a fuss?" The little sister shrugged. She, who also witnessed everything, smiled happily and said in agreement, "There's nothing we can do. They are all children. It's understandable that they are a little childish. Besides, wasn't it the same when we were little? When a hot thing appeared, no matter whether others had it or not, we had to have it. If we didn't, we couldn't raise our heads among our classmates and friends." Just to compare, the blonde female college student smiled, and her eyes were full of nostalgia when she looked at the little girl. "Fortunately we have grown up, otherwise I don't know how much money we would have contributed to those merchants." "Yes." The sister nodded in agreement and handed the borrowed book to the clerk for registration. After the other party calculated the price, she took out the card to pay the bill. "Oh, by the way, are you going to see Titanic tonight? I haven't seen it for a week. I heard that someone in our class watched it 16 times. I wonder how many men have paid for that bitch." "Wow. 16 times? Is that exaggerated? I only read it 9 times. The blonde female college student, who was still observing the follow-up of the book snatching, turned her head in surprise. After seeing the determined look on the sister's face, she handed the book to the clerk and nodded. "Go, why not? Although I have read it 9 times, I don't think it's too much. Jack and Rose's love is so touching. Every time I see Jack die, I cry. Oh, by the way, I heard that Roland didn't win any major awards, but Kate has won so many awards. This is unfair. Roland and Kate are obviously equally good. Why can't he win any awards? Are all those old men who judge the awards perverts? Do they think Kate is pretty and jealous of Roland's handsomeness? They are discriminating. Discrimination, you know." When the blonde female college student walked out of the bookstore with her little sister, holding the rented books, her indignant complaints made the male compatriots who were also queuing up to rent books shake their heads. One of them was a bespectacled guy of about the same age with a shoulder bag on his back. He sighed, glanced at the door, and then glanced at the fat guy and the watermelon-headed guy who had reached a reconciliation, and said with emotion, "These two women are so funny." One step just said that the two kids were childish and were cheated by the merchants, and the next step decided to watch Titanic again. Hey, aren't you just unable to control the desire in your heart? Yeah, you've already seen it 9 times, and you still want to watch it. Isn't that stupid? The other brown-haired man echoed. "We are so lucky. We say we are here to rent books, and that's what we are, here to rent books. What's so good about that movie? Isn't it just the visual effects that are great? Apart from that, it's just an ordinary love story. I found it boring after watching it once." The burly guy in a sports sweatshirt also complained, "But even so, my girlfriend insisted on dragging me to watch it 4 times. 4 times. Half a day was gone. So stupid." "Wow, your girlfriend dragged you to watch it too? 4 times is already very good. My girlfriend asked me to watch it with her 7 times in a week. 7 times. You can even have a good meal with that. What a waste. 7 times? With a girl? Brother, you're at a big loss. I also watched it 6 times, but with 6 different girls. Hehehe. I always watch the last show with them, and when they cry their hearts out, I comfort them. There's nothing I can do. Many girls are as easy to fool as those kids." Wow. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately turned their eyes to one place. When they saw the man's appearance clearly, they were instantly filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. The man who was talking looked a lot like Kurt Cobain, with unshaven beard and long flowing hair. With his deep blue eyes, his melancholy was evident in his words. If he went to that station, he could attract many girls. If he took advantage of the situation after watching Titanic, then this guy's really a beast. Just when the men around him wanted to show their disapproval of this guy's behavior, a voice suddenly came from the cashier. "Hey, Jerry, the Spider-Man movie original art collection you wanted to buy last time has arrived." "Oh, really? How much is it?" $59.99. If you want the behind the scenes collector's edition, it's $79.99. There are a lot of behind the scenes photos in it, all of which are poster level. Okay. Give me a behind the scenes collector's edition. Swipe the card. What? The guys who wanted to learn from the store turned their heads away when they saw the clerk take out a thick, beautifully packaged album and hand it to the buyer. The guys who had previously said that the two girls couldn't control their desires all came over. Under the instigation, the guy who bought the album opened the package, and when those guys found that from the first page, it was a close-up introduction to the Spider-Man suit, including the fabric pattern maker and Roland's wearing experience, the sound of swords suddenly appeared, and credit cards were slapped in front of the confused clerk. "Give me one too." "Me too." Quick. If you have this thing, why don't you take it out and sell it?" Hearing what they said, the clerk looked embarrassed. "This will be officially put on the market tomorrow." "Just one day. It doesn't matter." Yes. If we don't tell anyone, no one will know. If you don't sell it, we will call and complain that you sold the things that should have been sold tomorrow to someone else today." Faced with the threat of these young people, the clerk reluctantly took out the original art collection they wanted from the storage cabinet behind him. When they paid and left satisfied, a middle-aged man who was waiting in line with books at the back to pay sighed. Whether it was the children snatching Harry Potter, the female college students discussing Titanic, or the young people forcing to buy the original art collection of Spider-Man, all of this was seen by the middle-aged man who looked like a pedant. As a teacher, he was used to seeing all of this. But when different groups continued to buy what they wanted, a sense of disappointment in educational failure still arose. Playthings will ruin your ambition. Playthings will ruin your ambition. The middle-aged teacher handed the selected book to the clerk. When the clerk was settling the payment, he found out the teacher's identity and shouted in surprise, "Teacher Liggins." "Hey." The middle-aged man in the hat raised his head. After seeing his appearance clearly, the clerk smiled and said, "It's really you? What's the matter? Didn't you tell us last time that you wanted to buy Legos from Star Wars? We have a new batch of Obi-Wan, Yoda, Palpatine, and Jabba. Are you interested in taking a look?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man named Liggins' eyes sparkled. Yes. Don't take them one by one. Bring the whole set to me. Chapter 249. Seemingly glamorous, but actually losing money to gain publicity. As long as people have desires, businesses will surely raise their sickles to harvest them. Although Titanic swept the entire box office market, crushing its competitors in the 1997 Christmas season, and causing countless audiences to actively contribute their wallets while being heartbroken, this does not mean that people have no money in their pockets. Titanic has indeed become a social topic, and the audience covers a wide range of groups, but there are very few people who are willing to spend all their money on it. Those who watch it more than a dozen times are all die-hard fans, but other than that, the rest of the guys can only watch it once, or twice at most. In this way, how to make profits from these people under pressure has become the primary goal of businesses. The first to be targeted are children, because their money is the easiest to earn. On January 23rd, the New York Times published an objective review of Harry Potter. On January 25th, George Lucas accepted an interview with Fox and talked about his inner worries. On January 27th, David Olsen, who broke into the top 100 of the Fox Global Rich list, narrated the helplessness of life. On January 29th, Steven Spielberg said in an interview with CBS that he wanted to make Harry Potter. On the surface, none of the 4 bombings hit the target accurately, because children aged 8 to 12 will not read the New York Times at all. They don't know who Lucas is, who Olsen is, and who Spielberg is, but it doesn't matter, as long as their parents know. After Home Alone, America has not had a serious child king. In addition, in the past month, the family celebration that should have belonged to the children has become the love season for young people. The children with the most consumption potential have been neglected. So when Harry Potter was preheated for sale, parents who had a compensatory mentality for their children quietly revealed the news. When the first child got the book, magic easily opened up their little world. On the first day, people who didn't know who the author of Harry Potter was bought 60,000 books. In the first week, the sales of Harry Potter had exceeded 500,000. While restocking, the pioneering monster Harry Potter showed its power. Before Harry Potter, how many children had seen magic protagonists based on their own age? Like Star Wars and Jurassic Park, the core selling point of Harry Potter is that it created a magical world for children for the first time and sold them the fantasy and beauty in it. When children naively asked their parents whether the magical world really existed and whether the boy who survived was really a wizard, Harry Potter had already succeeded. And what it has to do next is to take over from Roland Allen and accompany a generation to grow up slowly. Of course, the fact that the book sells so fast is also related to the comparison psychology among children. The most popular children's book on the market, my classmates have it and I don't. Isn't that a loss of face? While rushing to buy, the book topped the bestseller list. At this time, I was the only one in the class who had it, so I was the brightest kid in the whole class. As long as parents can afford it, sales will rise rapidly. The second person targeted by merchants is young men. After all, Titanic is a movie starring Roland Allen, and no one can match it in terms of exposure. Even if many male fans who like him don't like Titanic, it doesn't matter, the merchants can prescribe the right medicine. After reaching an Oscar agreement with Sony, the idea of making a fortune while the market is hot came naturally. It took half a month to rush to produce the original picture album of the Spider-Man movie, and all of them were released when Roland was at the peak of popularity. 500,000 ordinary editions and 200,000 collector's editions were all sold out in 3 weeks, and tens of millions of profits were directly obtained. This is no longer called robbing money, this is called picking up for nothing. The third and last target of the merchants is middle-aged men. It's not that middle-aged women have no market, but that middle-aged women will spend money on Titanic and Harry Potter. The former is for themselves, and the latter is for their children. In this way, as the last enemy in Roland Allen's career, Star Wars, which can represent a generation, has raised the sickle of harvest to the leaks, while the popularity has skyrocketed. It just so happens that 1997 was the 20th anniversary of the release of Star Wars. On such a day, Roland challenged it with Titanic. Wouldn't the 20th anniversary edition of the peripherals be sold casually? When the father likes Star Wars and the son and daughter like Roland Allen, in the face of mutual opposition, those guys who were crazy about Luke Skywalker 20 years ago will naturally pay for it. Not for anything else, but to maintain the world's #1 in their hearts. Although many people will no longer be as obsessed and crazy as they were back then, merchants can increase the unit price. Just like the pig farm and the goose factory achieve precise diversion. For the current popular ones, go for quantity, let 10,000 people spend $1 each. For the nostalgic ones, go for quality, let one person recharge 10,000 yuan for faith. Capital has never had integrity, or even George Lucas himself is thinking about making money. After the great success of Star Wars, George Lucas created a money-making Star Wars holiday special. The script was written in October 1978 and aired on TV on December 17th. The 2-hour show was so shoddy that it has been rated as the worst 2 hours in TV history for many years. With the collapse of word of mouth, all the leading actors and directors regarded it as a shame, just like Steven Spielberg ruined the gamete. After discovering that their profit came from fame, they would regret messing up everything. But now, they don't have psychological pressure, because it is Roland Allen who is using his fame to make money. It's a pity that this should be our last time to work with him as an actor. More than 2 months after the release of Titanic, the global box office reached 1.3 billion. Although it broke the record of Jurassic Park and became the new #1 in the box office history, the voice of writing about it did not appear. Everything seemed to be a natural outcome. No matter whether they were in the circle or outside the circle, when people heard the news, they would think it was normal for Roland to break the record, and it would be a surprise if he didn't. But when this idea appeared, it meant that the public had become tired of Roland. People now think he is a legend. In Fox's conference room, the marketing manager held up the latest research report and talked eloquently. For most people, Roland Allen will always live in the 1990s, live in the background of their memories, and become a beautiful past that they can constantly recall, because even people don't know what to expect. Box office record? Sorry, the top 1, 2, and 3 in film box office history are Titanic, Jurassic Park, and Spider-Man. Awards? This is what we and the other 5 are doing. When all this happens, Spider-Man 2 and 3 will be his last holes to fill. When all the sentiments are sold out, he can't afford 18% of the global box office share, because the public's novelty about him will also be exhausted. When the first installment of the box office share of Titanic came down, Fox held an internal meeting to discuss Roland Allen's personal value. Although the momentum outside was strong, Roland's return on the box office was a cliff drop. Since Roland and the truck driver did not receive a fixed salary, the production cost of the entire film did not actually reach $200 million, but stopped at $1.9 million. However, the global publicity and promotion costs were as high as $1.6 million. From this point of view, the total cost was $3.5 million. The current box office is $1.3 billion, and Roland personally took 18%, which is $234 million, while Fox's box office share was only $624 million. After deducting Roland's box office share and the total cost, Fox only made $40 million. When seeing this number, Fox was actually stunned. The project was approved and invested in 1995. The filming officially started in 1996, and the global publicity and promotion was carried out in 1997. A total of $350 million was invested. After the first batch of distribution was calculated, the special code only made $40 million. Although the box office of a blockbuster only accounts for about 20% of the total revenue, and in the case of Titanic, the box office will eventually reach $100 million, but compared with Roland's previous terrifying return rate, it is no longer cost effective to invest in him now. Because Roland is too expensive, and the production costs of the movies he participated in are also rising. Why did Hollywood come up with the concept of the 10 million club? Isn't it to curb the crazy inflation of actors' salaries? Because of this, the concept of 10 million B-list, 20 million A-list, 20 million plus box office share A plus LIST came into being, but the problem is that Roland has not received a fixed salary since Jurassic Park. What is 20 over 20? Directly 18% of the global box office share. I don't take a penny of your production cost. On the surface, this is risk sharing with the producer, but after sharing several films in a row, the producer almost cursed. Taking $100 million or $200 million for a movie is too expensive, and they are not willing to bear it at all. In addition, the public is becoming more and more accustomed to the achievements created by Roland, and the probability of continuing cooperation is infinitely approaching zero. As for asking Roland to reduce the box office share, oh, stop kidding. If Roland was just an ordinary person, the producers would have already been thinking about these things, but behind him, there is a teacher who is the only one in the circle who pays himself. Roland's high salary was brought about by Spielberg's Jurassic Park. It is better to give money to such a guy and let him continue to shoot than to negotiate a reduction in the share. So, the parent company News Corporation means that we should part ways in peace. After listening to the market research report, Chairman Fox said the content of the document signed by the chairman of the parent company group. From the current box office trend, the entire movie Titanic will bring us a net profit of $100 to $200 million at most. Compared with the total cost of $350 million, the rate of return is indeed a bit low, but the risk of high investment in box office has been suppressed by Roland. Although the profit is not in line with expectations, it is not like Waterworld that lost everything after all. What's more, according to the agreement we reached with Roland, the subsequent DVD income and movie peripherals will sell very well. Although we may not cooperate in the future, we still have to grab the benefits that are within our reach. Besides, draining his fans' wallets is something we all agree on. So, this kind of document should only be seen by us internally and not circulated. Let the radio station release the promotional draft as planned before, and convey the message that Roland's Oscar is a well-deserved one. Compared with Fox, which found that it was losing money, but was glad that Titanic was not Waterworld, Time Warner was much more excited to see that Harry Potter could represent the future 500,000 copies in the first week. This sales volume is simply amazing. It's incredible. No one thought that the children who were depressed for a whole Christmas would burst out with such strong purchasing power. In Warner's conference room, a group of people looked at the sales data compiled by a third-party research organization and were overjoyed. Although they understood that the success of Harry Potter had a lot to do with the endorsement of various bigwigs, more than half of the sales of 500,000 in the first week were due to the news of the film adaptation. But in the face of the result of success, the means were not important. How much publicity dividends did Harry Potter have? What does it have to do with the public? As long as the public is willing to pay for it after watching the publicity and thinks it is good, that's enough. As Jobs said, many people don't know what they want until you show it. Publicity is a process of showing a product, and the customer's purchase is the embodiment of what they want. Because of this, after learning that the first week's 500,000 copies were not exaggerated, and that an additional 1 million copies were printed in 3 weeks and sold out within half a month, Warner was full of confidence in the entire film and television project. According to the agreement, the Harry Potter project will start after the Oscars. Now, Roland Allen has shown us his sincerity, so we have to respond accordingly. Fox will definitely build momentum for Roland recently, and we can just forward their news on CNN. Isn't what he wants to be popular? We just need to help him create a popular image. When Fox took the lead and Warner followed closely, the other 4 companies that had been prepared for a long time also took up their guns. For a time, the same title was forcibly embedded into people's lives by cable television networks and print media. Jack Dawson, the perfect image of Roland Allen in his commercial journey. Chapter 250. I may not be a human, but you are a real dog. 9 years ago, a clever blonde little boy came into our sight on Christmas Eve. He was naughty but kind-hearted. He often brought troubles to his family, but in his heart he longed for happiness and harmony. He was the epitome of everyone's growth process and the best childhood that the public had ever experienced. It was because he evoked the childhood memories of countless people, captured the hearts of his peers, and satisfied their expectations and desires. So, we remember the name that brought laughter and good mood to the public, Roland Allen. In the early morning of March 1st, when the American people turned on the TV and selected the morning show of the National Public Radio of America, they could hear Kenneth Turan's evaluation. Since appearing on the big screen in 1990, Roland Allen has been a very popular boy. Roland Allen has been on a rampage. Judging from the box office results, every movie he has shot is a gold-eating monster, wielding a big stick and sweeping away all opponents. Because of this, many film critics, including me, have criticized him for only caring about business and having only money in his eyes. The establishment of the Titanic project has made us more resolute in our views. On Spider-Man, Roland Allen and James Cameron spent $100 million together, and the next year, they burned another $200 million on Titanic. When I heard the news, I really thought Roland and James were crazy. Fox was crazy, and those film companies that thought Roland could make the money back were all crazy. Home Alone, the production cost was $18 million, and it earned $500 million at the box office. Terminator 2, the production cost, was $102 million, and it earned $520 million at the box office. Home Alone 2 cost $30 million, and earned $400 million. Jurassic Park cost $70 million, and earned $1 billion. Spider-Man spent $100 million, and earned $880 million. Except for Roland's famous work Home Alone, all his other projects are high investment and high box office. According to this rule, it is not a big problem for Titanic to burn $200 million. However, if burning money is equal to success, then Cutthroat Island would not have cut its own throat. The tragedy of Waterworld would not have happened. Exclamation mark. Cleopatra has long surpassed Ben-Hur. It cost $100 million to make a movie in 1995 and $200 million to make a movie in 1996. Then, Roland's movies will be, isn't it going to cost 300 million? 400 million? It's hard for us to imagine what Roland's pursuit of the box office is when the production costs are soaring. We really want to know if he has lost himself in the continuous success. We are eager to understand if he has lost his way in his business journey. He has only taken commercial blockbusters all along, and people's evaluation of his performance is just okay. In the continuous soaring production costs, many people, including me, think that he has gone astray. Yes, I criticized Roland's performance in Home Alone 2 before. Compared with the first one, his acting skills have not improved at all. Coupled with the crude imitation of the plot, I think that the lovable and naughty look is quite boring. I also criticized his performance in Jurassic Park. The calmness he showed when facing the Tyrannosaurus Rex made me feel that everything was so ridiculous. When a child faces a creature much stronger than himself, his first reaction is not to scream in fear, not to be timid and confused, but to bravely protect his sister. This kind of mentality is too strong. Okay, I have criticized Spider-Man before. The gorgeous special effects made his performance extremely dazzling. Plus, each movie has a high box office. The deepest impression he gave me was that he did not polish his acting skills, but only pursued the glitz of appearance. It was with this kind of indignation that I was actually irritated when I walked into the screening room of Titanic. What I thought at the time was, oh my god, I'm going to be bombarded with visual effects again. But after more than 3 hours of watching the movie, I realized that in the past 9 years, I have been looking at Roland with tinted glasses. The role of Jack Dawson made me get to know Roland Allen again. In him, I found the beautiful memories of my love when I was in love. After the release of Spider-Man, Roger Ebert published a film review called Peter Parker as Roland Allen. In that review, he expounded the view that Roland was just being himself and was not acting at all. Before, I strongly agreed with him, but after watching Titanic, I felt that he was extremely wrong. What is acting? What we call acting, isn't it that the actors use their facial expressions, body movements, and emotions to immerse the audience in the world that the director wants to create? If the performances in Home Alone, Terminator 2, Jurassic Park, and Spider-Man were not obvious, and various problems stole Roland's limelight, then now, Titanic allows us to see his level. Jack Dawson's every move interprets the dream lover that young people desire vividly. The image of youth, passion, beautiful yearning for love, and defending promises with life deeply attracted me and took me back to the 1980s when I just started working. At that time, I greeted a better tomorrow with a smile every day. Or in other words, when watching the movie, what we see is not Jack Dawson, but our own youth. It is the beautiful memory of some people, or the yearning in the hearts of some people. It may be everything that is happening at the moment, or it may be the direction that peers are eager to pursue. But no matter which case, the interaction of souls with kindness, vitality, passion, and love makes Jack Dawson, portrayed by Roland Allen, full of unique charm. Girls, including my niece, say that he is handsome every day, and that he acts well every day, but if you really ask them why Jack is handsome, his appearance or his demeanor, why he acts well, and what attracts them, they can't give a relatively unified answer. This is because Roland's performance has exceeded the barriers of himself, and he combines his appearance with his own charm. The former is a means to attract the audience's attention, while the latter is the root of the audience's inability to extricate themselves. He made Jack Dawson Roland Allen. Maybe someone will refute me. What is the difference between my theory and Roger's? The beauty shown by Jack and Rose is nothing more than Roland and Kate's love in and out of the play. They are just acting as themselves and are not good actors at all. If you have this idea, then I actually want to ask you a question in return. According to your theory, other actors experience certain jobs in order to interpret the roles well, so they also become bad actors? Why can't the preparations made by other actors before filming make them more dedicated, while the preparations made by Roland before filming can only make him bear the name of playing himself? Is it because he is young? Is it because he is handsome? Is this statement fair to Roland? Because of a face, all the preparations he made before filming will only become a burden to him? Because of a face, he can only accept everyone's bad reviews in terms of performance? Why? Are you jealous of his handsomeness? or jealous of his youth, or jealous that he has gained the love he desires both in and out of the play. If Titanic was Roland's first film, I would definitely think that Roger is right, but the problem is that we have seen countless versions of him. Kevin McAllister who brings laughter, John Connor who is lovable, Tim Hammond who protects the weak, Peter Parker who upholds justice. These are the roles created by Roland Allen. If every role is himself, if he has been playing himself, then I would like to ask, how many identities does Roland Allen have? How many faces? Why hasn't he been sent to a mental hospital yet? It is precisely because we have seen countless versions of him that I feel scared. If the previous roles were just right, then Jack Dawson's naturalness is already hard to tell the real from the fake. Under his interpretation, it seems as if there was really such a person on the Titanic decades ago. He and Ruth had a short but beautiful love, and finally fell into the cold sea forever. Before, when I learned that Roland Allen had not won any major awards, I was shocked. I never thought that the guy who made countless audiences cry in the theater would only receive this kind of evaluation. Can't the judges see the sincerity he brought to the public? Can't the audiences who were brought into it really let the judges see the perfection interpreted by Roland? But after thinking about it, I felt relieved, because this kind of thing is too common. Roland is young, handsome, can carry the box office, and is loved by people. If he wins the award, wouldn't he be a perfect winner in life? I'm not a winner in life, why should I make him a winner in life? When Kenneth Turan ended the show with a rhetorical question, the marketing related to the Oscars officially kicked off. In fact, Kenneth Turan is not under the control of the Big Six. He is a film critic for the Los Angeles Times and a film critic for the morning show of National Public Radio in the United States. He has no relationship with Disney, Warner, Fox, Paramount, Universal, and Sony. But it is precisely because of this that he was chosen to take the lead. Kenneth Turan is not affected by the Big Six, but the Los Angeles Times behind him is having a hard time. The internet is coming in full force, making the already difficult life of traditional paper media even worse. After years of losses and the government prohibiting them from laying off a large number of employees, the shareholders behind the Los Angeles Times are already looking for new owners for this extremely corrupt traditional media, and News Corporation and the newspaper tycoons behind it are a good choice. Because of this, News Corporation, which knows the inside story, asked them to show their influence. The way to show it is naturally to let them endorse their money. The American National. How wide is the influence of the public broadcasting station? In this way, after the morning show was broadcast, the concept of Roland was jealous of the judges, so he couldn't get the award was passed on. There was no way. It was really troublesome to hype Roland as the popular choice, since the idea of rushing for the award was sudden, and there was no preparation in the past 9 years. The first step to create the popular choice was that someone had to jump out to break the inherent impression that Roland had previously brought to the public. It's not that Roland doesn't want to win the award. It's not that Roland doesn't have a desire for the award. It's that Roland knows that, even if he works hard, under the arrogance and prejudice of those judges, he can't get the award. When this idea was thrown out, Roland Allen, who had nothing to win and didn't express in the previous award season, instantly entered the public's sight. The fans who previously thought that Roland not winning the award was his own choice smelled the abnormality thrown by the Capitol. Not only that, they also understood Kenneth Turan's hint, and then these fans exploded. Roland didn't rush for the award because he knew that he was deeply envied by the judges? Fuck you. It is not the first or second time that major awards have used age and appearance as selection criteria. Looking back, in the era of big studios, those oppressed actors had nowhere to speak and had to accept their fate. Later, with the development of cable broadcasting and television networks, there were countless actors who wanted to seek justice. Now, with the popularization of the internet, more and more people have found that only MTV and the People's Choice Awards can reasonably reflect the public's views. As the mysterious veil is gradually unveiled, the public has become more and more clear that those high-end awards were just the self-entertainment of insiders, and they used their influence to impose their preferences on the audience, to satisfy the morbid behavior of what I like is what the world likes. However, even if the public has such a concept in their minds, Since no celebrities have come forward to agree with their views, and no stars with enough influence have made it clear, everything remains on the concept. But now, Kenneth Turan has broken the sky. I'm not a winner in life, why should I let him, Roland Allen, become a winner in life? This sentence directly touched the sore spot of Roland's fans, making those who could watch Titanic several times in a row furious. It turns out that these stupid judges also know that Roland's acting is good, but they just didn't vote because of jealousy. Before, when Roland didn't win any awards, they just complained privately about the preferences of the judges of major awards, but now that the matter has been put on the table, they can no longer tolerate it. In less than half a day, the abusive posts flooded all major internet communities. IMDb, Yahoo, and MSN were all filled with posts to address Roland's grievances and stand up for the injustice. It turns out that the better a person is, the more malicious treatment he will encounter from the world. Jack and Rose moved me in the world, but they couldn't move those jealous people in human nature. Do they have to be satisfied only when the box office fails? I was so angry. Tears flowed. Can the world be good? Hell is empty, and the devil is on earth. The fighting power of Roland's fans is not to be underestimated. When all the film critics unanimously criticized Home Alone 2, they were able to force the box office to go up and slap those people in the face. Now they can also madly diss the judges to help Roland get justice. Although these fans don't know which judges are jealous of Roland. But it doesn't matter. After all, the judges are a whole. Wouldn't it be better to just spray them all with a mouthful of salt soda? Of course, if it were just these, Roland's fans would just shout, and it would be useless. Just like when Mark Zuckerberg went to Congress to attend a hearing, many congressmen didn't know what Facebook was. The internet these days is not even a new media, and can't get out of the circle at all. But this is Roland's Oscar after all, he can't mess around. Mobilizing public opinion and making them think that Roland should win the award is the basis of the Six hype. So, while the online community was frantically swallowing up those effective public opinions, Fox followed closely and had its news station reprint and report the online comments on IMDb, Yahoo, and MSN. As the producer and distributor of Titanic, they are of course staunch supporters of Roland. The online comments reprinted are all favorable to Roland. But the most taboo thing in hyping up something is that the public opinion is one-sided. What everyone has to do now is to let Roland win an award naturally, rather than using the power of the media to beat the Oscar to nothing. So, after seeing Fox's support for Roland, Disney, which received the money, asked ABC to fight with Fox very cunningly. Fox reprinted those comments that were favorable to Roland, and ABC made some negative news. This world belongs to the surname Zao, but Roland's surname is not Zao. So, there are supporters and opponents. But more often, those opposing voices have not come out before they have been resolved by support in reality. But it doesn't matter if there are no opposing voices, then create opposing voices. Isn't it easy to fake some angry comments? IMDb, Yahoo, and MSN are all controlled by Roland or Microsoft. It's easy to make up a few comments. It's a complete show. With the involvement of ABC and Fox, things are different. If at the beginning, people didn't have the concept of whether Roland would win an Oscar, then now, under the tossing of all parties, it has become whether Roland should win the award. Similarly, when Disney and Fox fight, Warner, who received the money, no longer just stands by and watches. CNN is responsible for objectively reporting the progress of the matter. CBS, which has a lingering relationship with Sony, is crazy about it, and NBC, which was bought by Universal, but seemed to have been instructed by Microsoft, even made a program where film critics quarreled with each other in person. When the 5 major TV networks that can cover the American people countless times all quit, whether Roland can win an Oscar is no longer an internal industry issue, but has directly risen to a social issue. Roland, who originally wanted to cash in on his popularity and run away with a profit, was completely confused by the Big Six's operations. When he learned that these TV networks had turned this social issue into a business, the temporary columns opened by each network were all independently recruited to attract advertisers. Not only did they not spend money, but because Roland's fans found that the topic he discussed had gone viral, they took the initiative to watch the program, and the ratings rose. After making a lot of money, he was even more impressed by these guys who squeezed him dry in various ways. He originally thought that his idea of selling everything was inhuman enough, but he didn't expect that this group of capital that swarmed in was really a bunch of dogs. As long as there is influence, anything can be cashed in. Even more speechless than Roland were the judges who held the voting rights. In fact, after Kenneth Turan said that Roland could win the award in a very abnormal way, the judges had already noticed something was wrong. When the 5 major TV networks started to fight, lobbying calls came in one after another. No matter whether you are in the circle or outside the circle, as long as you are alive, you can receive calls. Under the invasion of capital, the list of judges claimed by the American Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences is strictly confidential. It is like a joke. Note, Kenneth Turan is a film critic of the Los Angeles Times and also the chairman of the Los Angeles Times Book Award. However, due to the impact of the internet, it has become increasingly difficult for local newspaper giants to do business. In addition to stable employment, the Los Angeles government did not allow the Los Angeles Times to lay off a large number of employees. There were 13,000 employees at the time, so they could not continue to operate, and sought buyers in 1998. Finally, they were acquired by Tronc in 2000. 1619 refers to the first slave trade in the United States, and now specifically refers to racial discrimination. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.